Yes, young master. Don't worry, Steward Lindsay was quite shocked to see the newly harvested crops. He was very familiar with farming, and he knew it was not harvesting season. And these types of crops normally grew in different seasons, so there was only one explanation. Abel came up with a way to speed up the growth of crops. By this point, Steward Lindsay was filled with excitement. Harvest City had the best soil for agriculture in the Holy Continent. It had always been responsible for supplying grains to the entire Duchy of Carmel. It was their biggest export, especially after Abel had become the city ruler. If there was really a way to make crops grow faster, then it would be amazing for the development of this domain. After Abel had handed over all the work to Steward Lindsay, he examined the space within the 6-star magic circle. The circle was covering an area of 5 square miles. Wizard Morton, Wizard Eveline, and the low-ranking wizards sent over by Wizard Murphy were already training inside it. There were around 100 men in total. Although they had only taken up a tiny bit of space, the 6-star magic circle needed protection. He couldn't build anything other than the 6 magic towers. That was why it was so empty. Abel picked out an empty area not far from the battle. Castle in the center. Abel opened up 3 acres of soil. It was not that he didn't want to open up more, but he needed to install a barrier circle, and 3 acres were perfect. Abel had a lot of credit points in Lion City, but no matter how many he had, he could only exchange them intermediate one in the list. Abel also needed to take the amount of labor into consideration. He wanted to try it out with some wheat first, and he would leave all the work to Flora. Flora also had a lot of work in hand, but 3 puppets probably wouldn't take up too many resources. It was easy to exchange an intermediate barrier circle. For Abel, he just needed to send Bardali for a run. Afterward, Abel installed the barrier circle on the 3 acres of soil, and just like that, there was another special dimension in the 6-star magic circle. Ever since the start, Abel warned the low-ranking wizards to go anywhere far from their magic tower, especially the center of the 6-star magic circle. It had a grand 6-star overhead that could kill elite wizards, so none of those wizards would dare to go. Flora, do you have a formula for growing wheat? Abel asked after he finished installing the barrier circle. Searching for wheat growing formula. Found 563 formulas in total. Do you want me to read each of them out? Flora replied in almost no time. No thanks, I have some wheat seeds here. Tell the puppets to plant them for me, Abel said as he took out the seeds from his portal bracelet. All of these seeds were carefully picked by Abel. Selecting the best seed was the most primitive way to increase the quality of a crop in his past world. He had only done this because he could grow too much of it. Most importantly, these things would be eaten by his closest friends and family, so he had to put in full effort. Master, according to the formulas, it isn't wheat season. Through my calculations, your success rate will be 1%, so I suggest not planting right now, Tower Spirit Flora said in an extremely sincere tone. Although Flora had gotten a lot smarter, it was still a computer. Flora, my commands are top priority, Abel said in a low voice. Yes, Master, I will do as you said. Organize 3 puppets. Each one will manage an acre. Grow it according to the normal formula, but you have to use the water I provide. Just dilute it with normal water with a ratio of 1/100. Abel continued. At first, Abel thought Tower Spirit Flora was very smart, but seemed Abel needed to spend more time with it. Flora was the combination of a data analysis spirit and a battle fort spirit. It could only do data analysis and execute battle commands perfectly. However, Abel was asking it to grow crops. It had never done anything like it before. Still, Tower Spirit Flora was intelligent. The puppets began to get to work after Abel told them about each step. Abel kept the combined water in a giant water tank on the 2nd floor of the magic towers. That place was his laboratory, and that tank was for wizards' experiments. It was perfect. The way Tower Spirit Flora water those crops would probably make a lot of wizards angry. It directly teleported a bit of the combined water to mid-air, then created some normal water by infusing the ice and fire circle. After the 2 types of water had mixed, it divided it into little droplets and scattered down the land. It seemed simple, but took up a lot of mana, even more than the mana an entire normal magic tower could produce. However, Abel's magic was different. Besides the giant mana gathering circle, the magic tower itself also had a mana gathering circle. Most importantly, It was run by top-level mana gems that could unleash the most powerful effects. Also, Abel never meditated in the magic tower anyway, so every day it had gathered up a lot of energy. Now was a good time to use up some of them. Other than going into the dark world for 10 hours, Abel spent the day looking at the puppets until they harvested the crops. His calculations said they would be done in 24 hours. He then taught Flora how to pick out the best seeds, and finally, Abel was free from this. Flora could take care of it from then on. The most he needed to do is replenish the combined water from time to time. The schedule was set. Every day, a puppet would go to get a bucket of water and hand it to Steward Lindsay. Steward Lindsay would dilute with normal water according to the ratio of 1/100, so they could do this small experiment. After the 3 puppets had harvested the crops in the barrier circle, they would give it to Bardali. Then she would organize the contracted chefs to dry, deshell, and bake the bread. After a few days, the careful Lord of Marshall realized they were actually wasting a lot. The shells of the grains could be fed to the war horses. At first, he just fed it to his normal horse. But after a few days, he realized that the horses had gotten noticeably stronger, faster, and more stamina. From then on, the Lord of Marshall would keep the wheat shells. It made sense since that water combined through the Horadric cube had turned the entire crop into magic. Since they were producing 3 acres of wheat every day, it was more than enough for the tens of war horses in the family. These days, the Knight of Bennett had also begun to take over the Harvest City Elite Knight Brigade. The official resource division had begun, and the 20 most outstanding knights were rewarded with the best training resource. Since they had produced more crops than they had expected, both the Elite Knight Brigade and the knight servants in Harry Castle were able to get some. This Earl domain in Harvest City was headed towards a bright future, and it was all thanks to this unnoticeable little farmland growing wheat, oat, and barley. The only one who was truly aware of this was Steward Lindsay. Once the experiment had succeeded, Harvest Sith would become the food inventory of the Holy Continent. That was when the Earl domain would truly explode. Abel still had 10 days in Harvest City, and it was that night that he finally found his final destination in the Dark World. The 4th floor of the underground tomb. Just like the previous time, he let the Spirit Guardian Knights go first. Since his skeleton resurrection had reached level 20, his Spirit Guardian Knights could now do 39 points of damage on top of their gears, which was extremely scary, especially when Abel had fire enchantment on them. The 8 Spirit Guardian Knights went down the tunnel. Although Abel did not know what it was like down there, he waited for a bit, and there were no sounds of battle. It should have been safe. Afterward, he sped down the tunnel through the dark on Black Wind. The endless flame of hell flashed in front of him the moment he exited the tunnel, and he could see a few zombies moving slowly. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain stopped its followers and did not join the battle. Instead, he waited for Abel to come. Their main task was to protect. After draining many bottles of soul potion, it was basically as smart as a normal human. The Oak Sage floated behind Abel, which could increase the health points for Abel and his summons. Abel moved his gaze away from the zombies. They couldn't do much to him. He then carefully examined his surroundings. Although he had been roaming around the underground tomb quite a lot lately, he rather saw any perfectly preserved barrels. However, there were 4 in front of him right now. After seeing its master's gaze, the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain flashed towards the battle and struck down with its big sword. The barrel scattered into flying pieces. It was empty. What a low-quality trap, Abel sighed to himself. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain struck the second barrel. As soon as its sword made contact with it, a roar of flame shot out, lighting up the third battle and exploded. It engulfed the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain and the other barrel in flame. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain did not take much damage. Although the explosion looked vicious, the actual damage was not that high. It was targeted towards those who did not have armor on. The last barrel was blasted to pieces. It was in this eerie moment. Under the sound of flames and barrel cracking, Abel heard a little object fall towards the ground. He jumped down from Black Wind and walked towards the scattered barrel. Just as he expected, there was a ring with a blue gem on top of it. Afterward, he took out everything in his Horadric cube and shoved the ring inside. Jade ring. Anti-poison plus 25%. Not bad, Abel mumbled as he happily put the ring on his finger. Although he did not have time to examine the attribute of this blue ring, he knew what was waiting for him. This attribute could help him a lot. The zombies were whipped out in no time. Under the sword of those spirit guardian knights, none of them could escape. Soon, this not-so-big room was clear under the endless flame of hell. Abel led Black Wind and the Oak Sage towards a closed wooden in the room. He gently nodded towards the spirit guardian knight captain. Then, it flashed next to the door handle and carefully twisted it. As soon as the door was open, they could hear the sound of burning flame and depressing screams. Dark demon. Abel immediately knew what it was when he heard the sound. They were black-colored demons with a one-handed axe. As long as there was a dark demon, it meant a dark shaman would be around. They could endlessly resurrect dark demons. However, this endless resurrection wasn't much to Abel. As soon as a creature had died in front of him, their souls would get sucked into the Horadric cube and turn into soul potions. Go, Abel gently yelled as he speeded forward with the leaf magic staff in his hand. This was not because Abel wanted to show off how brave he was, but because Black Wind's feet were faster than those flashing spirit wolves under the spirit guardian knights. The spirit guardian knights flashed inside, and they had already attracted the attention of those dark shaman. Soon, they began throwing fireballs. The spirit guardian knight captain was smart, and his team's fighting style had gotten a lot more tactical. They could see under the endless flickering flame of hell, this decent-sized room had 4 dark shaman, a few hundred dark demons, and some slow-moving zombies. Under the guidance of the spirit guardian knight captain, 4 spirit guardian knights flashed next to the dark shaman. Since their powerful strength were further strengthened by the fire enchantment, they could basically dominate those naturally weak-bodied dark shaman in a close body battle. Soon, those dark shamans had vanished from existence. The fireball spell of Abel also began to show its power. One fireball flew towards the center of those dark demons and blasted them with fire damage. Black Wind kept switching positions, which allowed Abel to throw out fireballs even more efficiently. Abel kept his eyes on the condition of the room as he kept attacking. The horrific smell of blood here was a lot thicker than any place he had been in. Soon he realized the reason. In the center of the room, there was a hole, and that hole was filled with blood. There were even a few rotten corpses floating within it. It had probably been in there for years. Abel looked at those corpses and looked at the zombies. An idea popped into his head. Is this where zombies come from? To Abel, the corpses looked just like a half-complete zombie. Maybe back in the days before Hell had left, these corpses were in the process of becoming zombies. But since the Hell demons responsible for making zombies had left, these corpses were stuck like this. This also explained why these corpses could be preserved for so long. By this point, Abel felt disgusted, which he rarely did. All zombies were once a human in the dark world. Hell, you deserve to die. Abel cursed as another fireball pattern emerged on top of his leaf magic staff. Afterward, a giant fireball flew towards the hole and burned the corpses into ash. He felt like this way, the dead could only be at peace. Abel continued to throw out a fireball every time a zombie was killed. He didn't care about washing mana. He just had to cremate those zombies. Every single one of them was once human, maybe even human from the rogue encampment. The fight ended in no time. Every inch of that room by that point was scattered with blood. Some were blasted out by Abel's fireball, and some were the black blood spilled out by hell creatures. Abel did not proceed to the next battle. Instead, he waited for a while. He then took out his only poison antidote and put it in his snake ego belt. He then filled up all the other slots with full recovery potions. Afterward, he replenished the fire enchantment for the spirit guardian knights. The next battle might get messy, so they needed to prepare properly. Afterward, Abel took out a scroll of broken ice armor from his portal bracelet. It was a level 20 scroll. He had gotten it from killing elite wizard Bunker. Although he had other higher-level defense scrolls, Abel was only an intermediate wizard, so he could only use intermediate scrolls. In a flash of frost, an ice crystal armor appeared on Abel's body. Of course, Abel did not stop there. He unleashed his combat kai, and in a flash of golden light, a tight golden bodysuit appeared on top of it. It was his combat kai armor. Abel stood in front of the giant curved-shaped door and mumbled, "Demon Queen Andariel." As soon as he spoke those words, the atmosphere around him began shaking. He felt like the entire world was pressing on him. He never thought a name would have such a strong effect. The only time he felt like the world was pressing on him was when he was about to become an official wizard. If not for the dragon core, he might have died already. Luckily, the pressure this time only lasted for a few seconds. The name was forbidden in this world. Abel let out a long breath of relief. He would definitely lose if he was to battle with this pressure. He had worked so hard for this. He had fought all the way from Blood Moor in the rogue encampment to here. He would not give up just because of a name. Abel thought to himself, if he doesn't man up now, he might never be able to man up again. Time would only make his enemy seem even scarier. It might even traumatize him. "Fight," Abel gently said. The spirit guardian knight captain then struck down the door with its big sword. The door blasted open with immense force. As soon as the door opened, a group of greed skin suffer monsters with gray horns dashed out with a depressing scream. The spirit guardian knights flashed forward, and the battle began. The leaf magic staff on Abel's hand also began to ruthlessly throw fireballs. Abel realized these hell creatures were not stronger than the other ones. How come they are so weak? As he was still thinking, a group of dark demons rushed forward, and Abel could see some dark shaman under the flickering flame of hell not far away. "Kill it," Abel roared. A spirit guardian knight immediately flashed next to it and killed it with a few strikes. The sound of battle quickly attracted a large number of hell creatures. Although there were a lot of them, none of them were elites. They were not much stronger than the one in the Forgotten Tower, where Bardali used to live. Something's not right, Abel thought to himself, increasing his attack power. Although this decent-size hall could fit quite a lot of hell creatures, their numbers kept decreasing under Abel's attack. When the last hell creature dropped dead, its soul was directly sucked into the Horadric cube. Still, Andariel was nowhere to be seen. Abel examined the condition. He put away his leaf magic staff and took out the Pelta Lunata and Jade Tandu. Abel's poison resistance had reached 120%. Just the Jade Tandu alone had given him 95%. And that jade ring he got from the 4th floor gave him another 25%. He was shaken up a little by the pressure, but now he had regained his confidence. He heard that Demon Queen Andariel could only do poison attacks. Abel carefully followed behind the spirit guardian knights and moved forward. He slowly looked around the hall, and soon he spotted a giant chair made out of bones beside the endless flame of hell. Andariel was sitting right there. Andariel's hair glowed in red, and she looked almost dead. The only thing that made Abel doubt was her 4 stings slowly moving from behind. Then he saw a red-colored dragon claw-looking hand placed on top of the 2 skulls on the chair handle. Her body leaned back on the spine of the chair. Her eyes were shut, but a small crack could be seen if you looked closely. The spirit guardian knight captain also knew what it was about to face. It gently lifted up its hand, stopping its team on the spot. It then turned its head back, waiting for Abel's command. "Careful," Abel gently said. The spirit guardian knight captain understood Abel, so it gently moved forward with its spirit wolf. Before it even moved for 2 meters, it had entered the Andariel's territory. A crystal glow emerged from her eyes. Soon her eyes were wide open. Andariel stared at the spirit guardian knights and Abel, but the oak sage had already been sent far away by Abel. Afterward, she slowly stood up. It was like she hadn't moved for countless years, bones cracking from her joints. Andariel was very tall, more than 3 meters. Even though Abel had reached 2 meters tall, he was like a child in comparison. Her joints continued to crack as she gazed around. Then she fixed on Abel and began to attack. Abel felt very weird. He did not feel any emotion of anger, pain, greed, violence. The desire for blood, like a normal hell creature, should have from Andariel. Instead, Andariel was completely blank. He felt like he was facing a puppet. Normally, when he fought against hell creatures, he could still feel their life force even though that life force was engulfed by the death kai of hell. "Die," Andariel said. Her voice sounded extremely raspy, like she hadn't spoken for years. Although this word should sound very threatening from the 3 meters tall Andariel, Abel felt like it was just another normal task to her, like picking up an object or taking a walk. Suddenly, Abel felt his heart beat increasing. He commanded Black Wind to dodge through the soul chain before even thinking. Black Wind had reacted very quickly after gaining the extra fast. and it had almost immediately disappeared into lightning. As soon as Abel disappeared, the hard stone floor he was originally standing on began to crack. It was a dimensionless crack, and Dariel's emotion did not move a single bit after Abel had dodged her attack. Instead, she began to look around again. Abel was stunned. He did not expect Andariel to have the ability to control dimensions. All she said was the word die. If he didn't trust his intuition, if he wasn't a head commander with a powerful sense, he would definitely be dead already. He understood how powerful the force of dimension was better than anybody in the world. In the past, Abel had used a dimension force to kill elite wizard Cliff. Although the amount he used was a lot smaller than Andariel, it still had the power to kill an elite wizard in full defense mode. Fixed by this point, the gaze of Andariel had locked down on Abel again, but her voice was still very raspy. Abel immediately commanded Black Wind to move as soon as he heard Andariel's voice, but despite how fast Black Wind had reacted, it was locked down by a strange force in the atmosphere. Abel felt like the whole world was against him again. In fact, this world hated him. Just a single word from Andariel had tightened all the space around Abel. It was almost like he had been drenched in glue. Black Wind was like a little bug stuck in a spider web, unable to escape no matter what. While Abel and Black Wind were locked down, the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain flashed next to Andariel and viciously struck her with its ice magic sword. It was a perfect Knight strike from all directions. After years of Knight's development, all of their moves had become unified. It was fully inherited from Abel's Knight skills. The sword struck down from an odd angle, so Andariel couldn't dodge. Since she did not have any weapons, she could only block with her hand. This was exactly what the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain had wanted. As long as its ice magic sword made contact with its enemy, it would have a slow effect. However, there was still a slight gap under the strike. So Andariel did a slight twist and completely avoided the strike. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain had fought countless battles, so it flicked its sword up after Andariel had dodged the first strike. It still wanted to slow her down with the ice magic sword's effect. Andariel twisted again and completely avoided the strike again. Her movements were extremely precise. Just one move had allowed her to perfectly avoid the attacks of the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain. After the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain missed a few strikes, it swung its sword even harder. But this gave Andariel a chance. Andariel stuck out her dragon claw-looking hand. It was not fast, but since the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain had opened up its defense for a brief moment, and Andariel struck its waist. She was not known for her strength, but as the most powerful boss in the rogue encampment, she could still go neck to neck with those normal strength-type bosses. This strike had perfectly landed on the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain's center of gravity, and just like that, it had lost its balance and defense. Andariel then began to use her force. Since the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain could no longer make a Knight defense move, it was blasted far away. Although the armor had absorbed most of the impact, it was greatly damaged. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain's body landed next to the endless flame of hell. Luckily, it was very fire-resistant, so the fire didn't damage it. As the other 7 Spirit Guardian Knights were about to attack, Andariel had her gaze fixed upon Abel again. Abel also noticed this, so his heart tensed up once again. He had been spotted again. Andariel seemed completely emotionless. It seemed like the only thing in her mind was to kill. This was a lot scarier than other hell creatures with emotions. Normally, under these circumstances, other hell creatures would follow up with the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain who is attacking her, but instead, she was fixed on Abel. When he saw how casually Andariel had treated the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain in contrast with her vicious attacks on Abel, it was obvious that she knew as long as she killed Abel, all his summons would disappear as well. Andariel spoke again, but this time it was no longer as raspy. She had recovered in a short period of time. Black Wind moved in a flash. Abel yelled before Andariel opened her mouth. His head commander intuition told him his life was in great danger. Black Wind flushed away in the same Andariel had spoken. They reappear 10 meters away. His heart was pounding hard, and as he stared into the white light, he could see a strand of his hair being left behind. If he was a split second slower, his entire brain would have burned up like that strand of hair. Abel didn't think a full recovery potion would still be effective, if his head was no longer attached. How is this possible? This is not the fighting style of Andariel at all. Abel yelled as he dashed away at full speed with Black Wind. No matter what, he could not let Andariel lock him down again. Andariel had used this lockdown then spoken word attack on Abel 3 times, so he realized something. In order for Andariel to unleash this destructive force, she must first lock down on Abel. What could break this lockdown? The first thing Abel thought of was Black Wind's speed, so Black Wind dashed forward at full speed and turned into a strike of lightning. Now, it would be a lot harder for Andariel to focus on him. Come out, Abel patted his chest as he was speeding. Afterward, a black portal appeared, and 5 immortal ravens flew out. What was the best summon for distraction? Abel would definitely say the immortal ravens. Even those normal ones could drive his enemies insane, let alone his exceptionally clever one. That exceptionally clever raven surprised Abel every time, since every raven's attack would cause blindness. The 4 normal immortal ravens flew right towards Andariel's with screech sounds. Her eyes were their target. Andariel slapped with her hand a few times in mid-air, and those ravens were all blasted away like mosquitoes. Abel was shocked. Although he was at full speed on Black Wind, he still had his power of will fixed on Andariel. How's that possible? He screamed. Mortal ravens could naturally dodge attacks in absolute. That's why they had the word immortal in their name. However, those ravens' absolute dodge was like a big joke in front of Andariel. With a little flick of her hand had blasted them away. The ravens rolled around on the ground a few times and flew back up again, but they no longer dared to approach Andariel without caution again. Andariel also realized she couldn't attack Abel right now, so she focused on a Spirit Guardian Knight instead. That Spirit Guardian Knight quickly flashed next to her and struck down with its ice magic sword. Andariel gently twisted again and perfectly dodged the strike. By this point, she already had her gaze fully fixed on the Spirit Guardian Knight. Die. As she spoke the word, a crystal glow emerged from the crack of her eyes. A dimension crack appeared. The Spirit Guardian Knight was not as smart. Even though the Spirit Guardian Knight captain, who had just come out from the endless flame of hell, began to command it to leave, it was too late. The force of dimension ripped the Spirit Guardian Knight into 2 pieces. Abel was always proud of his magic armor, but it was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The Spirit Guardian Knight was made up of 2 parts, a skeleton up top and a spirit wolf below. The substance that made up the spirit wolf wrapped around the skeleton, which created the Spirit Guardian Knight. Therefore, this force of dimension had not only chopped the skeleton in 2, and the spirit wolf also couldn't escape. Abel felt a sharp pain in his brain as he was still speeding. He knew he had lost a summon, a Spirit Guardian Knight. It was one of the first ones he had summoned. It was the first time he had lost a member in the Dark World. His druid soul did not have a chance to give that Spirit Guardian Knight a full recovery potion. Immediate kill. Even though his skeleton resurrection had reached level 20, his Spirit Guardian Knight was still killed in a second. Abel felt sadness arise within him, but he could not stop. No way he could withstand that force of dimension if even his summons couldn't. Everyone start moving, don't stop, Abel yelled. Afterward, all the Spirit Guardian Knights began to flash, and each took out an attributed hairy bow while installing a bone arrow onto it. Andariel began to look around, trying to find a target to lock down, but none of those Spirit Guardian Knights was slowing down. It was at this moment that a cold arrow flew towards her. Andariel didn't even look at the arrow. She only carelessly flicked her hand and completely blocked the full-speed arrow. But it was that moment, the ice attribute of the arrow exploded, and she ended up with a layer of frost on her. Abel felt his heart lift. He succeeded. The bone arrows that come afterward could show their power from now on. However, as Abel was still thinking, the crystal glow emerged from Andariel's eyes again. All of a sudden, the frost on her vanished. Another bone arrow was flying her way, but this time she did not block it. Instead, she gently twisted and completely avoided it. Abel was stunned for a few seconds. His Spirit Guardian Knights aimed the bone arrows perfectly aimed. How could she dodge so effortlessly? Abel had seen countless knights in the Holy Continent, but none of them had this scary dodging ability. This was beyond his imagination. Andariel could no longer lock down her enemy. Black wind was going too fast, and the spirit guardian knights would not stop flashing. Therefore, she began gathering a green glowing ball in front of her chest by shooting out green lights from her 4 stings. She held the force down, and then a beam of green smog shot out at immense speed. It was at this moment 2 spirit guardian knight re-emerged from a flash, and this green smog directly struck upon them. No, Abel felt his heart drop. His druid soul was always tracking the life force of his spirit guardian knights, and this smog had injected a large amount of vicious poison within them. A large chunk of their health was taken away, and it kept dropping by the second. If Abel didn't interrupt, those spirit guardian knights might die soon. Abel was speechless, even though his spirit guardian knights did not have the poison resistance ability. The spirit wolf below them had natural poison resistance attributes. He did not expect this at all, so the snake ego belt from his was given out a little flash, and injected 2 full recovery potions into the knights through the druid's soul. Although their health was fully recovered, the poison was still in effect. Their bodies were still fully green, and their health was still decreasing. Andariel dodged a few more bone arrows, and began to gather her green glowing ball again. Since those spirit guardian knights had been poisoned, their movements had slowed down. By that point, Andariel already had her gaze fixed on them. Locked, she said. Even though Abel was 10 meters away, he could still feel the atmosphere around the spirit guardian knights changing. There were countless illusionary webs around them, fully locking them down. Abel realized the glow in Andariel's eyes were getting weaker. It seemed like these attacks were quite exhausting to her as well. The spirit guardian knights kept trying to flash away, but it was useless. Abel was so stunned he almost froze. This was just like the dimension-locking ability of his battle fort. Maybe this was even stronger. The one in his battle fort could only diffuse any dimension-changing ability, but Andariel could lock down her enemy as well. The 4 green glowing balls in her hand blasted out as she said the word die. As the dimension crack emerged above the 2 spirit guardian knights, a green smog also surrounded them. Just Abel wanted to unleash another bottle of full recovery potion through his snake ego belt. He got a message saying the target had died. Andariel had already shifted her attention away from Abel and started to mass attack anything that approached her. At first, Abel thought this was completely useless since he and his other spirit guardian knights had avoided her poison smog, but soon he realized something wrong. His body was starting to get poisoned. His druid soul began to warn him. His health points were decreasing 1-2 points per second. Although this wasn't much to Abel since he had 120% of poison resistance, his spirit guardian knights were having quite a bad time. All this time, Abel did not even get the chance to attack. He was stunned by the power of Andariel's first few attacks. He couldn't understand how Andariel had gotten this ability. If Abel still didn't attack, all his spirit guardian knights would be wiped out before they could even do anything. That's right, Andariel hadn't been damaged at all. She had only been affected by the ice force, but she had broken it in no time. This meant Andariel had not made a single mistake from the start. Every single move she made was excused in a precise manner, like she had been measuring it with a ruler. She never made a useless move or attack. Now, the hall was filled with poisonous particles. You would get poisoned if you stayed long enough. Abel scanned with his power of will. All 5 of the spirit guardian knights simultaneously flashed beside Andariel, and Abel did the same with Black Wind. The spirit guardian knights had already swapped their attributed Harry bow with an ice magic sword and magic shield. Abel was still holding his jade tandu. They all struck forward almost at the same time. 5 sharp beams of cool light struck down through the spirit guardian knight's sword, and Abel's jade tandu correspond with them very well. From his angle, it was impossible Andariel's giant body to avoid this. However, Andariel had somehow swum away in the midst of the 5 ice magic swords and effortlessly dodged his jade tandu. Then, she smacked 2 spirit guardian knights with her hands, while 4 glowing balls shot out from her 4 scorpion tails towards Abel. The 2 spirit guardian knights were blasted far away like they had been hit with a giant hammer. Afterward, a flash of light emerged from their body. Abel's druid soul had replenished their health with full recovery potions. Abel tensed up. He did not dodge. Instead, he dashed forward towards the green glowing ball with a blinding light on his shield. He was about to unleash a shield strike onto Andariel. 537 big high. At the same time, Abel watched the green glowing ball strike upon his body. His magic gear, armor, and the 2 passive magic protector did not trigger. He felt weak sensations emerge from within him. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt this way. He was a knight, after all. Luckily, he had an extremely strong body and 120% of poison resistance. This weak feeling did not last for long, but his health points took a big hit. Abel was certain, just as he expected, as long as he wasn't hit by that weird spoken word attack, her poison attacks were not that strong. Andariel did not expect Abel to run straight into her. Poison ball. In other words, she was stunned by Abel's stubbornness. This gave Abel a rare chance to get close to her and unleash a shield strike. His shield strike had reached level 10, and it could knock out an enemy for 2.4 seconds. On top of the 150 increase in damage, it was his most powerful knight attack. The Pelta Lunata made contact with Andariel's waist, and a huge bang blast out. She was knocked off balance and helplessly took a step back. The vertigo effect of the shield strike then began to show its effect through the combat Kai pattern on the Pelta Lunata. Abel still saw the world in slow motion. He could see Andariel's eyes slowly glow again. He knew Andariel would go right back to normal if this crystal glow in her eye was fully unleashed. If so, his attack would be meaningless. He had already taken a big hit with that poison ball, so he didn't think he would have any other chances after this. He spent so much effort and lost 3 spirit guardian knights. This was the first time he struck upon Andariel. He would not let this chance go to waste. Abel yelled at his body to move quicker and quicker. Abel's body was a miracle. No one had ever been successfully altered by a dragon. Core before, while his brain kept yelling, his body slowly began to get faster. It was at that exact moment that Abel jumped up from Black Wind, in a never-seen-before speed, and plunged his jade Tandu right in the glowing crack between Andariel's eyes. Both Andariel and Abel roared in agony at the same time. With the jade Tandu between her eyes, the crystal glow vanished all of a sudden. The life force was drained from the originally glowing crack, and small cracks emerged beside it. Although Andariel was screaming, Abel couldn't sense any emotions. It was as if screaming was just programmed into her. Abel was also screaming because he was rejected by this world once again when he struck upon Andariel's glowing crack. This force of rejection had locked down all his abilities, and he was blasted by a rebound force. His body felt as weak as a baby after being rejected by this world. Just that rebound force had turned his right arm into a reverse L shape. He landed on the ground. He felt that many bones in him had been fractured. He was almost like a broken doll. All of this had happened in a flash. It didn't even take 1 second until Abel landed his strike and landed on the ground. Hence the crystal glow did not successfully break the shield strike's vertigo. The 5 spirit guardian knights began to attack Andariel like crazy. Meanwhile, Abel put down his Pelta Lunata and bent his arm back under immense pain. Although he had taken a big hit, he did not put down his jade Tandu. His intuition told him this little blade was his most important lifesaver. After he bent his arm back, other fractures did not have too much effect on Abel. He drank down a bottle of full recovery potion and a purple glow arose. He was back to normal immediately. He had even gained back the energy he drained from, breaking through his body's speed limit. He picked up his Pelta Lunata again. At that point, Andariel was just about to regain her consciousness, so Abel had his gaze locked on her. He no longer had time to jump back on Black Wind. A charge magic pattern appeared on his body, and his body turned into a shadow, speeding straight towards Andariel. With this momentum, the jade Tandu viciously plunged into her body. A stream of golden blood gushed out. Both Abel and the 5 spirit guardian knights were attacking Andariel. Abel guessed that the crack between Andariel's eye was her weak point. Although he did not know what it was, he unleashed his following strike right towards it. Time's up. Andariel gently twisted and completely avoided all the attacks in a weird position. How was that possible? She was being beaten down in a circle of 5 spirit guardian knights and Abel. She stuck out her hand and smacked Abel and 3 spirit guardian knights, sending them flying away. Afterward, she grabbed a hold of the spirit guardian knight captain and another spirit guardian knight. The scorpion tail on her back began to spit out green balls, and they automatically blasted open. A large amount of green smog engulfed the two spirit guardian knights. No, Abel already knew Andariel would follow up with this the moment he flew away. Didn't really care about those normal spirit guardian knights since he could just summon more, but the spirit guardian knight captain was rib bone no. 1. It was his first skeleton. He had put a lot of effort into cultivating it, and it was smarter than any other spirit guardian knights. The first thing Abel did was inject that only bottle of poison antidote he had in his snake ego belt on to the spirit guardian knight captain, and follow up with a full recovery potion. Immediately afterward, Abel received a message saying the other spirit guardian knight had died. He almost wanted to cry. They were his partners that had fought countless battles together. Even though he would ask them to do some weird things like farming or cooking, he still thought of them as actual partners. If Abel was only a wizard and didn't have these untalkative friends beside him in the dark world, could he even gather up the courage to stay in this place full of danger for so long? The poison antidote Abel had given the spirit guardian knight captain was not one of those replicas he made in the Holy Continent. It was purely made in the dark world. Soon, the spirit guardian knight captain had grown fully immune to poison for a few seconds. Andariel was holding on to the spirit guardian knight captain's sword. Although this was a great threat, it had also given it an opportunity. The spirit guardian knight captain gently let off of his sword and grabbed hold of Andariel as well. All of a sudden, this battle had turned into a competition of strength between Andariel and the spirit guardian knight captain. After drinking many bottles of soul potions, the spirit guardian knight captain's strength could go neck to neck with Andariel at first. But soon she began to overpower it. Andariel held the captain's body and smashed it towards the ground. But since the spirit guardian knight captain was a skeleton, and the spirit wolf was only a transparent being, this kind of physical damage did not impact it that much. Abel jumped on Black Wind and began charging again. Although Black Wind and he worked very well together, Andariel still dodged them with a gentle twist. It was perfect. After Andariel realized her smash did not do much to the captain, she continued to hold it down and began to attack it with her other hand. The spirit guardian knight captain tried to block with its shield, but could not withstand her force. Abel followed up with a strike with his jade tandu. But no matter how many times he tried, Andariel could always avoid him with a gentle twist, all while attacking the spirit guardian knight captain. Abel almost wanted to facepalm himself. Flashes of purple light kept emerging from the spirit guardian knight captain's body. This light helped him recover every time its health points began to drop. Abel was angry that Andariel kept dodging him. He did not expect such an ability, but soon his gaze was drawn to her hand, which grabbed the spirit guardian knight captain. The shield attack was a half-magic attack. Although it used combat kai to ignite the magic pattern, it followed the law of magic. It could unleash its vertigo effect as long as it touched any part of the opponent's body. Therefore, Abel viciously dashed towards Andariel's hand with a combat kai pattern flashing in front of his pelta lunata. Andariel wanted to dodge, but the spirit guardian knight grabbed her. All of a sudden, the shield strike landed on her hand. Although it didn't give her much physical damage, she was knocked unconscious for 2.4 seconds. Since Abel damaged the glowing crack, she could no longer break out from this vertigo. Abel had been waiting for this chance all this time. He ignited a string of dark gold combat kai on the jade tandu and unleashed his only bit of dimension force from his soul. It took him one whole second until this dimension force was guided into his dark gold combat kai. Afterward, he plunged it straight towards Andariel's neck. Golden blood gushed out, drenching Abel. The dimension force lurking within the dark gold combat kai quickly tore apart Andariel's flash on her neck until it reached her spine. Afterward, her head blasted out and landed 5 meters away. Most beings would be dead the moment their head was blasted away, but not Andariel. She remained motionless as her body dragged the spirit guardian knight captain towards her severed head. "Stop her," Abel yelled as he jumped down from Black Wind. He unleashed another shield strike on Andariel's head and ruthlessly plunged down with his jade tandu. By this point, the last 3 spirit guardian knights had flashed next to Andariel's body and held it down to the ground alongside the spirit guardian knight captain. Maybe it was because she no longer had her head, but she could no longer dodge as swiftly as before. She was in a deadlock with the 4 spirit guardian knights. However, this doesn't mean Andariel gave up. The 4 scorpion tails on her back began to spit out glowing green balls. Those balls exploded and surrounded her back with green poison gas. Abel's druid soul had always been tracking the health points of the spirit guardian knights, and he soon realized the poison gas quickly was draining the life out of them. His druid soul kept injecting full recovery potions onto the 4 spirit guardian knights, while refilling those full recovery potions on his snake ego belt from his Kong spirit portal bag. If he didn't have this many full recovery potions, the 4 spirit guardian knights, including the most powerful spirit guardian knight captain, would die a few times already. Still, all Abel could do was just keep stabbing her. It was not that Abel didn't want to use magic. His most powerful spell attack was the fireball, but he couldn't unleash one without his leaf magic staff. Other spell attacks were nowhere as powerful as his fire-enchanted jade tandu, and he didn't have time to swap it out anyway. Andariel's body was just 5 meters from her head, and Abel was constantly being attacked by poison. Luckily, he had become very poison-resistant thanks to his jade tandu, so his life was dropping very slow. Andariel, under Abel's shield, was slowly accepting her fate. The eyes in her blood-drenched face began to turn white as her life force slowly faded. However, at the same time, the crack between Andariel's eyes began to recover. Since Abel thought everything was under the control of his shield, he did not realize this. He had almost become a robot, repeating shield strikes from his left and a stabbing from his right. Suddenly, a crystal glow emerged from the crack between Andariel's eyes, and she came back to consciousness immediately. Back. Although Andariel's voice had become muffled through the wounds on her face, it did not affect the power of this word. Abel felt the entire world began to drag him back. He was blasted backward and kept stepping back. He could not stop this force no matter how hard he tried. Abel realized the power of these words. Since their effects were different, they should have already corresponded with a particular force before the word was spoken. Just like this word back, it should have been released before Andariel had spoken the word, but the force shouldn't be too draining. That's why Abel couldn't react in time. That was, compared to the word die, it didn't need to summon large amounts of energy. That was why it gave Abel enough time to react, as Andariel was saying the word. Abel thought this effect would only last for a while, but he kept dropping back. By this point, Andariel's head was already flying straight back at her body, which was being held down by the 4 spirit guardian knights. No, this will make all our effort useless. Abel knew as soon as her head had returned to her body, she could unleash the dimension force again. Just when Abel was growing desperate, an immortal raven speeded out in mid-air and viciously pecked down the dried-up ion. Andariel's skull. Although Andariel's eyes were basically useless by that point, the immortal raven's peck was not a normal attack. As one of the druid's first summons, its attack was nothing compared to the poison creeper. However, its upside was that it could blind its enemy. This blindness was like the law of nature. It did not only apply to physical sight, it was a state. A smirk emerged on Abel's face. He knew this immortal raven was that clever one. It did not disappoint once again. It managed to come through at the exact moment. The immortal raven kept pecking, and soon the blinding effect had been ignited. A spell pattern emerged from Andariel's skull, and it fell towards the ground. By this point, Abel had also stopped dropping back. He directly unleashed a charge towards her head and followed up with another shield strike on it. Then, the stabbing began again. This time, he carefully kept his eyes on the crack between her eyes, but it seemed like Andariel had already used up all her energy just then. Her skull did not resist at all. Her body was held down by the 4 spirit guardian knights. Although it kept shooting out green poisonous balls, those spirit guardian knights kept replenishing themselves with Abel's full recovery potion as they flashed in purple light. However, this balance was suddenly broken. A wave of green glow blasted out from the 4 scorpion tails of Andariel simultaneously. The poison concentrations immediately shot up a few times. The druid's soul could not react fast enough. All the spirit guardian knights were killed other than the spirit guardian knight captain. Another flash of purple light flashed upon the spirit guardian knight captain, and it was back to normal again. It could sense that the end was near, so he still clung on to Andariel's body, no matter what. Andariel had lost her scorpion tail from this. This meant she had lost the ability to make a poison attack. On top of the fact that she was badly injured, her strength had grown weak. By this point, the spirit guardian knight captain could assert full dominance over her. Abel could not even remember how many times he had stabbed Andariel. His strong arm had grown stiff. Suddenly, a blinding light emerged from Andariel's skull and pushed him out. At the same time, her body began to glow as well and pushed the spirit guardian knight captain away. Just when Abel thought something bad was about to happen again, Andariel's body turned into a shadow of light. Within the shadow, Abel could see countless lives struggling and screaming in agony. There were knights, rogues, children, elders, and all kinds of non-human beings. They were all terrified. Slowly, the shadow of light began to expand, and those countless lives blasted out in sparkles, dancing around the fourth floor of the underground tomb. Soon, the screaming began to settle, and it seemed like they were free from now on. The sparkles also soon stopped flying around. They all gathered in front of Abel and did a universal bow within the three worlds. The whole world had grown quiet, and these countless life sparkles began to thank Abel in their own unique ways of freeing them. Slowly, the sparkles faded, and he heard someone singing emerged. Although he couldn't make out the words, a sense of gratitude arose within him. He suddenly realized this was the song of life, and countless souls sang it for him. Abel knew these souls were pure human souls, not the soul of hell creatures, since his Horadric cube did not budge. For respect for their lives, Abel bowed back at the souls. With this bow, the last bit of sparkle vanished. It was finally over. Abel sighed as he stared at Andariel's rotten dead body. The weird thing was that he couldn't find Andariel's soul. It was almost like Abel had just been fighting with a dead body all this time. Abel then looked towards the only survivor of this battle, the spirit guardian knight captain, and the scattered bones on the ground. This was the most intense battle he had ever fought. He had lost a lot more than he could ever imagine. Even with a full inventory, a full recovery potion. Abel couldn't understand how Andariel became so powerful. He had never seen God, but Andariel seemed like one. She could change the force of the world by just saying a few words. That was not normal at all. Even the demons from hell couldn't do this. If Andariel had this power when heaven and hell was still in control of the dark world, there was no way Andariel would willingly be trapped in this underground tomb of the temple. Abel just couldn't understand. But the battle had ended nevertheless. He would just try to get what he could. Afterward, he stepped up towards Andariel. Soon, Abel's face had turned atrocious. He had sacrificed so much, and this Andariel literally had no gear. Even though other bosses might not have gears as well, they at least had a soul that could turn into a power potion. Abel just couldn't accept this reality. He felt like he had been scammed. He lost 7 spirit guardian knights, countless full recovery potions, and all he got was a dead body. Abel was speechless. The longer he looked at Andariel, the angrier he got. Afterward, he pointed at the dead body and drew out a pattern. Deathkai gathered, and bang! Andariel's body was blasted into pieces, and an abnormal skeleton stood up. It was abnormal because, unlike other skeletons, it had 4 scorpion tails on its back. It was the first time Abel had summoned an abnormal skeleton. But Abel hadn't got many chances to summon skeletons anyway, so he didn't even know he could summon abnormal skeletons. Abel then summoned a spirit wolf, and this abnormal skeleton automatically walked towards it. Soon, the two began to merge. The half-transparent substance of the spirit wolf formed, layer of skin and muscle on the skeleton. A spirit guardian knight with 6 arms was born just like that. The 4 scorpion tails looked just like arms being wrapped in that half-transparent substance. The most interesting thing was that the substance had formed a hand on the end of each scorpion tail. "I'll call you Naga," Abel thought about that sea creature with 6 arms. Fiery excitement began to erupt in Abel's heart. Since his skeleton resurrection could summon abnormal skeletons, and there were still 6 skeletons he could summon, he would try it out with all the dead hell creatures on the ground. He summoned 6 skeletons, but by this point, he was sure Naga was special, maybe because of his karma. He had just freed so many souls, and they sang him a song of life. Although he didn't know the point of that song, it should at least increase his luck by a little. The skeletons were turned into spirit guardian knights one by one. The magic gears left over by his previous spirit guardian knights was still in good condition, so he told these new ones to put them on. Soon, Abel's scary team of 8 spirit guardian knights had reformed again. That was the power of the skeleton resurrection. Maybe no deity in the Holy Continent was using these traditional summoning techniques anymore. They would rather maximize power and turn the body of a powerful warrior into a powerful skeleton. Naga was the only special spirit guardian knight. It did not have armor. Even though one of the spirit guardian knight armor had been demolished in the battle, Abel still had some spare ones in his portal bracelet. But he just did not have any armor with 6 armholes. He had to make one special for Naga. Abel preserved all the spirit guardian knights. They had just been summoned, but they all inherited Abel's self-defense and knight skills. Still, they were not as experienced in battle as his old ones, so it would take some time. The only thing that was in Abel's mind was what special ability Naga had. Those 4 extra arms on its back was not just for show, right? Naga sensed Abel's thoughts, so it began to gather up a green glowing ball with the 4 arms behind it. Afterward, the ball dashed forward, and a green smog of poison gas erupted. Although Abel didn't know how powerful the poison was the scariest thing in the Holy Continent. Only a small amount of orc deities would research into it. Therefore, a poison attack was a rare yet powerful kind of attack. The poison antidote in the Holy Continent was light years behind the poison antidote in the Dark World. At most, they could only ease the pain. So one's performance in a battle would definitely be affected if they were poisoned. Poison was a reflection of hopelessness in the Holy Continent. Most of the deities who did research in poisons had died from side effects, so only a small number of them could use powerful poison attacks. Not bad. Abel suddenly thought of the crack between Andariel's eyes, but when he turned towards her served head, the crack vanished. He walked towards Andariel's served head and carefully examined it. Her face was dried up. Her body was supported by countless souls. Since those souls had now been freed, her true appearance came to life. But that annoying crack between her eyes had completely vanished from her dried-up face. Abel took out his jade tan-do again. He was about to cut open her skull, but he was worried if he would be struck by more poison attacks, so safety first. There were no poison attacks. The only thing was that Andariel had an extraordinarily thick skull. Her skin was okay, but it still gave Abel a hard time. She had thick bones. If Abel had not used the force of dimension, he probably wouldn't have been able to cut her. He unleashed his combat kai onto his jade tan-do and plunged down in full force. The skull began to crack, and Abel followed up immediately. After 10 strikes, the skull finally split into 2. But Andariel's head was completely empty. The only thing that caught Abel's attention was a damaged blue crystal. It looked like it was only a small piece from a bigger crystal. Abel carried the damaged crystal near the eternal flame of hell and closely examined it. The crystal first began to flash in countless sparkles, and then those sparkles began to move. It looked like he was staring into a night full of stars. After the starry sparkles disappear, a patch of darkness emerged within the crystal, followed by the vision of a piece of land emerging from a distance. At first, Abel didn't know what it was, but as it got closer, Abel realized it was the rogue encampment. If God was real, what he just saw must be God's perspective. He was stunned like never before. What is this crystal? Andariel put this crystal between her eyes. What power does it have? Abel had countless questions, but he couldn't answer any of them. But he knew one thing: this damaged crystal core was very important. Not only from his intuition, but his druid soul also came to the same conclusion. Unlike the main soul, the druid soul was not conscious. Its calculations were not affected by bias, so it was very accurate. Sure, it's important, but what does this thing do? Abel thought to himself as he placed the crystal between his eyes. That was what Andariel's had done after all. Nothing happened. Just as Abel was about to laugh at himself, his hand twitched, and the crystal made contact with his skin. All of a sudden, the damaged crystal lost control. Sparkles began to emerge, and Abel felt himself losing control as well. His hand helplessly fell away from the crystal. But the crystal did not drop. Instead, the crystal was glued to Abel's forehead and began press further down. The crystal plunged into his skin, and blood gushed out. Abel's fresh blood was recharging the crystal. Its glow began to get even brighter and increased its speed. It was hard to imagine what a thumb-sized crystal entering the skull of a person would look like. Abel witnessed all of this take place just in front of his eyes. He felt extreme horror. But that didn't last for long. The crystal had soon fully entered Abel's skull, and the glow began to spread throughout his body. His horror was replaced with immense pain. He wanted to scream, but he felt like he lost the ability to scream. He reached the limit of a normal human being. He felt like he was about to explode. Every strand of his muscles felt like they were being torn apart, and every inch of his bones felt like they were being crushed. Abel realized that crystal was not suitable for humans to use, yet his stupidly brave mind told him to put it between his eyes. The sound of muscle tearing and bones being started to get louder and louder. He felt like his body was going to be ripped to pieces by this crystal. He had fallen onto the ground, and his body wouldn't stop twitching from the cracking bones. Just when Abel felt hopelessness dawning upon him, he felt familiar energy rushing from within. All of a sudden, his muscles were repaired and his bones started to grow again. The power of the dragon core had saved him once again, and soon it had fully recovered his body. Maybe it was even stronger than before. The crystal glow began to fade. It seemed like Abel had passed the test. All of the agony in his body was washed away like water, and an indescribable freshness emerged. Afterward, Abel received a large amount of data. He knew what that crystal was. This damaged crystal was a tiny bit of the world stone of the dark world. According to legends, it was made from the eye of a god. It was the foundation stone of the dark world. During the War of the Dark World back in the days, this world stone was responsible for suppressing all of humanity's power. At the same time, it also limited the power of heaven and hell. Therefore, the War of the Dark Worlds had never gotten out of hand. When the war had ended, hell no longer needed those pure souls from humans, and heaven had also left. From then on, this place was no longer suitable for hell demons. The world stone was too powerful, and none of those hell demons could withstand it. Therefore, the world stone divided itself into 5 pieces, each replacing the soul of a powerful hell demon, and gained full control over their body. This was a typical move by hell. Even though the souls of the hell demons had left, their body was still there for the world stone to control. Every challenger who fought with a world stone hell demon felt like they were fighting against the entire dark world. That was the power of the world stone. Although that tiny bit of scattered world stone did not possess the power of their world, it could still change the energy of a particular area. Abel reopened his eyes. The way the world looked had become very strange to him. It was almost like he had become one with it, like he was the god of this world. By this point, he remembered Andariel's ability or her ability after merging with a piece of the world stone. At that moment, Abel felt like he had the same ability. It was the power of God. Although Abel had never seen God before, he knew he could change this place by just saying a few words. This was not the power of wizards. They could only unleash powerful elemental attacks by merging mana and the power of will. Andariel's ability commanded the world to serve her like a god. Abel looked around. He wanted the dimly lit hall under the eternal flames of hell to get brighter, so he mumbled with his soul twitching, "I want light." Afterward, Abel immediately felt a large chunk of energy being drained from his strong body, almost 20%. Although he had not examined his current physics, he knew it was definitely beyond the limit of 50 points. Abel also realized that this ability was not made for his current level. Just a few words had drained so much energy from him. "I want light, I want light." As these words left Abel's mouth, they began to echo in mid-air. It was triggering every bit of space in the hall. All of a sudden, the hall was shone in bright light. It was as if they emerged out of thin air. Abel was stunned. Even though he knew how mysterious wizards were, he couldn't have imagined a power like this. If there was an enemy in front of him, they were powerless before him. Abel knew what it was like to have the world turned against him. It was a depressing and lonely place with no mana. Sometimes the world might even hold him down. Afterwards, Abel began to imagine himself flying. "I want to fly." As soon the words left his mouth, he felt his body gently lifting from the ground. Although he was blocked by the ceiling, he was in full control of where he wanted to fly. He felt like he was above and beyond. At that moment, he felt confidence exploding within him. He felt like he was the god of this world. There was nothing he couldn't do, and no one could stop him. He wished there were more demons in front of him so he could demolish them one by one. As Abel's confidence grew, all the energy in his body was used up. He fell down from the sky, and the cold, hard floor woke him up. What was I doing? Abel thought to himself. Power had made him lose himself. This power was not meant for humans. If he had unlimited energy, he wouldn't even know what kind of stuff he would do. He drank down a bottle of full recovery potion, and all his energy was back immediately. However, by that point, he no longer wanted to test out those power that did not belong to him again. Black Wind, Abel yelled. He was a knight. Other than the rogue encampment, he would always keep Black Wind by his side in the dark world. Black Wind dashed towards him in a strike of lightning. But under his gaze, Black Wind's movements had turned very slow, and a bunch of statistics began to emerge in his mind. Speed 41.66667 meters per second. Will arrive in 0.1 second. Abel jumped. By the point Black Wind reached him, he landed exactly on Black Wind's back. It was almost like they had practiced this countless times. He didn't waste a single bit of time. Although Abel had seen things in slow motions before, his body could not match it no matter what, until now. He barely even put much effort, but he still matched his speed to what he wanted. He could go even faster. He couldn't help much touching the spot between his eyes. There was a crack, almost like a new eye. Abel thought that he needed to cover it up with something every time he went outside. Still, at the same time, he also admired how powerful this little piece of world stone was. Even though he could see the world in slow motion in the past, there wasn't much he could do about it if an attack was already coming his way. Now his body could finally match it up. This was how Andariel could dodge his attacks so easily. No matter how fast her enemies were, nothing could escape her eyes, and she could control her body any way she liked to match up. By this point, Abel felt like the knight skills he had been so proud of all this time had lost meaning. This new ability was basically invincible. But was it really invincible? Andariel's body was much more powerful than him, yet he still killed her. Then this ability was just another technique, like spells or knight skills. Abel looked at the glaring hall of light. The light didn't seem to be taking much energy. It had sustained itself all this time, and Abel felt like it could sustain a lot longer. This was the final stop of the rogue encampment. The trace to the desert city Lut-Golin should be near. When Abel stepped forward, that skull chair Andariel was sitting on caught his attention. It reminded him of the countless souls locked within Andariel's body again. He took out a big sword from his portal bracelet and heavily struck down. Since Andariel had died, this chair was smashed into pieces the moment it made contact with his sword. However, within the scattered pieces, a blue portal door emerged. It was shimmering like crystal. Abel scanned it with his portal with his power of will, and he got some data with the world stone. The external portal door to the rogue encampment. Abel was shocked for a moment. He didn't expect the world stone to be this powerful. How much more power was it hiding? At that moment, he wasn't planning to go back to the rogue encampment. He walked around the door and came in front of a big wall in the hall. The hall was still brightly lit, and he could see the painting on it clearly. It was a map from the rogue encampment to Lut-Golin. Abel had his eyes fixed on it, trying to remember the important details. It was not a complicated map. Just memorizing the important messages and directions should be fine. According to the map, Abel needed to pass through a huge desert to reach the human city within it, Lut-Golin. Abel was very confused. He knew the entire rogue encampment very well, but he never saw any deserts. The map was pointing towards east. There was a huge mountain range there. Abel needed to bring Flying Flame into the dark world to find the way to Lut-Golin. While he was thinking, he waved the 8 spirit guardian knights back to his monster ring and entered the external portal door with Black Wind. After they left the underground tomb, they reappeared from a new external portal door in an open field of the rogue encampment. Just when Abel wanted to get on with his mediation today, he felt a heartwarming feeling rush towards his soul. It was the oak tree trying to connect with him, which was rare. He had been in the dark world countless times, and it was always him who went to the oak tree. Black Wind, let's go to the oak tree, Abel said as he patted Black Wind's neck. Black Wind dashed forward with a strike of lightning. speeding towards the oak tree 5 miles away. Soon they had arrived. Abel didn't know why the oak tree was looking for him, so he placed his hand upon it. Slowly their souls became one. The giant branches of the tree were almost like Abel's power of will. He could sense the world around him through it. Although the area under the oak tree was like its own individual world, at that moment, Abel understood that it wanted to be part of this bigger world. Abel gave it a little thought, and immediately the crack between his eyes began to glow. Afterward, all the leaves and branches on the oak tree began to shake. It was merging with the world. Although the oak tree had been growing very fast, it had still always been and suppressed by this world. It could only control the patch of land under it. That area was like its own dimension where it could do anything it wanted. But now the oak tree has been accepted by this world. Other than the fact that it couldn't move, it could also control the places where its branches could reach. Its potential had become limitless. In the past, he needed to expand his branches by simultaneously expanding that individual dimension, which hugely held back its growth. Abel felt the oak tree's excitement. Since it had been accepted by this world, it could control a lot more blue howling rabbits. Although he didn't know why, he just felt like the oak tree always wanted to control more and more blue howling rabbits. In the past, the individual dimension of the oak tree was like a metal ball, tightly sealing its belonging from the pressure of this world. Now, all of a sudden, that metal ball had become a balloon. It expanded tens of times. Although it could not control places far away with its roots, it could use Abel's power of will to reach it. Abel withdrew his hand from the oak tree. By that point, he still didn't know exactly what he was cultivating. If this oak tree was grown in the Holy Continent, he would definitely invite the most powerful druid to do some reach for him. It was too bad the oak tree was grown in Bloodmoor. It was a secret that he would share with no one. But Abel knew that no matter what, this oak tree would not harm him. Both of them had the same soul chain, so it was like his contracted beasts. However, it wasn't exactly the same. Its consciousness was cultivated by Abel's power of will. And Abel felt like the oak tree had become a part of his body every time he connected with it. By this point, he just hoped the oak tree could grow even bigger and stronger, until the entire Bloodmoor had become its playground. Afterward, he returned to the rogue encampment. He was late for his meditation. He walked in the intermediate mana gathering circle and sat on his chair with 2 blue crystal cores in his hands. Just when he calmed his heart down and began his meditation, a familiar song popped in his head. It was the Song of Life. The countless souls had sung this song to him after he had killed Endario. Abel felt like his soul being cleansed by this extremely pure-sounding song. Even his wizard core was glowing vividly. Within this clan mana gathering circle, mana began to concentrate upon Abel. Since this intermediate mana gathering circle had further thickened the mana in the rogue encampment, its mana had almost become similar to balls of water. Now they began to concentrate even more. Giant mana balls slashed towards Abel. Abel was fully submerged. He had just gotten his rank 7 wizard core. But at that moment, it was glowing vividly. And a never-felt before force was filling it up with immense speed. Slowly, that ball of mana around him began to get smaller. Abel couldn't explain what was happening to him. It was like the laws of wizard meditation had been broken. That Song of Life was changing this ancient wizard meditation technique. Abel expended his mind, he let go of his body, and soon his soul was fully submerged in the Song of Life. His druid soul was also affected by this song, and its power of the will began to grow at an immense rate. Originally, Abel's druid soul could only unleash a spell by controlling a magic scroll or magic objects, but after a moment, Abel's druid's power of the will had reached a point where it could do some low-level spells. It had taken up Abel countless years of hardship to reach this point. As long as he kept strengthening his power of will, he could break the barrier and divide his attention into 5 parts simultaneously. As soon as that mana was in Abel's mind, it was surrounded by the Song of Life. In no time, all of that mana had been cleansed into magical power and directly entered Abel's wizard core. It should have taken Abel at least a few hundred days to fulfill his rank 7 wizard pattern, but now it was being soaked with magic power. What Abel meant by a few hundred days was being in this mana-drenched environment with 2 fresh blue crystal cores in his hand. If he was in his magic tower in the Holy Continent without crystal cores, it might have taken him at least 10 years. Wizard meditation was like the process of grinding. It was meant to slowly grind down mana into magic power that one's body could tolerate. Afterward, this magic power would begin to fill up the wizard pattern in the wizard core. It was a delicate process, not a single bit of mistake could be made. The wizard core was located in the mind. If a wizard was too desperate and didn't replenish enough mana, or if the mana they injected was not pure enough, they would be badly injured or even lose their lives. With Abel's current speed, this incident might occur at any time, but it didn't. Every single bit of mana was entering Abel's body perfectly. They all landed at the most suitable spot at immense speed. The thing that guiding them was not Abel's power of the will, but the piece of world stone. If Abel's druid soul was an abacus, the world stone was a modern calculator. It was countless times more powerful than the druid soul, and it could have a slight bit of autonomy. Abel's soul was lost in the Song of Life. Normally, the mana that rushed in would not be pure enough or wasted since he was not controlling it. In the worst case, it might actually enter his brain and cause injury. Of course, Abel was not worried about injuries since she had countless full recovery potions. As long as he didn't die, he should be fine. Without Abel's control, the world stone took control automatically. It allowed him to proceed with his meditation perfectly, at an immense speed. If Abel was conscious, there was no way he could do this so precisely. The most he could do was slow down the rate of mana in his body and carefully fill his wizard pattern up while making sure they were pure. As the Song of Life continued, Abel's rank 7 wizard pattern had been fulfilled. He did not run into a bottleneck. Instead, of the scent of leveling shot out from his body. Abel had only been a rank 7 wizard for a few days, and he had leveled up again. This might be the fastest wizard level up in the Holy Continent. It was also the luckiest since he had leveled up unconsciously. 543 turn back. The piece of world stone guided the mana in the rank 8 wizard pattern. Afterward, a large amount of pure mana rushed in. Just like that, a large chunk of mana had been sucked away within the intermediate mana gathering circle. A crystal glow flashed out from the crack between Abel's eyes. Afterward, the piece of world stone took a strand of Abel's power of will towards the intermediate mana gathering circle. Any wizard wouldn't be able to believe it. A wizard's power of will had been taken over. This almost turned everything a wizard knew upside down, but the world stone was the core of the rogue encampment. It was its foundation. As long as this piece of world stone was in the rogue encampment, there was nothing that it couldn't do. Of course, for now, it couldn't do anything too dramatic since Abel's body didn't have enough energy for it. Therefore, what the world stone was doing now was the most direct way to achieve the same effect, mana gathering. The intermediate mana gathering circle began to speed up. A large sinkhole began to swirl above the rogue encampment. Large amounts of mana was sucked in. Even the oak tree had realized Abel needed more mana 5 miles away. It gently shook its branches. A strange force had guided the mana from the entire blood more to the rogue encampment. Normally, if a wizard wanted to level up from rank 7 to rank 8, they would need to turn their magic tower to full force for at least 10 years to provide them with enough mana. Abel's wizard core was clearly bigger than any normal ones, so he needed more mana as well. That was why the intermediate mana gathering circle did not meet his demand. As more and more mana rushed in, the intermediate mana gathering circle was replenished again. Under the control of the world stone, pure mana rushed in Abel's rank 8 wizard pattern with perfect precision, all while maximizing its efficiency and purity. Abel and his druid soul were still lost in the Song of Life, so he was not aware of any of this. His rank 7 wizard core was filled up in 10 minutes, and his rank 8 wizard pattern was filled in half an hour. The bottleneck from rank 8 to rank 9 was also directly broken by the Song of Life. The scent of leveling up came from Abel's body again. Luckily, he was in the rogue encampment. If he was in the Holy Continent and someone realized he was leveling up 2 times in a row, those wizards might have chopped him up in pieces to do research already. The piece of world stone guided the pure mana to trace out the rank 9 wizard pattern within Abel's wizard core. After the last stroke was finished, Abel had officially become a rank 9 wizard. After more mana had filled up Abel's rank 9 wizard pattern, the 1-hour meditation session was finished. The supply of pure mana had also ended, and the world stone guided the last strand of it into Abel's pattern. it would not waste any of it. Abel woke up from his meditation. He never felt this comfortable before. It was like his soul had been cleansed, and his druid soul felt the same. His power of will had grown tremendously. No way, Abel was stunned. By this point, his power of the will could scan anything 240 meters away. He then scanned his body. The two new wizard patterns had made him speechless. He almost couldn't accept reality. He had leveled up 2 times in a row just from this dreary meditation. Originally, he thought summoning Naga as a spirit guardian knight was the biggest reward. He got him the Song of Life. It seemed like this couldn't be further from the truth. Naga was only an extra. This was the actual reward the Song of Life had given him. His soul was too overwhelmed when it accepted this reward, so it lost itself all of a sudden. The piece of world stone. By this point, Abel thought of another thing that had helped him. It was too bad that thing was too hard to control. He might lose himself in it if he was not careful. I wonder what my attributes are now, Abel thought to himself. He took out an attribute card from his portal bracelet. However, he soon stopped. The world stone sent him a bunch of statistics. Strength 55. Dexterity 50. Vitality 55. Will 240. Abel had his eyes fixed in the 240 points of will. With his current rank, his 2,400 points of mana were more than enough for him to use low-ranking spells. From now on, he could ruthlessly unleash fireballs and fire enchantment without worrying about his mana. The weird thing was the 5 points increase in both his strength and dexterity. Abel was sure his strength had increased multiple times. There was no way it was just a few points, so he couldn't really make sense of it. What Abel didn't know was that 50 points were the limit of humans. Any increase after that would be groundbreaking. Afterward, he stood up and walked out the mana gathering circle. Although the circle had a lot of mana, it was not really comfortable being drenched in steam. Abel felt the changes in his body as he walked within the rogue encampment. He really had gained a lot this time. He had not only killed Andariel, but he also gained a piece of the world stone and leveled up 2 times in a row. This had saved up Abel years of meditation practice. Since he had also memorized the map to Lut-Golin, he could also further explore the dark world. The power of the stone had made him curious about what those other pieces could do. Afterward, he opened the portal door and went back to his 16th-floor magic tower in Harry Castle. As soon as Abel stepped foot in the Holy Continent, he sensed something different. He no longer felt like a god like he was in the dark world. Although he couldn't endlessly control the dark world, he still felt like a god. The power of the world stone had vanished in the Holy Continent. Abel sent a message to it in his mind, "I want light in this room." However, the world stone did not budge, just like a useless crystal. "I want light," Abel yelled again. He felt stupid. These words itself sounded stupid, especially when nothing was happening. Could the world stone only work in the rogue encampment? Right, that crack, Abel thought to himself as he touched his forehead. It was flat, no scar. The world stone was nowhere to be felt. If he didn't feel it in his mind, he might have thought it had disappeared already. Whatever, maybe the world stone could only work in the rogue encampment. The rogue encampment was the only piece of land it had reflected at first anyway. By that point, Black Wind realized the look on Abel's face, so it slowly began to move back. This almost made Abel want to give it a kick. However, Abel soon realized every step Black Wind took was within his calculations. He knew exactly what Black Wind would do next. Black Wind runs around at your fastest speed, he yelled with his eyes flashing. Without hesitation, Black Wind dashed forward. Black Wind had turned into a shadow, but as Abel began to concentrate, the whole world began to slow down. He could clearly see that Black Wind was running in 41.66667 meters per second. Under this immense speed, Abel realized he could even give Black Wind a little pat on the neck. Abel realized the power of the world stone did not disappear completely. Although all of the power to alter the force of the world had disappeared, its ability to do powerful calculations remained. His favorite part was that he no longer had that crack in his forehead. Now he could go outside without covering it. He looked at Black Wind again. Although he had got what he wanted, maybe he should let Black Wind run a little longer since it had just laughed at him. Suddenly, Black Wind came to a halt and looked at Abel irritatedly. Abel almost forgot that Black Wind's soul was chained together with his. In a short distance like this, Black Wind could almost tell exactly what he was thinking. Abel laughed out loud and let Black Wind off to play with itself. Then, he flashed into Wizard Morton's magic tower. He entered from the first floor. Although he had the ability to directly teleport to the 12th floor, he would only do that if Wizard Morton wanted to see him. "Abel, you are here, come up." Wizard Morton's voice emerged the moment Abel stepped in. Abel smiled at Carlos, who was eating at the first floor. After Wizard Morton realized how important the rabbit essence was to wizards, he told his disciples to save the food in Harry Castle for the most crucial times. They only had 10 chances before the effect wore off, so it was best to use it during their bottleneck. Therefore, even Wizard Morton himself didn't go to eat those foods, let alone Carlos and Camille. Abel arrived at the 12th floor and walked into the Wizard Morton private office. Wizard Morton was sitting at his old spot, reading a book like always. "Teacher, I still have 2 days before I go to Miracle City," Abel said bluntly. If Abel used the teleportation circle, he could reach Miracle City in no time, but he wanted to bring Battle Fort No. 3 with him. Also, along the way, he wanted to see if he could find anything about the Battle Commander spirit. Bring Battle Fort No. 3 with him to Miracle City could give him a life-saving space. Although they said that there wouldn't be any elites there, it was best to be safe. All of Abel's enemies were powerful wizards. Although Elite Wizard Dunn had said he resolved the problem with the blizzards and they wouldn't be coming to the Holy Continent anymore, he still didn't want to risk his little life. Therefore, Abel decided to leave early and let White Cloud carry Battle Fort No. 3 with him all the way to Miracle City. Abel suddenly realized his wizard scent was leaking out, even though his transformation necklace had hidden his wizard rank. He had just leveled up 2 times in a row, and his magical power had not fully settled, but he didn't know how to explain it to his teacher, Wizard Morton. Should he just say that he leveled up by mistake? Leveling up 2 times in a row without the scent of leveling up was even more suspicious, so it was better to hide everything. "Hey, you better stop caring about the business in Harry Castle if you can. You've got to remember, being a wizard is your true occupation," said Wizard Morton in a concrete voice. "Yes, teacher, I know." Abel felt his heart itching. How could he be so careless? Therefore, he didn't say anything. He just kept nodding his head. Seeing the honest look on Abel's face, Wizard Morton began to smile. He knew Abel was extremely gifted. As long as he tried, he would be far above any other wizards. Therefore, Wizard Morton just hoped Abel wouldn't be affected by the things in the civil world. In the end, Wizard Morton was still worrying about Abel's age. Abel was still young. He did not have much experience. If he was not careful, he could get lost in the luxury of the civil world. Therefore, Wizard Morton needed to emphasize this to Abel. "Teacher, please help me take care of my magic tower when I'm not around. Also, make sure the construction of the accommodation for those low-ranking wizards progress." Abel bowed. "Hey, I was the one who suggested this in the first place, so of course, I will take care of it. There's no need for you to worry." Wizard Morton was very happy that Abel still remembered his suggestion, but he didn't want him to worry about it. Abel then took out a full set of magic circles and placed it in an individual portal bag for Wizard Morton. "Teacher, this is a giant mana gathering circle. I've already told the Wizard Union in Lion City to send some construction wizards over to install it. All you need to do is to organize the time with them." The full set of mana gathering circles had a lot of components, so originally, Wizard Morton might need to empty out his portal bag before he could fit it in. But upon seeing how thought after Abel was, his heart began to smile. "I owe you one again. These magic circles are so expensive. I will let the wizards know what you did for them." Wizard Morton said with gratitude. He took the portal bag. His arms felt a little bit heavy. Even giant corporations might not have the expense. To install a thing like this was not only expensive, but it also needed top-quality gems to operate, as well as the countless intermediate gems that it would use up every day. That was a huge budget. Wizard Morton scanned the portal bag with his power of will. The full set of giant mana gathering was already equipped with 3 top-quality gems as well as a few hundred intermediate gems. This should be able to sustain the giant mana gathering circle for a few years. Abel was not a charity. He only did this because wizards were the foundation of his Earl domain. They were very hard to cultivate, especially in the Duchy of Carmel. The reason why the Duchy Carmel lacked wizards compared to other duchy was that they did not have enough resources to cultivate many low-ranking wizards. Therefore, the wizards in the Duchy of Carmel could only suck up the tiny bit of mana leak out from magic towers for meditation, as well as doing some missions to obtain low-ranking wizard resources. These things came from all the magic towers, not the Duchy of Carmel. But now, the low-ranking wizards could enjoy a higher mana concentration in Harry Castle. Especially with this giant mana gathering circle. The mana concentration might be neck to neck with a normal magic tower by that point. Abel's businessman Lion City could endlessly sustain them with some low-ranking resources, but of course, he would not give them out for free. He asked Wizard Morton to give it out once they complete a mission, just like always. Teacher, if the enemy comes, you can bring your trusted wizards to my magic tower for safety. I've given you the same permission, but even if my magic tower can't withstand the enemy, just directly teleport to the dwarfs, Abel said in a low voice. He still worried about his family the most. Elite wizards would rarely hurt normal people, but Wizard Morton was his teacher. He had the biggest risks. Don't worry, I don't think any wizards can break in the most powerful magic tower in the Holy Continent, said Wizard Morton in a big laugh. Also, Abel had supplied him with 3 top-quality gems without hesitation. He should have quite a lot of them. The 16-level magic tower should have a lot installed as well. Who could break a defense like this? Most importantly, they had this wizard circle wrapped in a 6-star magic circle. It had already taken down 3 rank 17 elite wizards, so it got the title of the safest wizard circle in the Holy Continent. A lot of wizards were thinking of living here. Abel, what should we do if a wizard wants to register a place in the 6-star magic circle? Wizard Morton asked, since Abel didn't have much time left in Harry Castle. Teacher, you can discuss this with the other wizards. It's fine as long as you, Wizard Eveline and Wizard Murphy, agree. Just make sure they build their magic tower on the outer part of the 6-star magic circle. If wizards wanted to join, do the same thing. Only wizards in the 6-star magic circle currently can build magic towers. Abel thought for a moment and said with a smile. To be honest, even though the 6-star magic circle was extremely powerful, Abel knew it couldn't do everything. The true power lay within his battle fort that hovered above. The battle fort's dimension lockdown ability was basically perfectly hidden by the 6-star magic circle. In the last battle, Wizard Morton did sense the energy shot out from that dimension lockdown ability. Of course, the 6-star magic circle was not useless. Once the magic circles within it had reached a certain number, they could almost perfectly hold down all the motions of an elite wizard, just like that 36 magic tower in Lion City. If Abel's 6-star magic circle had 36 magic towers, there would be no way an elite wizard could forcefully flash inside. They would be so suppressed that they might not even be able to escape. Then they would just helplessly get killed on the spot. Therefore, Abel was quite welcome to the idea of new wizards joining the 6-star magic circle. The only thing he worried about was trust, so he needed the other wizards to agree. Then he would let Flora examine them, which relieved his worries the most. Tower Spirit Flora had the ability to forcefully rip out any other tower spirit from their magic towers in the 6-star magic circle. Therefore, he could basically break into any magic tower around him if he wanted. Although it was best not to do this at all, it just added another level of security to Abel's wizard circle. After he said goodbye to his teacher, Wizard Morton, Abel directly teleported back to the hall of Harry Castle. He then called Steward Lindsay over. Young master, Steward Lindsay quickly walked over and bowed. How are the seeds doing? Abel asked in a quiet voice. It had been 20 days since Abel had given Steward Lindsay the seeds, so it should already have come into effect. Young master, I just came back from there. Suddenly, a fiery passion of excitement formed Steward Lindsay's face. He followed. The 2 normal-looking seeds don't seem like they are going to make it because the season is not right. They are the ones you sprinkled with normal water, right? Abel asked. Yes, young master. The ones I watered with the water you provided are growing very well. I can see the difference every day. With this speed, they should be able to harvest in 10 days, said Steward Lindsay. He was so excited his voice had become shaky. Harvest City had depended on agriculture for survival. Although there was a mine next to Harry Castle, that place still belonged to Harry Castle, and one day the mine would be cleaned up. Only good soil could last for eternity. Since Abel's water could make crops grow in a month, his Earl domain would never run out of food. No matter what happened, food would always have value. Good, don't worry about the ones that don't grow. Just scrap them and give the farmers some compensation, Abel said with a nod. The fast growth rate was totally dependent on the third goddess's fountain water. It wasn't inherited. Yes, young master. Steward Lindsay was very thankful for the way Abel had treated the farmers. As for the inheritance of the castle, Abel's attitude would dictate the status of those farmers. Young master, how much of that water do you still have? Steward Lindsay followed in a caring tone. Those crops took up a lot of water. If he could supply them with even more water, then the entire Harry Castle, or maybe even all the lands in Harvest City, could be harvestable. Then, the number of crops they could produce would be unimaginable. I'll ask Bardarley about it after you harvested these crops. If it's okay, then let's spread it around Harvest City, said Abel with a smile. Abel really didn't know how much water could the third goddess fountain supply. All he realized was that it could replenish itself, so it might keep going until the top-quality gems were used up. Even when all of those top-quality gems were used up, Abel couldn't care less. He had way too many gems anyway. Still, no one knew much energy this secret food-growing method had taken. It needed top-quality gems. Yes, master, I will take good care of those crops. Steward Lindsay had gotten a little emotional. He felt like a new era was about to begin. After Abel settled this, he went and took a look at the 3 acres of land in the barrier circle again. The 3 puppets were all busy working. He stepped up and touched the soil. To his surprise, it was not suitable for farming at all. Especially under this weather, it had become extremely dry. If he still didn't do something, this land might waste away. Flora, get some information about fertilizing soil. Abel wanted to know how the Holy Continent had fertilized their land. Yes, master, please wait. Tower Spirit Fula's voice emerged from Abel's identity card. Afterward, a large amount of information flashed in front of Abel's eyes. In the past, he would definitely get dizzy from looking at this, but now with his 240 points of will, he had basically surpassed the human limit. All of this was thanks to the World Stone. To other wizards, the information was flashing in immense speed, but to Abel, it was just slowly flickering. And he could remember every page clearly. When the last bit of information flashed, Abel had already remembered everything. That was the power of his brain. At the end of the day, Tower Spirit Flora was not a farming spirit. Although it was merged from a battle fort spirit and information analyzing spirit, it could only imitate the farming motion at best. It couldn't deal with the unexpected. Flora, contact Wizard Morton, Abel said. Yes, master, soon. Abel and Wizard Morton were connected. Teacher, do you have some free time? Abel asked for his identity card. Yeah, do you need me? Wizard Morton's voice emerged from Abel's identity card. Can you come over? Said Abel, looking at his 3 acres of land. He didn't know how to explain, so he just wanted Wizard Morton to see for himself. Sure, Wizard Morton's voice stopped, and soon Abel felt the teleportation circle in operation. Abel opened the barrier circle for Wizard Morton, and Wizard Morton stepped in. The moment when Wizard Morton stepped in, he was shocked to discover this place's secret. Are you trying to farm here? Yeah, I'm experimenting with a farming method that could grow wheat, that has combat Kai in them. I thought those puppets could replace human labor. But it doesn't seem like they can. Can you see if you can send out a mission to those wizard apprentices, and tell them to take care of this land for me? Although the wheat was important to knights, they were just normal grains for wizards, so Abel wasn't planning to make this a big secret. Abel, the apprentice wizards, might not be able to contribute much when it comes to physical labor. But some of them came from farmland, so they might have some experience taking care of crops. Wizard Morton knew what the grains with combat Kai signified to an Earl domain. Knights made up most of the defense force. Although Abel's Earl domain was not short of elite forces with all these wizards, knights with noble training were quite lacking in comparison. With this, small noble knights could grow very fast. A knight would often remain extremely faithful to the domain they were cultivated in. Teacher, no need for the apprentice wizards to worry. I have puppets to do physical labor. Just look at this soil, it might dry up soon if someone doesn't take good care of it. Once it dries up, it will be useless, Abel explained. Of course, Abel knew it could be impossible for apprentice wizards to do physical labor. Their bodies still hadn't gotten used to the impact of mana, so they were too weak. Normal farmers couldn't enter the 6-star magic circle since it was filled with dangerous mana, so apprentice wizards were his only choice. You are right, I'll organize some apprentice wizards to take on this mission now. Even though Wizard Morton was not a farmer, he could see how bad this soil was. If you want any wizard resource, just ask Bardali. I have more than enough credit points in Lion City to support everyone here. Just organize it however you like, Abel said. Okay, I will take good care of them. Wizard Morton was almost getting jealous of those apprentice wizards. They not only had good mana and accommodation, but Abel had also used his own credit points to exchange resources for them. Lion City had the best wizard resource in the entire Holy Continent, since they were in control of most of the important territories. They also had many wizards to add to the process of resource production. Wizard Morton was stunned by Abel's trust in Steward Bardali. From his words, he sensed that Abel had let Bardali take care of all his credit points in Lion City. However, Wizard Morton did not ask about it. There must be a reason why an intermediate wizard had become Abel's steward. At night, Abel brought Flying Flame to the Dark World. The moment he entered the rogue encampment, he felt a dramatic shift. A crack emerged from his forehead, and the world stone was ignited. Once again, he felt like he was in full control of this world. Ever since he had gotten this little piece of world stone, Abel could remember anything that came across his eyes. He recalled that map of Lut Golin as he sat on the back of Flying Flame. It was a good thing that he didn't have to worry about the rivers, mountains, and forests when flying. He could just keep flying straight. There was no need for detours. There was no need to waste time and effort. Flying Flame's speed was scary. It was a few times faster than Black Wind. Since dragons could control the atmosphere, they could achieve maximum aerodynamic ability. And Abel could sit comfortably on its back without the wind blowing on his face. No turbulence, no need for defense. Abel looked down at the scenery below. He felt like he was almost flying by himself, but he knew this was just an illusion gave out by the world stone. Maybe once he gathered all parts of the world stone, then he might be able to fly by himself. Just a little piece of world stone had made him lose himself. If his body didn't level up so dramatically, he would not even dare to touch another piece of world stone, even if it was right in front of his eyes. Abel sensed that this piece of world stone was only 1/5 of the original one. Since he had gotten this world stone from Endariel, maybe the other 4 were held by the final demons of the other 4 worlds. Abel laughed bitterly. Even Endariel's least powerful attack had almost wiped out his entire team. The following demons might be even more powerful. As Abel kept thinking, Flying Flame had already exited the rogue encampment. By this point, he realized the rogue encampment looked different from the map. The desert it depicted had disappeared. He thought he might have mistaken the desert as a valley when he was on the ground, but now from the sky, the place really was a big gap. Yes, it was a big gap. It was as if someone had cut out the desert between Lut Golin and the rogue encampment. The force of the universe, Abel was overwhelmed. He was sure the desert was cut out. From the uneven sides of this gap, he could sense a powerful force still remaining after countless years. Who did this? Angels? Demons? Abel didn't know, but he was sure one had to make a huge sacrifice to unleash this blow. If an attack like this could be easily made, the dark world would have been destroyed long ago. When Flying Flame was flying on top of the giant gap, Abel felt a sense of loss. The world stone had once again submerged, just like when he went back to the Holy Continent. Abel looked back at the rogue encampment. Maybe his world stone could only show its power in the rogue encampment. Flying Flame, turn around, Abel yelled. Flying Flame quickly did a swirl in mid-air and speed back to the rogue encampment. He was right. The world stone reignited as soon as he reached the rogue encampment's territory. Okay, Flying Flame, turn back again. Keep flying east. Abel gently patted on Flying Flame's neck. Flying Flame did not complain, it just did what Abel said. As Flying Flame flew across the giant gap again, its speed had noticeably reduced. Abel felt like his soul was getting suppressed, and the suppression was coming from the giant gap below. Abel's soul was chained up with Flying Flame so they could share some feelings together. At that moment, a sense of horror came from Flying Flame. The giant gap had some scary power within it. Although this power had worn away a little bit after countless years, it was still extremely powerful at its core. If Abel was riding a four-legged dragon instead of flying flame, it might have dropped right down to the ocean already. This gap was like a natural barrier separating Lut-Golem and the rogue encampment. Abel and Flying Flame tried to withstand this scary pressure together. Although Flying Flame had decreased its speed, it was still progressing towards the east. By that point, Abel was running into trouble. Although he had drunk soul potions, was strengthened by a dragon core, and had 240 points of will, his achievements were as thin as paper under the immense pressure he felt. From this, Abel could also see how far behind he was from Flying Flame. It was the difference of race. He was still miles behind the dragons even after countless enchantments. At that moment, he was only withstanding half of the pressure from the giant gap, yet his soul began to shake. The only thing he could do was try his best to hold on. If he lost his soul chain with Flying Flame, he would need to take up all of the pressure by himself. Abel and Flying Flame would face this massive pressure by themselves if their soul chain broke. The results would be obvious. They could feel the giant gap's power even from the sky, so if they fell to the ocean, they would surely die. Abel felt massive pressure penetrating his body and entering his brain. He was prepared. The druid's soul began to use the full recovery potions to help him counteract the pressure. Flying Flame increased its speed. This gap was not too wide, so they only needed to hold on for another 10 minutes at most. The pressure left over by the ancient gap, dividing the continents, had entered Abel's brain, but the unexpected happened. Abel thought this pressure was invincible, but the first thing it made contact with in his brain was the piece of world stone. All of a sudden, the pressure had vanished and turned into some kind of strange energy. The piece of scattered world stone. The world stone was the foundation of the dark world. Its presence had held down the potential of humans, as well as the full power of angels and demons. It didn't matter what pressure was unleashed by angels or demons centuries ago, its force was suppressed once when it ran into the world stone, and then turned into a strange kind of energy. Abel did not know what was the purpose of the energy was, but he soon realized after it had entered his brain. Suddenly, he felt a tight connection with lightning elements in his body. Lightning elements began to merge with his combat kai. Its effect had become clearer as more energy entered his brain. He knew this feeling had nothing to do with wizards, mana, or magic power. It was a state he never had the chance to reach. It was the combat kai attribute of a head commander. Abel had been stuck as a fake head commander for too long because he discovered he only had a power of dimension attribute within his body. This bugged him. Even when this power of dimension had merged with his combat kai, he could only unleash a one-strike blow. Therefore, he always called himself a fake head commander. But now, since his combat kai had merged with the lightning elements, he could truly grasp lightning combat kai. From now on, he had become a relative head commander. The biggest difference between a commander and a head commander was that commander could not even win against a beginner wizard. They might even get themselves hurt if they were not careful. Abel had already killed a wolf commander with a spell when he was at rank 4. This just showed how weak they were. There was a drastic difference between a commander and a head commander. A head commander could grasp powerful combat kai patterns ignited by a tiny bit of magic power, as well as attributed combat kai. Therefore, a head commander could kill an official wizard in a close body battle. Normally, a wizard who had not grasped the move in a flash ability had no chance against a head commander. Even for intermediate wizards who had grasped the move in a flash, could not hurt a head commander unless the head commander's magical power had been drained. The charge of a head commander could reach a scary speed, so it was very hard for an intermediate wizard to track them down. Of course, this was not the case every time. Wizard Morton, for example, his lightning spells were even faster and they had a numbing effect, so the head commanders would not have a chance. After a few minutes, there was no more pressure from the giant gap. It was almost like he and Flying Flame had been accepted by the pressure. Flying Flame felt its body lift. It was no longer suppressed by the massive pressure, so it sped up in no time. Although this giant gap had lost a bit of pressure from this, Abel could still feel its power. That little bit of pressure was nothing to it. He felt a bit disappointed. If he could absorb all the pressure from that gap, what miracle would happen? Abel kept thinking he should be thankful for what he had already. From now on, he had become a lightning attributed head commander. Since Flying Flame had sped up, he was out of the giant gap in no time. A few moments later, Abel finally saw the land. It is a desert with some greenery. Abel recalled the map in his brain again and closely examined it. Now, the map finally started looking like what he saw on the ground. He didn't make a mistake. As they continued to fly around the edge of the ocean, Abel came across a city. A giant city located at the edge of the desert. Lut-Golin, it was Lut-Golin. This name flashed in his heart as he got closer and closer. It was a seaport city. Even after countless years of wear and tear, Abel could still feel a powerful force keeping this city intact. Flying Flame did a swirl in the sky. There were no signs of life in the city. It was a ghost town. Although Abel had already expected this before he came, he was still filled with emotions. In his heart, this place used to be the fala of a holy warrior from a holy church. This city produced its own weapons, and warriors could revive the life and energy of every customer. He remembered the boss lady in the only hotel in the city, Atma. She always waited for a hero to help her son and husband revenge. He then thought of Drognan, a potion seller. He was a lonely old wizard. Not many people wanted to interact with him. Then of Jurhin, the ruler of Lut-Golin, who always stood in front of the palace gate. There might be a lot more famous or ordinary people, but they had all vanished. The only thing left was the shell of this city. Flying Flame land, said Abel, pointing at an open area between a few buildings. Flying Flame swooped straight down and abruptly came to a halt. Afterward, it gave out a playful roar. Naughty, said Abel with a laugh as he patted Flying Flame's neck. After laughing with Flying Flame, Abel felt his heart had relaxed a little. Afterward, he jumped down and took out a bottle of soul potion for Flying Flame. Flying Flame happily grabbed the soul potion and quickly ran towards a side with its two little legs. Afterward, it began enjoying its treat. The ground filled with dust. Although the law of this place had preserved the city, countless years of dust had still piled up until the point where the roads were almost unrecognizable. However, he was sure that a little teleportation circle was around here somewhere. So he summoned his 8 spirit guardian knights to give the floor a good clean. Cleaning was training too. The new spirit guardian knights needed to work together until they could be as good as the original ones. As the dust began to decrease, the original stone ground began to emerge, and Abel had also spotted the little teleportation station he wanted. Abel ignited the teleportation station with 2 perfect gems, and 2 white beams of light shot up. Abel stood on top of it. By that point, this teleportation station had already connected with the rogue encampment. He was relieved. If it didn't connect, he would have a hard time coming here. The search in Lut-Golin began. Although there weren't any citizens, the buildings were preserved quite well. If he could find any breadcrumbs, then he would be able to understand this city even better. Drognan's potion store was just east of the teleportation station. Abel wanted to head there first. He stepped in front of the potion store. He realized all the windows and doors were tightly shut. The law of this place had preserved the wood of the building. It was just like back in the days. Abel gently pushed open the door. Inside, there was a line of shelves with many bottles on it. Abel suddenly felt his heart lifted. He stepped up and picked up a bottle. The bottle was very dark, and it was filled with red liquid inside. It was a light healing potion. A light healing potion was a level up from the minor healing potion. It could double a person's health points. But to a person with so many full recovery potions like Abel, these things didn't really matter. He did not scan the potion for its formula. Instead, he continued to pick out the potions off the shelf and placed it in his portal bracelet. Abel didn't take that many. 12 bottles of light healing potions and 10 light mana potions. But Abel had never seen these things before. It was good to play around or collect them. The shelf was now empty, but Abel knew a wizard like Dragnon would not place anything important on the shelf. This shelf was just for show. A wizard with a portal object would often store their stuff within it. Abel then pushed open the door to a smaller room. It looked like an alchemy room. Too bad it was cleaned up. There was nothing other than an alchemy bench. There was a locked wooden door by the end of the alchemy room. The owner of this place was gone, so Abel just twisted open the lock without hesitation. He pushed open the wooden door. Abel knew it was a storage room. Normally, wizards would not store anything too important in their accommodation. They would only put stuff that they could not fit in their portal object in their storage room. This was exactly the case with this storage room. There were large amounts of dried-up, unusable alchemy ingredients that were neatly placed on a shelf inside. There were also some weird animal specimens on the display stand of the room. In the furthest corner of the storage room was a box, filled with patterns. Due to the passing of time, the magical abilities of these patterns faded. They could no longer protect this box. Abel gently pressed on the lock, and the box opened just like that. Inside, there was the most valuable treasure in this world, a book made out of lambskin parchment. Lambskin parchment books were extremely precious in both the Holy Continent and the Dark World. However, the lambskin parchments on these books seemed to be much more complex than any other ones. Knowledge was power, and knowledge could only be inherited among nobles. Their exclusive nature was what made them valuable, especially one preserved by an old wizard. Abel took out the books one by one. They were magic theory books, which could be beneficial to Abel. The first one was a biography by Dragnon, which could allow Abel to understand the Dark World a lot better. The second book was called The Beginner Potion Guide. This book made Abel feel like he had gotten a treasure. There were only the method and formula for 4 potions in the book, but Abel already knew how to make 2 of them. Also, he had already gotten the formula for those light healing potion and light mana potion from the 2 potions he just got. He flipped open the book. Just as he expected, the method and formulas for those 2 potions were very similar, other than a slight difference in ratio. There were no mana potions in the Holy Continent, and the healing potion was miles behind the ones in the Dark World. The 4 potion formulas Abel had gotten were the result of countless years of progress in the Dark World. Maybe there was even some help from the unknown. Abel couldn't wait to make these 2 potions himself. He had all the ingredients he needed in his portal bracelet anyway. He walked in front of the alchemy bench and took out the full set of Akara alchemy bottles and placed the ingredients by the side. He then took out a red gem and etched out a pattern onto it with his power of will. The gem ignited, and a steam of fire shot up. As Abel began to make the light healing potion with an Akara alchemy bottle in his hand, everything slowed down. Although the world stone was not ignited, he still had the ability to precisely control and analyze everything that touched his eyes. Countless data flew in front of him. Under the heat of the flame, the potion began to change. Abel could even see the temperature of the alchemy bottle. Since Abel's body exceeded the human limit, he could always make the most precise action to correspond with the changes. By that point, Abel relapsed. He had underestimated the power of that little piece of world stone. It was a cheat. Every action he made during alchemy had reached perfection. Abel added the ingredients one by one, and the alchemy bottle became more and more unbalanced. However, Abel could always correspond it with the most suitable temperature. The data in his mind was constantly telling him what to do. In the past, he would need to test out countless times before he could make a new potion. Now he had done it in one take. Not only that, but the light healing potion was at its peak performance. It could increase health by 60 points. Afterward, Abel had also made the light mana potion in one take. From then on, Abel had mastered how to make all 4 potions from the Dark World. Abel then walked out Dragnon Potion Store and kept walking south. Soon, he had spotted Atma's hotel. The windows of the hotel were very big, so the inside was filled with dust. Abel walked in and looked around. Luckily, everything was still in good shape. He just needed to clean a little bit. The rooms on the 2nd floor also just needed a bit of cleaning. Abel decided to make this place his accommodations. Even the best tent would not be as comfortable as a real house. Afterward, Abel left the Spirit Guardian Knights to clean, while he continued to search around. As Abel reached the edge of the south, he came across a broken wooden ship in the harbor. It was only still floating because the base had not been broken yet. At first, Abel wanted to see if there was a map on the ship, but everything inside had been corroded by the sea. So, Abel left the harbor and headed towards the city center. There were only some roofless shacks on the spot. The whole place looked like a dump. The only thing useful was the well. It was the most important resource in the desert. According to legend, Lut Golem had only come into existence because of this well. Abel then spotted a grand-looking palace on the edge of the city. It was the best-looking building in the entire city. It was made entirely out of the rubble, and there were even some multicolored tiles on the surface. The inside of the palace was just as beautiful. The floor was made out of square marble. Their beauty was preserved after all these years. The giant palace was supported by a few enormous poles with delicate etching. Every room in the palace was perfectly preserved since it was protected by the indoor laws. There was a diverse range of art pieces from all kinds of places. It seemed like no one had paid attention to them for a long time. Just from this, Abel guessed that there was a large number of goods being traded in this wealthy desert harbor. If not, how could they find so much marble to build this palace in the desert? And where did they get all of these art pieces? But since heaven and hell had invaded, art pieces were useless no matter how good they were. They wouldn't even worth a piece of bread, let alone a weapon. However, Abel started thinking to himself, if he had time, maybe he should carry these art pieces back to the Holy Continent to decorate his magic tower. Abel didn't plan to live in the palace, although it was a lot more luxurious than the hotel. It would be a huge task to clean up every corner. On top of that, he felt more comfortable in the hotel anyway. It was lonely living in a deserted palace by himself. It was like the dark world was not lonely enough by itself already. Abel returned to the hotel. The spirit guardian knights had already cleaned up everything. It was still deserted as always, but it seemed like it had regained a tiny bit of life. Then he took out a few bottles of wine from his portal bracelet and placed it on the wine cabinet. Then, he took out some crystal glasses and put them on display as well. All of a sudden, the hotel had gained another bit of life. He walked upstairs and arrived in the largest room. He swapped out all the bedsheets to make the dark world feel a little bit more like home. Abel scanned the map of Lut-Golin again and marked 3 places he wanted to go. First was the rocky waste, which he would need to set off from the Lut-Golin city gate. There were a lot of hell creatures gathering there, and he had to go through that place if he wanted to go any further. The second was the sewer of Lut-Golin, which he would need to find Radiant's nest. The legends said that Radiant had a book that could increase ability. It should be good. The third was the palace cellar under the palace of Lut-Golin. There was a powerful wizard summoner there. Considering his abilities, Abel decided to head to the sewers first. The hell creatures in Lut-Golin no longer just had physical attacks. Most of them could make attributed attacks. The hell creatures here had the fighting power of low-ranking wizards in the Holy Continent, so it would be a big challenge for Abel. At this moment, he could only take it slow. He had to get used to their attributed attacks while increasing his own ability. Abel led the spirit guardian knights to the side of the harbor and found a way to the first level of the sewer. The dark red eternal flame of hell kept flickering in the dark, which made every inch of the sewer glow red. As soon as the 8 spirit guardian knights took a turn up front, Abel heard countless arrows flying through mid-air. Afterward, flaming arrows began to emerge under the sewer. By that point, the spirit guardian knight already flashed towards the direction where the arrows were coming from. Their flashing ability killed the long-distance hell creatures. Abel held the leaf magic staff in his hand. He dashed forward with black wind under him, and soon he had spotted the first hell creatures of Lut-Golin, a burning dead archer. It was a red-colored skeleton archer with fire attributes. A fireball pattern emerged in front of Abel's leaf magic staff, and a fireball shot towards 3 burning dead archer leaning together. The fireball blasted the burning dead archer in the middle, while the other 2 were engulfed in flame. Abel frowned a little. His fireball was noticeably weaker. These archers had some kind of fire resistance. Only the elite hell creatures would have attribute resistance in the rogue encampment. But it was just a norm on Lut-Golin. They really were a lot stronger. Just as Abel was getting a little distracted, a spirit guardian knight was attacking a burning dead archer on the other side of the battlefield. Also, at the same time, 5 other burning dead archers put their bows together and shot 5 flaming arrows toward the spirit guardian knight. The spirit guardian knight blocked with its shield without stopping its own attack. However, only 1 flaming arrow landed on its shield. The other 4 had landed on its armor. That was the downside of not enough battle experience. Although its technique were perfect, the first flaming arrow had blasted its shield away with fire elements. Although the 4 arrows were not strong, the blast that came afterward sent a shock to Abel's brain. The spirit guardian knight had become disconnected. Unleash fire enchantment, get ready to dodge. Abel yelled at the spirit guardian knight captain. By that point, he began regretting not testing out the attack power of those burning dead archers before unleashing his own attack. Flashes of red lights emerged from the spirit guardian. Knight captain and the 6 leftover spirit guardian knights followed. The spirit guardian knight captain's fire enchantment had given its teammates some fire resistance. Abel swapped out the leaf magic staff to the pelta lunata and the jade tandu. The golden glow of his lightning-attributed combat Kai infused with white lightning flashes wrapped around the jade tandu. The burning dead archer's attack was more powerful than he had expected, so he wanted to join the attacking team to minimize their chance of them shooting arrows again. Abel's soul was infused with black winds. In a flash of lightning, they appeared next to the burning dead archers. The dark gold blade in his hand ruthlessly brushed upon their waist, and the lightning-attributed combat Kai damaged them quite a lot. Soon, those archers' attention began to shift towards Abel. A few flaming arrows flew towards him. Since he already knew their power, Abel told Black Wind to perfectly dodge every arrow when they were running. Abel kept attacking the archers as he speeded through a rain of flaming arrows. All of a sudden, he had also attracted all the attention. At that moment, the spirit guardian Naga had 4 green glowing balls on its back and threw it to the battlefield. Its poison attacks weren't harmful to Abel and the other summons. Green fog surrounded the battlefield, and the battle had quickly ended. Naga had inherited the poison attack from Endariel. Although its power was not as strong, Abel should definitely not underestimate it. Afterward, the spirit guardian lifted up the heads of those burning dead archers and sucked their soul flames dry. It was one of the ways they increased their own ability, as well as grasped the skills of the archers. While Abel watched the scene, data in regards to the battle began to flash in front of his eyes. The attack of those burning dead archers had reached level 40 among hell creatures. Also, from the fire spells he just unleashed, they had at least 50% of fire resistance. Just from looking at this, the hell creatures in Lut Golem were nightmares. If the spirit guardian knights were not equipped with a full set of magic gear, as well as the level 20 skeleton resurrection as support, there was no way they could fight against these hell creatures with 500 points of health. Most importantly, these burning dead archers were skilled in long-distance attacks. Since the spirit guardian knights was skilled in close distance, they lost a large amount of fighting power against these scattered groups of burning dead archers. Abel could only ground them by attracting all their attention at once. Because of the difference in level, the soul of flames of those burning dead archers had strengthened the spirit guardian knights quite a bit, and their bodies had undergone some noticeable changes. But of course, Abel wouldn't have noticed these changes without the little piece of world stone. Abel then summoned a new skeleton from the corpse of the strongest-looking burning dead archer. It was too bad Abel just got a normal skeleton from it. This made Abel wonder if he should always keep space open for a new spirit guardian. That way, he could keep summoning them, and one day an alteration would occur, and he would have another deformed spirit guardian knight like Naga. This battle had pushed Abel to speed up his plan to make new gear for the spirit guardian knights. More powerful gears could increase their abilities by a lot. Abel dragged his tired body out of the portal door. With Black Wind, he felt like it was the first time he entered the dark world. Back then, every battle exhausted him like this. Burning dead archers with flaming arrows, burning corpses with fire strikes, and desert knights with fire enchantments all gave Abel quite a hard time. Luckily, he had the data analyzing ability of the world stone. Even though he was in the front line of battle, he did not get hurt. Abel looked through the magic tower's window towards Harry Castle bathing in sunshine. He was about to leave. Sentiment arose from within. After breakfast, Abel directly teleported to the kingdom of St. Ellis Wizard Union. As he was walking towards the hall from the teleportation circle, a voice emerged and stopped Abel's footsteps. "Grandmaster Abel, what brought you here?" Abel recognized that it was Wizard Johnson, Wizard Morton's friend. He didn't expect to see him here. Wizard Johnson's words sent the entire Union Hall in silence. The name Grandmaster Abel was more glorious in the kingdom of St. Ellis Wizard Union than any place in the world. All of a sudden, the hall was filled with gazes of admiration, respect, jealousy, and most of all, horror. Most of the people in the kingdom of St. Ellis Wizard Union knew what would happen if they tried to mess with Abel. Countless wizards from the Duchy of Kian and many powerful elite wizards had died in Abel's hands. That was a fact, with or without evidence. Especially Wizard Cliff. In the past, no one believed Abel had the abilities to kill him, but ever since the news that Abel had killed 3 elite wizards began to spread, anyone with a mind knew who Cliff's murderer was. Abel could sense the gazes around him, but he couldn't care less. He rarely came to the kingdom of St. Ellis Wizard Union anyway. If it wasn't for the fact that he had accepted Wizard Dunn's mission, he would not come here. "Hello, Wizard Johnson. I'm here to find Wizard Dunn to accept the orc battle mission," said Abel with a bow. Wizard John was one of the very few wizards he felt a little positive about in the Wizard Union. It was all thanks to Wizard Johnson's warning. He knew about Wizard Cliff's plan earlier, allowing him to escape the Duchy of Carmel in time. So, Abel always wanted to thank him. "Grandmaster Abel, you progressed very quickly," Wizard Johnson sighed. Abel was still a little kid next to Wizard Morton the first time he saw him. Now, every wizard in the kingdom of St. Ellis Wizard Union respected him. "All thanks to your help," said Abel with a smile. When he saw the atmosphere tense up, Wizard Johnson quickly followed. "Okay, I'll take you to Mr. Dunn now." "Thank you so much," Abel said with a nod. Wizard Johnson then placed his hand on Abel's shoulder, and the two of them vanished from the hall. The chatter resumed in the hall after Abel left. Everyone began to discuss what Abel had done. What could a big figure like this be doing in the Wizard Union? "Abel, you are here." Wizard Dunn stood in his guest room and greeted him with a smile. Although Abel was generations younger than him, Abel's status was still too high. He could not use this as an excuse to pressure Abel. Although Wizard Dunn did not bow, standing up to greet a fellow Thunder Wizard line member was still a huge show of respect for him. "Wizard Dunn." Abel formed a cross with his hands in front of his chest and did a wizard bow. Wizard Johnson did not want to disturb the two, so he said, "I'll go first." Abel gently bowed, and Wizard Johnson disappeared from the guest room. Wizard Dunn then stepped up and poured a glass of juice for Abel and asked with a friendly voice, "Abel, did you get someone to take care of your domain already?" Wizard Dunn had not interacted with Abel much, so he was very mindful of the words he said. He had to make sure he came across as friendly. "Wizard Dunn, everything is set. I'm here today to accept the Battle of the Orcs mission you told me," said Abel with a smile as he accepted the glass of juice with a bow. "This month is May. The Battle of the Orcs this year already started," Wizard Dunn said as he took a seat. "Does time matter? Do I need to wait till next year then?" Abel asked in a confused voice. He had already handed over everything about his domain and business. Normally, the battle with the orcs officially starts in June and lasts for 3 years, but the beginner wizards who join every year often have little fighting experience, let alone lifesavers in battle. Because of this, we enroll them 3 months earlier, so we can organize trainers from Miracle City to teach them, Wizard Dunn explained. Fighting experience, Abel understood. New official wizards would often stay in their magic towers. Although they would go on some low-risk mission, they had little to no fighting experience. If you threw these wizards on the front line in a battle against the orcs, you would basically be throwing a large number of resources away. Wizards were not like soldiers or knights. There were not many of them to go around. Every wizard was extremely precious in the Holy Continent. It was just too hard to cultivate them. They needed talent, resources, luck, and countless other factors. Of course, Abel, we don't need to discuss your fighting experience. That training will just be a walk in the park for you. Oh, I've already discussed it with the guards in Miracle City. They wrote your name with 2 months of training, and you can directly join the mission, said Wizard Dunn with a smile. Thank you. Abel knew Wizard Dunn must have done a lot for him. It was definitely not easy to break the rules like this. This is your mission identity card and also your military card. When you get to Miracle City, you are no longer Abel. You are No. K3516. The Miracle City Giant Protection Circle will only identify this military card, said Wizard Dunn as he handed over the military card to Abel. Abel looked at this military card with a weird expression. Does that mean from now on he had become a soldier? I'm old, always forget things. I still have one thing for you. Suddenly, Wizard Dunn took out a silver mask and handed it over to Abel. Abel looked at the mask in confusion and said, "Does that mean you want to fully hide my identity?" "Not only you, but every wizard also needs to use a military card to enter Miracle City. Of course, some wizards will like to wear a mask as well, but at the end of the day, it's just up to their personal preference. It doesn't matter how glorious your name is outside. I'm afraid no one will look after you in Miracle City," said Wizard Dunn with a smile. Why? Abel knew how prestigious his name was in the Holy Continent. Even in the core of the human world, Lion City, he was deeply respected. How come no one would give him any special treatment in Miracle City? Because the entire Miracle City is controlled by a single spirit. All wizards, warriors, and knights need to follow its lead. It's totally unbiased, and no one can change that. The reason that we can let you join the training halfway is that the spirit agreed. "We cannot trick it," Wizard Dunn explained. "Who came up with this crazy idea of letting a single spirit to control the gate to the human race?" But after Abel gave it more thoughts, maybe a highly intelligent spirit would be safer than a group of humans. Humans could make mistakes, but a spirit wouldn't. As long as it was provided with enough information, it could have a perfect defense. 551 Miracle City. Actually, there was one thing Wizard Dunn did not tell Abel. The first thing that required the spirit to change its decision was the Wizard Union's credit points. If you gave enough credit points, the spirit would do what you asked. After Abel left Wizard Dunn, he returned to Harry Castle. First, they handed over the large amounts of ready-made rabbit essence to Bardolly and explained how the domain would operate from now on. Abel handed over Earl Domain's military to the Knight of Bennett, especially the elite Knight Brigade. With Abel's Knight training potions and those magical wheat bread as a reward, it had made the Knight of Bennett's job a lot easier. By that point, everyone knew that the Knight of Bennett could become a Sir if he got another merit. As the real father of the city ruler, no one would stop the Knight of Bennett from increasing his status. In regards to the training of family knights, Abel had handed over to the Lord of Marshall, and Abel had left more than enough knight resources for him. Abel then handed over the Wizard Circle to Wizard Morton. As the most powerful wizard outside of Abel's 6-star magic circle as well as Abel's teacher, no one would disagree with this decision. Also, with a large number of resources from Lion City, the Wizard Circle was a lot more attractive than the one in Bakong City. After everything was set, Abel went to Bennett Castle to say goodbye to his father and mother. He gave his mother an energy recovery potion to revive her youth. Now, everything was truly set. In the afternoon, Abel sat in the magic tower of Battle Fort No. 3. "Activate to moving mode," Abel yelled. "Moving mode activating," as Battle Fort No. 3 replied. The whole thing began to move in mid-air. The lockdown mode had been changed to moving mode. "White Cloud, let's go," said Abel through the soul chain. White Cloud's giant wings began to flap. It grabbed the protruding metal poles with its claws. Afterward, the battle fort began to accelerate forward under the wings of White Cloud. Gravity counteracted by the battle fort under the moving mode, which made the whole thing extremely light. It didn't take White Cloud much effort to drag it alone in mice air. These days, both White Cloud and Flying Flame had been very interested in this battle fort No. 3, even more than the original battle fort. There were too many artificial things on the original battle fort, which was a bit of a bother to the giant White Cloud and the energetic Flying Flame. However, this battle fort No. 3 was empty and it could stay in mid-air forever. White Cloud really liked to stand on the protruding poles. To dragons, a nest in mid-air was basically a home. Although Flying Flame was still young, it was still its nature. The battle fort No. 3 was perfect. Its shell was so tough, even Flying Flame's claws could not break it. Abel did not enter the Dark World during the 2 days of flying. Instead, he stayed on the battle fort, reading the lambskin parchment he got from the Dark World. It was not that he didn't want to go in the Dark World, but he couldn't since he was on a moving fort. He was afraid that the portal door would bring him somewhere in mid-air instead of the battle fort. Since Abel was around 100 miles from Miracle City, he jumped off the battle fort. He did not bring Black Wind. Instead, he walked there with his own 2 feet. Black Wind was basically Abel's signature companion. Everyone could recognize it in the Holy Continent. If he wanted to hide his identity, he had to hide Black Wind. The reason Abel had jumped off at 100 miles out was that Wizard Dunn had told him that the spirit of Miracle City would normally scan all the area 100 miles out. During the battle, this range would increase to 500 miles. All high-ranking professionals were forbidden in that range. If an elite wizard had violated this rule, the spirit would scan that elite wizard's identity and punish them accordingly. Of course, people or carriages other than elite wizards would also be surveillance once they entered that range. Therefore, Abel had jumped off a 100 miles out. It would be very hard to explain if a wizard had appeared out of nowhere in mid-air. Abel then put on that silver-colored mask and began to jog causally. 100 miles was extremely far for a wizard without a mount or the ability to move in a flash. However, for a head commander like Abel, it was just a little warm-up. Abel jogged up a little hill and stood at the top. His body only began to heat up when he finally saw that gigantic city from afar. The 55 points of vitality was a lot stronger than he thought. Miracle City was a lot bigger than his expectations. It was a city made out of stone, built alongside a mountain range. As Abel looked down from the hill, the city basically looked like it was merged with the mountain. Countless houses were neatly organized below the mountain. A few giant chimneys gushed out dark smoke. The first wall in front of Abel was oddly shallow. It was only around 20 meters, just like any normal city. It didn't fit with the infamous name of Miracle City at all. As Abel got closer and closer, the clearer the city became to him. It was an intact human city. There were countless carriages delivering resources into the city gate. But all the guards were knights in full armor. There was only one gate in Miracle City, and it was very wide with 2 metal doors. The thing was at least 100 meters wide. There were 6 knights in full armor standing in front, scanning the identity of each person who entered. Behind the knights, there was a wizard reading a book with a serious look on his face. Abel's senses told him that these 6 knights were all official knights, and there was even a head commander among them. The wizard sitting behind them was an official wizard as well. Did they use head commanders and official wizards as guards? Maybe this was the most luxurious gate in the entire Holy Continent. "Mr. Wizard, please wait," said that guarding head commander with a bow to Abel. He then turned to the wizard sitting behind and yelled, "K3411, a wizard is here. Get to work." Abel felt a little weird by the way that the head commander had addressed the wizard. "What happened? Didn't the sign up ended long ago? What's a wizard doing here?" said Wizard K3411 in an irritated voice as he put the book away and stood up. He was unhappy that someone had disrupted his flow of reading. Wizard K3411 then glanced at Abel, then his silver mask at last, the rank 6 wizard badge in front of Abel's chest. Afterward, he lowered his voice and said, "Wizard, take out your military card, don't think you can trick me, else I will let you get a taste of the horror of Miracle City." Here, Abel didn't care much about what Wizard K411 had said. "Identity scan," said Wizard K3411 as he took out his own military card. Afterward, a white glow emerged from his military card and wrapped around Abel's. Soon the light disappeared. Wizard 3411 said in a helpless tone, "That's weird. How come someone can join late?" Everyone on the spot was also a little shocked. They all knew this Miracle City didn't have any mercy. They never heard about being able to join a mission late. "Welcome K3516. You better get used to this name. If you don't, get ready to get your merit points deducted." Wizard K3411 no longer sounded as irritated. He knew that no ordinary wizard could break rules like this, so he carefully reminded Abel. "Thank you K3411, said Abel with a bow. "I'll send you your map, and you can check it with your power of will. Just follow the map to your designated camp." "Good luck," said Wizard K3411 as he connected his military card with Abel's military card again. Abel checked Miracle City's map through his power of will. It looked very simple. Miracle City was a big military camp. Every building was made for practical use. There was no place for entertainment or hotels. There were around 10 night camps, and warrior camps were divided into 4 parts. They took up most of the space in Miracle City, the smoke Abel saw earlier where they made weapons. The wizard camp was located in the middle of Miracle City, but that wasn't where he was going. He needed to go to the marked training ground by the left. As Abel walked within Miracle City, he noticed a lot of knights and warriors. They were all walking at a fast pace. There wasn't a single person carelessly strolling around. Abel felt extremely out of place since he was looking around as he walked. However, when the others noticed that Abel was wearing a magic robe, they just kept on working. After a while, Abel unintentionally lifted up his head. Suddenly, he was stunned. Originally, he thought the mountain behind Miracle City was just a normal mountain, but now as he got closer, he realized it was actually a wall. A giant wall he never saw in his life. Miracle City was exactly leaning below this giant wall. Abel could not actually calculate the height of this wall. He couldn't even guess how much labor and resources had been put into building a thing like this. As Abel sighed with admiration, he finally arrived at the training ground marked on the map. It was a camp made out of massive stones. It had a unique sense of military burliness to it. There were no guards in the camp, but the gate was shut. Abel spotted a magic scanner on the gate, so he held his military card up. A white glow emerged and a robotic voice followed. K-3516, identity confirmed. Please wait. Abel patiently waited for a while, and soon the gate began to open. A head commander walked out. K-3516, welcome to the battle training camp. I am your drillmaster, Layard, said the head commander with a little tip. Head Commander Layard's attitude was quite good. He seemed a little mindful about Abel's identity since Abel had broken the rules and joined the mission halfway. Abel realized Commander Layard was carefully examining him. He did not wear his favorite armor, only a normal magic robe. Nothing he was wearing would expose his identity. Thank you, Drillmaster Layard, said Abel with a bow. Come on, I'll take you to change some gear, said Commander Layard in a friendly voice. The first thing Abel saw was 15 warriors jogging in light armor. A burly knight up front looked at them with a pair of cold eyes. Abel didn't even need to scan with his power of will. He could just guess by the way those warriors were running. They were wizards who came here to train. Even a normal warrior had a better body than them. At that moment, the 15 wizards in light armor were getting out of breath. Sweat poured down from their forehead as they ran. One of them was especially slow, so a knight slammed down with a long rod. Smack! A scream of agony followed, and the wizards seated up again. I'm not asking you to run faster than knights. I'm not even asking you to run faster than warriors. I'm only asking you to run faster than your fellow peers. From my experience in countless battles, the slowest wizard is the one who dies first, yelled the burly knight. Let's go, you'll join them later, Commander Layard said softly as he saw the scene was getting tensed. Abel did not have too much to say about the training he just saw. If he knew this earlier, he would have come even later. Even the novice knight training in Harry Castle was better than this. But who would want to come here anyway? Abel knew how good a wizard's body was. They never exercised. This training could only give them a little battle knowledge and some fighting techniques at most. If this wasn't a military camp, no knights would want to train these painfully weak-looking wizards. However, every wizard who came to train were official wizards. If they offended them too much, they might not be able to ever interact with each other again. Still, the training could not be done half-heartedly. The city was run by a spirit, and it commanded that every wizard had to finish everything in the course. Running and close-body fighting techniques were crucial to the course, and the knights had to teach them all of it accordingly. At that moment, the 15 jogging wizards took a turn. From that angle, they could perfectly see Abel and Commander Layard. Abel's magic robe had triggered a commotion within them. What is that? The training is almost about to end. We are all dying from this training, and this bastard came so late. Which big family's child can this be? The world is so unfair. Although they were far away, Abel's sensitive ears still heard them, let alone that burly knight next to those wizards. Mind your own business and stop talking. Keep your breathing rhythm, yelled that burly knight as he waved his long robe around. Let's move quickly before Drillmaster Cooper gets angry. He's a scary guy, Commander Layard gently said to Abel. Afterward, Abel quickly caught up to Commander Layard and arrived at the warehouse in the camp. Dario, give him some new gear, said Commander Layard to a middle-aged warehouse assistant sitting behind the counter. We still have a new guy at this time, asked Dario, glancing at Abel behind Commander Layard. He then followed, what a tall guy. Why be a wizard? It's better to be a knight. Stop talking nonsense and just bring the gear out. Drillmaster Cooper saw us coming in. If you keep dragging on, you better have a good explanation for him, said Commander Layard, waving his hand. Okay, I'm just getting bored after sitting all day. Hey, when will this end? Dario complained as he walked in the warehouse and picked out a light armor and some leather boots. Dario, if you are getting bored, I can help you enroll a spot as a gate guard or battlefield patrol, said Commander Layard, glancing at Dario. Afterward, he threw the armor and boots at Abel. No, I'm just joking. Dario quickly shook his head with a smile. Abel couldn't care less about these two people joking around. He took off his magic robe and put on the light armor and boots. Afterward, he put away the extras in his portal bag. Isn't it nice to be a wizard? They have a storage space with them all the time, said Dario in admiration as he looked at Abel's portal bag. Then he took out a square magic board and said, "Put your military card here." Abel then did what he said. A white light flashed. Dario gave it a little glance and followed. K-3516, your training uniform has been collected. We'll get someone to send a few more to the place you live. K-3516, now run to the stadium. Go join the training today, Commander Layard yelled in command. Yes, Drillmaster Layard, Abel yelled back. He had undergone night training before, so he knew a thing or two about these military camps. Afterward, he ran forwards with big steps. Commander Layard looked at him with a weird expression from behind. Abel ran to the stadium at a normal person's speed and yelled, K-3516 is here. K-3516, you are late. You need to run 15 laps for your mission today. I don't care how long you take, but you have to complete that 15 laps, yelled Drillmaster Cooper with a pair of cold eyes. Yes, Drillmaster, Abel replied and began to jog. At that moment, the 15 wizards who were still running began to giggle for Abel's misfortune. You think it's funny? Everyone run 2 more laps today, Drillmaster Cooper yelled coldly again. Abel wondered if he offended Drillmaster Cooper. Was he going to make a lot of enemies if he continued like this? If the Drillmaster knew Abel ran 100 miles, there was no way he would tell him to just run 15 laps. A whole lap was just around 500 meters. That wasn't enough of a warm-up. Abel causally jogged under 15 hateful gazes. He maintained a normal speed. He didn't want to try too hard or get punished. He did 1 lap, 2 laps, and 3 laps. Drillmaster Cooper began to frown when Abel reached lap 15. He didn't care how weak wizards were. They were all the same anyway. But he didn't want to see someone disrupting their flow, and Abel was that someone. Drillmaster Cooper fixed his gaze on Abel. His body could definitely run faster. But all he did was drag on. He didn't even sweat after completing 15 laps. At that moment, the 15 wizards had just completed their 17 laps, and they were basically dying. The contrast was clear. To Drillmaster Cooper, Abel was mocking the 15 wizards and disregarding him. Seeing Abel was about to stop, Drillmaster Cooper yelled, K-3516, go run another 2 laps. You should run the same distance as everyone. Abel gazed at Drillmaster Cooper. He couldn't really understand why he was targeting him, but still, he just did what he said. When Abel finished his jog, the other wizards had also regained their breath. Gather round, Drillmaster Cooper yelled. 15 wizards stood in a line, so Abel followed and stood at the end of the left side. Drillmaster Cooper gazed at him and didn't say anything. That spot was quite suitable for Abel's body. I don't care about your background or how powerful you will become in the future. At this moment, I am your trainer and you are just a normal warrior. You must master all warrior skills to pass the training, no matter your background. Drillmaster Cooper continued to yell. Everyone knew he was speaking specifically to Abel. You had to have some kind of extraordinary background to join the training halfway. Yes, Drillmaster, the 15 wizards yelled together. Abel was a little surprised. Even though a wizard was basically a soldier once they got their military card, Drillmaster Cooper could still make all of them follow rules in 2 months. That was quite something. K-3516, I didn't hear your reply. Every time I say something, you have to reply with yes, Drillmaster, or no, Drillmaster. Drillmaster Cooper quickly walked in front of Abel and yelled at his face. Yes, Drillmaster. Abel didn't care too much about Drillmaster Cooper targeting him. This was Miracle City. Everyone knew it's a city organized by military command just by the look of it. At that moment, Drillmaster Cooper was his boss. He just had to suck it up if the request was not too unreasonable. Good. Next up, Drillmaster Layard will teach you how to treat wounds on the battlefield. Drillmaster nodded and yelled again. Abel then followed in the back of the line. When Drillmaster Cooper left and Drillmaster Layard took the lead, the entire line let out a breath of relief. Suddenly, a young wizard in front of Abel turned his head back and said, "Hey K3516, I am K3515. We were just putting up a show for Drillmaster Cooper just then. No one is actually angry at you." K3516 was a wizard with blonde hair. He looked like he was around 30 years old. Maybe he didn't care too much about preserving his identity, so he did not wear a mask. At that moment, his attitude was completely different from a minute ago. This made sense. Wizards weren't stupid. They all knew they could not offend a wizard who broke the rules and joined the training halfway. "Hello, I just got here. So I still need a lot of help from you," said Abel with a friendly voice. Most of the wizards were wearing a mask. As Wizard Dunn had said, masks were a tradition for wizards. They had to let go of their past identity and become a human wizard. Therefore, most wizards, especially the ones with inheritances, respected this tradition. K3516, you have good endurance. I've been here for 2 months, and I can barely even finish the run, said K3515 with a pair of admiring eyes. Weak body was the weakness of wizards. It was very rare to see a wizard with a body like Abel. Normally, the shorter you stayed as an apprentice wizard, the less your body would be corroded by mana. There was a saying, there was no short wizard journey. Therefore, under these long years of training, their bodies corroded by mana. Although they had body potion to help them heal, they could just have the body of a normal person at most. "I was just born like this, that's all," Abel replied gently. Abel then gazed at Drillmaster Layard leading the team and continued, "Yes, I see everyone is afraid of Drillmaster Cooper, but how come no one is afraid of Drillmaster Layard?" K3515 looked around and whispered, "Drillmaster Layard is not strict. As long as you don't make a mistake, he won't punish you. It is like Drillmaster Cooper has some kind of grudge with wizards. He was already unreasonably strict to us ever since the first day. If we made a mistake, he would hit us. He really trained wizards like soldiers, and everyone got a fair bit of beating from him here." "Didn't anyone report him?" Abel asked weirdly. Wizard had the most respectful occupation in the Holy Continent. Even the lowest rank apprentice, wizards had a relatively high status within the common world. However, in Miracle City, wizards were being beaten around by a drillmaster. That was hard to imagine. No one wants to stir up trouble. We are just like new soldiers. We've only 3 months of training. I heard the wizards in the past were also like this. K3151 shook his head. The day of training had finally ended, and the sky began to get dark. By that point, Abel had interacted with most of the wizards from K3501 as K3516. Although he didn't know their names, he could sense that they were all rank 6 wizards. K3516, let's go eat together. K3515 yelled at Abel. He was the first person he met in the team, as well as the closest person. Didn't matter if K3515 was pretending to be nice, or he was really this friendly. Abel was still happy that he could interact with someone in a place like this. This place had finally looked a little different from a normal military camp after today's training session had ended. The drill masters had left, so the wizards were allowed to do their own thing. There were 16 wizards, but only 10 of them had shown up for dinner. K3515, are we allowed to go to another place for dinner? Abel asked curiously. Some wizards in here are from big families, so they are not used to eating food like this. They will often use magic gems to buy some food, said K3515 with a smile. So there is no training at night, Abel continued. Of course not. We are wizards. The training at night is the most important. As long as you come back to the camp in time, you can go anywhere you want, K3515 explained. By this point, Abel finally noticed the special privilege of wizards in here. No matter how military like this place was, a wizard would still have their privileges. The dinner is free, so Abel had no choice. Still, it was not as bad as K3515 had described. It was basically similar to the food he had in Morton Magic Tower. White bread with some butter, a lot of butter. A cup of honey, water, smoked fish, a little piece of beef, and a bowl of beans. Maybe they were trying to help wizards recover. Abel knew if everyone in Miracle City could eat like this, their expenses would be astronomical. K-3515 began to laugh when he realized what Abel was thinking. This is a wizard meal. Normal soldiers just have brown bread and some meat soup. The knight's meals are a little bit better. They have white bread instead of brown bread. When Abel heard what K-3515 had said, a word flashed in his head: privilege. Abel pushed his mask upward to expose his mouth and put a slice of beef in his mouth. Afterward, he laughed at K-3515 and said, "The beef here is pretty good." K-3516, I can see that you are noble, but you still enjoy this sandpaper like beef. I really can't understand you. K-3515 knew Abel was a noble from his manner. He could buy way better food in the city with magic gems. After a while, Drillmaster Layard walked in the dining hall as Abel was chit-chatting with K-3515. He looked around for a bit and walked towards Abel. Seeing that Abel had finished his dinner, he said with a laugh, K-3516, I'll take you to the place you live. Thank you, Drillmaster Layard. Abel quickly put away his plate and said with a bow. Even K-3515 could see that Drillmaster Layard was especially caring towards Abel. Normally, this was a job for warehouse assistant. No other drillmaster would have time for this. The accommodation in the training camp was very good. It was a big place, and they only had 16 wizards, so every wizard could have his own house. Drillmaster Layard led Abel into one of them. The house was not big. It had one room, one lounge, and a toilet. There was even a little mana gathering circle in the lounge. It was for wizards to meditate. However, there were no magic gems on the circle. It seemed like wizards would still need to pay for themselves. The cupboard in the lounge was placed with 2 light armor, a shield, and a light longsword. Only a wizard room was equipped with all these weapons, which was a little weird. The long sword and shield are for your training. Although you wizards might not ever need to use these weapons, they can still save your life if your magical power has been used up, said Drillmaster Layard when he saw that Abel's interest in those weapons. Since you are new, it's better to make sure you are clear on the rules here, said Drillmaster Layard. Maybe that's why he had personally led Abel to his accommodation. He then followed, first, you can't use magic in the training camp. There is no exception. You will get directly kicked out of Miracle City if you break this rule. This made sense since this place was a battle training camp. If wizards could use their magic power, they wouldn't need to worry about a single thing. As long as they didn't run into any orc's deity, it was very hard for a normal orc to break a wizard's defense. However, if they really ran into an orc deity, these fighting skills wouldn't do much anyway. The purpose of this training was to allow a wizard to preserve their life once their magic power had been used up. Just like that round shield, for example. If you didn't know how to hold it properly, a hit could easily hurt your arm, let alone counteracting an enemy's strike. Secondly, you need to follow the drillmaster's command. If you don't follow through, your military merit will be deducted accordingly. Once your military merit goes negative, you will need to work a lot harder to make up for it once the actual mission starts. Of course, if the mistake you make is serious, you can be kicked out of Miracle City as well. Drillmaster Layard followed. Abel understood this. Wizards were born arrogant, so even head commanders as drillmasters would not make them fully submit. Therefore, a merit system like this had to be put in place. In the last 10 days, you will need to go through a final exam. You came very late. Even though your strength is not bad, you had to make good use of your time and learn how to use that light long sword and round shield. Looking at your performance today, I think you will be fine. But the final exam is a combination of everything we had learned in this course. Drillmaster Layard said at last. Abel immediately threw what Drillmaster Layard said about the examination in the back of his mind as soon as Drillmaster Layard left. If even a head commander cannot pass this test, there was no way those wizards would. Abel took out a few intermediate gems and placed it in the energy socket of a protection circle near the door. He then hung his military card on the door, and just like that, the protection circle of this room had been ignited. A protection circle was a must for wizard accommodations. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to meditate. After that, he took out a barrier circle and a scroll of the town portal. He ignited the portal door and entered the dark world. Early the next morning, as Abel was walking out of his accommodation, he realized the other wizards were casually walking towards the dining hall. It didn't look like a military camp at all. After breakfast, Abel went back to his accommodation, but soon a message came through his military card. All training wizards bring your light long sword and round shield to the training ground for roll call. Abel did exactly that, and it was at that moment K-3515 sighed next to him. Today will be a torture. We are all good wizards. Why do we have to learn how to use a sword and shield? Abel knew a wizard without much fighting experience like K-3515 wouldn't understand the importance of this training, so he smiled and said, "It won't hurt to learn more things. Maybe one day it will come in handy." "I know it might come in handy, but Drill Master Cooper is too strict. It is almost like he is trying to disable us. Since you are new and haven't learned how to use a round shield, you are going to have a great time," K-3515 said with a sarcastic smile, as he suddenly remembered that Abel was new. Abel helplessly gazed at K-3515. How can a person like him even become an official wizard? Wizards had a lonely occupation. If you were too extroverted, no way you could handle all of those lonely training sessions. As soon as they entered the training ground, the yell of Drill Master Cooper began to emerge. "Line up. You guys are even worse than new soldiers. Even farmers are faster than you." If Abel didn't have to complete this battle of the orcs mission before he could leave the Holy Continent, there was no way he would tolerate the attitude of a head commander like this. But, since he had already gone so far, he had to suck it up. Abel quickly increased his steps and followed the other wizards. He stood at the old spot, the back of the line. "Sword on your right and shield on your left. Hold tight," Drill Master Cooper yelled and began to examine the line from left to right. When he arrived in front of the third wizard, he suddenly struck out his fist and punched the shield of that wizard. Abel could clearly feel that Drill Master had only used a little force, probably around the force of a rank 2 novice wizard. Although that punch was only a little bit stronger than a normal person, it knocked that wizard on the ground and blasted his shield away. By this point, Abel could kind of understand why Drill Master Cooper got angry so easily. If someone had told him to train new soldiers like this, he would get angry as well. They had been practicing for 2 months, so Drill Master Cooper had definitely taught them how to use a round shield more than once. But still, Abel could sense that wizard's shield-holding technique was horribly wrong. Afterward, a few more wizards had been knocked down by Drill Master Cooper's punch. Drill Master Cooper's hell began to get louder. It seemed like his anger had been fully ignited. Of course, when Drill Master Cooper walked in front of Abel, he directly struck his fist out without even giving him a look. By that point, holding a shield had basically become an instinct to Abel. He quickly analyzed the center point of his punch and held the round shield close to his arm. Since Drill Master Cooper was getting angry, he used a little bit more force on this punch. It probably had the power of a rank 3 or rank 4 novice knight. However, Abel's technique had scattered most of the force of this punch, and the last bit of power had been counteracted by the round shield. Abel's body only wobbled a little. Drill Master Cooper was shocked. He couldn't help it. K-3516, you've learned knight skills. Although it was just a casual punch, Drill Master Cooper really did want to embarrass Abel by using more force. However, all he did was make Abel wobbled a little. Drill Master Cooper knew that Abel's technique was not as simple as it looked. No one could do this without long years of training. "Yes, Drill Master Cooper. My family has inherited knights, so every member had to learn some knight skills," Abel yelled back. "Your blocking skills are decent." Drill Master Cooper's face looked a little better. Abel was the one he worried about the most within that batch of wizards. Abel had come late and missed out on too many classes, so he was afraid that Abel would fail the final exam. However, now that he knew about what had come from a family of inherited knights and learned knight skills, it would be a lot easier for him to pass. The final score of these 16 wizards directly correlated Drill Master Cooper's merit. Every year they would only tolerate 3 people failing. Any more than that, the merit of the Drill Master would be deducted. However, the more wizards that passed, the higher the merit a Drill Master receive. These merits would all turn into war glory at the end, which was also correlated with the domain that would be given out. For a head commander, a good domain was the best thing they could give to their next generation. Knights were not wizards at the end of the day. They could not live as long. Therefore, war glory was extremely important to them. It was no wonder why Drillmaster Cooper was so angry. Abel's life took an upturn in the next few days. Since Drillmaster Cooper knew about his ability to use a light sword and round shield, he no longer targeted him all the time. In a few days, the final exam would take place. That night, the two head commander drillmasters had a meeting in their office. Layard, the final exam is in a few days. I don't even know how many of those wizards will pass, Drillmaster Cooper sighed. Although the wizard training missions could bring a lot of war glory, it was not easy. Only a head commander could take on this role since lower-ranked knights could not form any threat to beginner wizards with their ability. Those wizards' bodies were a huge problem, even though Drillmaster Cooper had been yelling at them for 3 months. He still could not change this fact. They could still not do some moves properly and could easily make a mistake in the exam. I want to be the examiner for this final exam. With my 30 years of service in Miracle City, I don't think my skill would be a problem, said Drillmaster Layard with a smile, looking at the worried Drillmaster Cooper. You can't let them pass even if their skills are not good enough. You will get in big trouble if they find out. Drillmaster Cooper lowered his voice. Normally, the role of an examiner would be carried out by another head commander other than the drillmaster. This was not a rule, but it might spark up some controversy. Cooper, of course, I will not cheat the system, but I still have a fair bit of control over the standard, said Drillmaster Layard with a smile again. Layard, are you sure? Asked Drillmaster Cooper. Yeah, don't worry. These wizards are actually quite decent. I will control my strength when I strike, so the crowd can be the judge. If we end up with half wizards failing like before, we will have big trouble. Drillmaster Layard continued to smile. Layard, are you keeping something from me? Why did you enroll to be an examiner? Drillmaster Cooper had fought along with Drillmaster Layard for years, and he was very confused by this. Don't you know, I'll be leaving Miracle City soon, so I just want to scoop up more war glory as possible. That's the most I can do for my family, Drillmaster Layard replied. Okay, since you have already decided, I'll support you. Enrolling for an examiner should be easy anyway. Drillmaster Cooper stood up and said with a smile of relief. He then walked out of the office. As Drillmaster Layard watched Drillmaster Cooper walking away, a strange expression began to form from his face. The final exam was finally here. In the morning, those wizards needed to run 15 laps under a certain period of time. After those wizards heard the news that Drillmaster Layard would be their examiner, they all began to get excited. He was kind. He was not strict at all. K3516, are you ready? 3525 asked Abel in a soft voice from behind. Ready for what? Abel was confused. Ready with magic items, of course. But with your ability, I guess it won't matter anyway, said K3515 with a smile as he scratched his head. Why use magic items? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Abel looked around and whispered back. As far as Abel knew, you would get directly kicked out if you were caught cheating in this examination. Preparing a magic item like K3515 was definitely considered as cheating. It should be fine. The examiner is Drillmaster Layard. He's known for being kind, said K3515 carelessly. K3515, I know your abilities. You should be able to pass the running test if you just put more effort into it. Why risk it? You will get punished very badly if you get caught. Abel had interacted with K3515 quite a lot these past few days, so he warned him. K3515 hesitated for a little. Actually, at first, he was not planning to cheat as well, but these past few days, the news that Drillmaster Layard would be leaving Miracle, a city, began to spread. This would be the last time Drillmaster Layard could be an examiner, so he would definitely go easy on them. In order to get more war glory, he would definitely keep an eye shut in the examination. After this news had been confirmed by some trustworthy sources, excitement began to arise within wizards who were not confident in their ability. That's why they had this idea of using magic items. Drillmaster Layard was a head commander, so his senses could not really detect magic objects. K3516, I'll take your advice. I'll be behind you during the exam, so you better take good care of me, said K3515 with a smile as he put away his magic item. Sure, I'll open up the path for you, Abel smiled back. Everyone, get ready, the final examination will soon begin. Drillmaster Layard held up his military card and spoke to it. Since he had accepted this role as an examiner, his military card got a new ability, the ability to broadcast sound and vision, as well as connect with the Miracle City Spirit anytime. Abel and K3515 stepped up to the starting line. Other wizards followed. All of a sudden, the atmosphere grew tense. Their 3 months of training all came down to this. If they failed, they would be kicked out of Miracle City, which would be a big burden to their further journey as a wizard. Drillmaster Cooper stood outside of the stadium. He was paying close attention to the examination as well. Go, Drillmaster Layard yelled, and the counting ability of his military card began. The recording ability had also started. From now on, the whole examination would be recorded. All wizards dashed out, but Abel was not desperate. He did what K3515 said, and ran in front of him. This could take some of the wind resistance from K3515, making his run relatively easier. Soon, Abel had run to the front of the line. He was not a selfish guy. It was best for everyone to pass together. It was not a competition. There was no limit to how many people could pass. Therefore, when he arrived at the front, all wizards just automatically formed a line behind him, following his steps. A smile emerged on Drillmaster Cooper's face outside of the stadium. He was also hoping Abel could help some of his fellows in the examination, but he did not raise this shameful request. As a drillmaster, he didn't want to give Abel pressure. But still, Abel had a good heart. It seemed like the first examination should turn out fine with Abel's help after all. Abel kept a steady pace throughout the 15 laps. He only did this for the wizards behind him. If not, he would have finished running long ago. Actually, Abel's calculation was even more accurate than the military card in Drillmaster Layard's hand. With that little piece of world stone, he could perfectly calculate what pace he needed to run for every wizard to pass. When the last wizard reached the finish line, they all began to laugh with joy. They knew they had all passed this first part of the examination. It was at that moment Drillmaster Layard's cold voice emerged. Miracle Spirit, I want to scan all the wizards who finished the examination. Request accepted, now scanning. A robotic voice emerged from the military card of Drillmaster Layard. Magic item spotted on K3503. Magic item spotted on K3507. Magic item spotted on K3511. Magic item spotted on K3513. The robotic voice was not loud, but the magic circle above the stadium was ignited. Afterward, red beams of light beamed down towards the 5 wizards. K3503, K3507, K3511, K3513, you have violated the rule of the examination. You have failed your battle of the Orcs mission. Please give out your military card. The robotic voice emerged from the newly ignited circle. Help! Examiner Layard, can you give me a chance? I can pass this examination. K3503, didn't you say everything will be okay? The uproar began to arise in the stadium. Those 5 wizards caught cheating were stunned, but seemed like they were about to explode. At least 2 or 3 of them were confident that they could pass this first part of the exam. They just wanted it to make it easier, but backfired on them very badly. K3516, thank you. K3515 turned back to Abel as he watched the chaos in the stadium and said with a gentle voice, "No worries, did you realize something off?" said Abel as he stared at the cold-looking face of Drillmaster Layard. He knew something was not right. Drillmaster Layard has gone mad. He kicked out 5 wizards at once. K3515 agreed with Abel. Drillmaster Layard really was different today. Outside of the stadium, Drillmaster Cooper's brain had gone blank. He was the main drillmaster for this course, and 5 wizards had been kicked out at once. This meant he basically failed this training mission. He wasted 3 months of hard work was wasted. Not only that, but the Miracle City Spirit would also mark him off. From now on, he could only accept simple missions. He really couldn't understand why Drillmaster Layard had done this. It was not good for both of them. Drillmaster Layard would need to face the same consequence as well. Miracle Spirit, I request a magic suppression circle for the rest of this examination, said Drillmaster Layard to his military card. If a large number of wizards had violated the rule of examination, a Drillmaster could request a special examination method. A magic suppression circle was one of them. This circle could suppress magic, so those magic items would basically be useless. The Miracle City Spirit would only use this circle on wizards who violated the rule. Of course, the range of this circle was not big, only a small room at most. This magic circle was basically a trick to the system. Abel heard about it before. The reason why this magic circle could not be implanted on a large scale was its range, and it's also very obvious to sense by any wizards. Therefore, they were only used for keeping convicts. Drillmaster Layard had used cheating as an excuse to ignite this magic suppress circle. Although he did not request it beforehand, he still has the ability to do so according to the rule. Request confirmed. Magic suppression circle ignited. The robotic sound emerged again. Afterward, a white beam of light shot up from the stadium, and a set of magic circles had been teleported, and soon they were ignited. Everything was under the control of the spirit. Next up, shield blocking. Due to the mass cheating that just happened, this part will take place in the magic suppression circle, said Drillmaster Layard in a low voice. He didn't even look at those 5 wizards that just failed. K301, come here. Drillmaster Layard yelled as he entered the magic suppression circle first. Yes, Drillmaster. K3501 yelled back and entered the circle as well. The magic suppression circle did not have an invisible ability, so everyone on the spot could see what was happening. I will use the force of a rank 3 knight, and you try to block. If you step back more than 5 steps, you fail, said Drillmaster Layard with a blank face. K3501 placed the round shield in front of him and nodded to Drillmaster Layard. Examiner, I'm ready. Drillmaster Layard used his knight's sword to strike upon the round shield of K3501, knocking him back for 4 steps. He wobbled a little bit more, but he stood still at last nevertheless. The only thing faded was the confidence in his face. K3501, you pass. K3502, you are next. Drillmaster Layard lowered his voice again. Although Drillmaster Cooper was very far away from the stadium, he was not like the wizards. He could clearly see that even though a rank 3 knight could unleash a hit like the one Drillmaster Layard just did, it would almost be their maximum force. That hit was nearing the power of a rank 4 knight. If the examination continued like this, maybe only a few wizards would pass. Drillmaster Cooper just couldn't understand what Drillmaster Layard was doing. Abel also realized this abnormality. Normally, the blocking skills required were only a little more than a rank 2 knight. There was no way it was this strong. Knight's strength would grow tremendously from rank 3 to rank 4, so a weak rank 3 strike was totally different from a strong one. Take K3501, for example. He was one of the strongest wizards other than Abel, and he could barely even complete this exam. This meant all the other wizards would be in big trouble. Just as expected, as K3502 was struck upon by Drillmaster Layard's sword, he took 6 steps back and landed on his ass. By that point, all the wizards' faces had grown white. They didn't know what was happening. Why was Drillmaster Layard so strict all of a sudden? Normally, a training like this was only supposed to help wizards learn some survival skills. It was supposed to be a walk in the park. Of course, if you failed badly, you would be kicked out, but it was not supposed to get the whole team kicked out like this. When K3502 exited the magic circle, he did not go straight to the 5 failed wizards. Instead, he stepped up to K3501, resting by his side. K3501, you are the one who said Drillmaster Layard would be the examiner, and you are the one who said this examination would be easy. There were only 16 wizards in the camp, so it was very easy to find the one who spread any rumors. Especially for wizards, they had good memories and critical thinking skills. By that point, everyone had their gaze fixed on K3501. Don't blame me. Drillmaster Layard told me when we were chatting, so I thought he would take care of us. That's why I told everyone. Although K-3501 was wearing a mask, the horror in his eyes still showed. Why is Drillmaster Layard trying to set us up? Wizards were not stupid. Every wizard on the spot realized that Drillmaster Layard had deliberately spread the rumors. Maybe he thought wizards are fun to mess with, said a wizard with a cold laugh. We'll all go report him after the examination, a wizard said. No one could understand his behavior. Those were 16 wizards. Even though they were beginner wizards, they all had their teacher and friends. If they all joined forces, they could make Drillmaster Layard suffer for the rest of his life in the Holy Continent. Another wizard had fallen to the ground in the magic suppression circle. This was strange, but Abel's head commander intuition did not alert him a single bit. He felt like it had nothing to do with himself, but the calculation the world stone gave out was that there was a 76% chance that this situation had to do with him. Seemed like Drillmaster Layard had found out his identity. Abel had no idea how Drillmaster found out. He had been extremely mindful when it came to his behavior, clothing, mask, and manners. 10 wizards had finished their examination, and only 2 of them had passed. This result was basically rigged. K-3516, you are next, Drillmaster Layard yelled. Abel gazed at Drillmaster Layard. His head commander intuition did not alert him, which made him doubt if his intuition had been damaged. In the past, it would alert him just from a tiny bit of threat. Abel's intuition was not like the other head commanders. It was strengthened by his power of will. It had reached a clear godly level. As he walked towards the magic suppression circle, disgust arose within him as his magic power began to shake. At this moment, he finally understood why so little people would use these magic suppression circles. Normally, under these circumstances, no wizards would keep stepping forward, but this was an examination. He had to go in. He felt his magic power being locked down by some kind of strange force when he entered the circle. It did not feel good to lose his magic power. Maybe that's why only 2 wizards had passed. Would be quite good if a person can unleash around 70% of his ability under this circumstance, let alone those wizards who couldn't even block properly. Grandmaster Abel, that's you right, said Drillmaster Layard from the center of the circle. A smirk emerged from his face and his voice was soft, but still Abel could hear him clearly. How did you know? Abel had already guessed this earlier. Drillmaster Layard had done all of that just to get Abel into this magic suppression circle. He was just confused how he found out about his identity. Because I've been keeping an eye on you. You know, I've exchanged all my war glory for information about your height, ability, and habits, said Drillmaster Layard in a soft voice. At that moment, he was not worrying about anything. Abel was only 3 meters in front of him. That was like a single step for a head commander. No one could save him. Ever since the first day, Drillmaster Layard had doubted the identity of Abel. It was just way too hard for the miracle spirit to change its decision. Only someone like Abel could. Although Abel was wearing a mask, his build did not change. Anyone who paid close attention would know. Do we know each other? Abel frowned. Abel felt a little bad for making so many wizards failing their exams. Do we? I am a head commander from the Duchy of Kian. My son stayed in the magic tower, and you've killed him. You can't deny it, from the information I've gotten. It was not the first time you used explosives. Drillmaster Layard clenched his teeth. He squeezed the big swords in his hand. If he wasn't planning to torture Abel and enjoy the process of watching him die slowly, he would have killed him in one strike long ago. It was only at this moment Abel remembered bombing the magic towers in the Duchy of Kian in pieces back in the days. He did not feel a single bit of embarrassment from that incident. The Duchy of Kian wizards picked on him first, and they had harmed his family. Things like this were extremely frowned upon by wizards. They got what they deserved. Also, back in the days, Abel could only use some extraordinary method to protect his family, which was what led to an explosion that shocked the Holy Continent. Yeah, right, it was me who bombed the Duchy of Kian magic towers, Abel said helplessly. You demon, you've killed my son, Drillmaster Layard yelled with a low voice with a face full of emotions. It was a battle. The Duchy of Kian wizards messed with us first. You are an experienced knight. You should know that the blame should be put on the one who starts the fight, not the one who ends it, said Abel looking at the agitated face of Drillmaster Layard. You killed my son, and I will kill you today. I've looked through your data. Your scary summon can kill elite wizards. But too bad you are in here with me, said Drillmaster with a malicious laugh pointing at the magic suppression circle. Abel wanted to tell Drillmaster Layard that he was no match to him even in this magic suppression circle. His intuition did not even warn him a single bit, which meant that Drillmaster Layard was not a threat. By that point, Drillmaster Layard no longer cared about a single thing in the world. He was just confused about why Abel still remained so calm. You have no magic, no summons, no magic items. So why ain't you panicking? Drillmaster Cooper saw that Drillmaster Layard was not proceeding with the examination. Instead, he was saying something to Abel and got more and more agitated. At last, Drillmaster Cooper heard that he wanted to kill Abel. Layard, what do you think you are doing? Drillmaster Cooper no longer cared about violating rules. He ran inside the station and yelled in front of the magic suppression circle. Cooper, this is none of your business. Don't come closer. If you do, I'll kill him. Drillmaster Layard yelled back with a pair of crazy, murderous eyes. Calm down, this is Miracle City. You cannot escape if you kill someone. Drillmaster Cooper took another step. Step back, Cooper, you know how fast my sword is. Step back. Drillmaster Layard continued to yell. Okay, just calm down, said Drillmaster Cooper helplessly and stepped back. Drillmaster Layard then turned back to Abel and continued, Tell me, why ain't you panicking? He just didn't want Abel to die easily. He wanted everyone to see Abel cry and begging for his life, but Abel just wasn't even showing a slight bit of panic. Drillmaster Layard, I'll let you strike first. And then I'll tell you why I'm not panicking, said Abel confidently. This confidence was so grand it changed his entire look. In the past, he acted just like a normal wizard, but at that moment, both head commanders felt his extreme confidence coming through. If a wizard could be this confident in a magic suppression circle facing a head commander, he was either crazy or actually had some method to strike back. Commander Layard knew Abel was not crazy. Abel was agreed upon by the entire Holy Continent as a genius. Drillmaster Layard grew seriously. He threw away his normal knight sword and took out a fire magic knight sword from his back. Couldn't help but get serious. He was afraid that he could not complete his revenge. Powerful fire combat Kai wrapped around his fire big sword in an instant. The fire was orange in color. It had the force of an intermediate flame. Drillmaster Layard's abilities were quite high among head commanders as well. After his fire magic sword had been strengthened by his fire combat Kai, he calmed down again. He trusted his sword skills with all his life. He had killed countless orcs with his sword. He had even assassinated a head commander with the same rank. His sword skill had never failed him. As long as he had that fire magic sword in his hand, he would be in full fighting mode. Drillmaster Layard roared as he unleashed a strike with full force towards Abel. Drillmaster Cooper also yelled outside the circle, Stop! The fire magic sword glowing in orange flames speeded towards Abel's neck. At that moment, the power of will in Abel's brain twitched. All of a sudden, the whole world slowed down. As Drillmaster Layard's sword was about to make contact with Abel, Abel stepped forwards, just like taking a walk in the park. With this step, Abel arrived in front of Drillmaster Layard's arm. He then gently tapped Drillmaster Layard's arm with his lightweight long sword. The tap landed directly on Drillmaster Layard's joint. It was not random. Abel had calculated the spot in which Drillmaster Layard's combat Kai had traveled, and this joint was open in that slit of the moment. The fire magic sword of Drillmaster Layard's hand dropped to the ground. All of this happened in a flash, but Drillmaster Cooper could still see it very clearly outside of the magic suppression circle. As Drillmaster Layard was unleashing his strike, Abel gently stepped forwards and gave his arm a little lift. Afterward, Drillmaster Layard's arm struck upon Abel's sword handle. All of this seemed like a coincidence, but Drillmaster Cooper wouldn't believe it. That was a head commander. Even a normal person with a hammer would not make them drop their sword. However, more confusion was to come. Drillmaster Layard was exploding with fire combat Kai. He had dropped his sword, but it still wouldn't stop him from using his hand to grab Abel. Abel gently twisted and avoided the grab. He then used his lightweight long sword and effortlessly drew a few lines on the body of Drillmaster Layard. Drillmaster Cooper was sure these few flicks of a sword did not have combat Kai, nor were it very powerful, but still, had opened up 2 blood vessels on Drillmaster Layard's arms and legs. Drillmaster Layard had gone insane. He had dropped his weapon, and now he had been hurt by Abel's sword. The combat Kai on his body was basically defenseless. He quickly realized something was wrong. Abel's flick of his sword had directly cut open the great vessel of his arms and legs. It was not a normal cut, but the entire grand vessel had been chopped open. Blood directly gushed out from the entire length of the wound. If it was a normal cut, or just a little damage to his grand vessel, he would be able to suppress it with his combat Kai. However, not these 2 cuts. After a while, blood had drenched his entire body in red. He continued to madly attack Abel. Abel continued to effortlessly step and dodge. He dodged all his attacks, just like a walk in the park. By that point, Drillmaster Layard felt his body grew weak and cold. Abel never thought that fighting would become so easy with this ability to analyze data in real time. Since he didn't need to expose his head commander ability, it was better to keep it as a secret. A wizard as well as a head commander would bring him way too much attention for his next 3 years. However, as he continued to think, he realized it would be an even greater shock if he had won against head commander without combat Kai or magic. By that point, he longer wanted to join the fight. Instead, he doubted his eyes. Was he dreaming? The 15 wizards on the spot also had the jaw dropped as they watched this fight. It was the most unbelievable thing in the world, even for wizards. Seeing Drillmaster Layard's movements getting slow, Abel thought to himself. He did not do anything wrong for bombing the Duchy of Kian since he was just protecting his family. But Drillmaster Layard also didn't do anything wrong either. He was also just seeking revenge for his son. Rest in peace, Abel said gently, and he swiftly twisted beside Drillmaster Layard and avoided his attacks. Afterward, he struck out his light long sword. He did not use any combat Kai or much force, but this stab had penetrated Drillmaster Layard's attacking arm. Since combat Kai correlated with movement, in that flash of a moment, Drillmaster Layard's arm was open for attack. The light long sword Abel had a slim body, which was quite good for stabbing. On top of the momentum of Drillmaster Layard, the blade had easily penetrated his skin and landed in his heart between his ribs. All of a sudden, Drillmaster Layard froze. All of his combat Kai vanished, but a strange smile emerged from his face as he mumbled with blood in his mouth. "Son, I'm coming." His body then fell back as Abel let go. Along with the light long sword, his body dropped to the ground. The light long sword did not have a blood groove, so it would be very hard to take it out without sowing his force, so Abel just decided to let go of it instead. Bang! A stream of red blood blasted out from the body of Drillmaster Layard 10 meters towards the sky. Combat Kai smoke, Drillmaster Cooper mumbled. Head commander had basically suppressed their combat Kai core to the maximum. When a head commander died, this core would blast open into a shockwave of combat Kai. This was known as combat Kai smoke. Although this combat Kai smoke scenery had only lasted for 10 seconds, a few red-cloaked wizards had also flashed inside the stadium. Abel did not move as he stood in a magic suppression circle, feeling that weird feeling of being suppressed. It was a rare feeling. Although this magic suppression circle was basically a trick to the system, he had never seen one in the trading list of Linnate City. It seemed like anything that could threaten wizards were banned in the Holy Continent. Although a magic suppression circle was not really that useful, they were still banned. They could suppress a wizard's magic power, but not the head commander combat Kai of Abel. Since it had merged with the lightning attributes, it had formed a special combat Kai in which the magic suppression circle could not interfere. Drillmaster Cooper, what happened? A red-cloaked wizard lowered his voice. It was obvious. Drillmaster Layard was killed, and the 3 wounds on his body were clear as well. There was even a weapon on him, and there was an official wizard standing in the magic suppression circle with him. The weapon on Drillmaster Layard was a light long sword those wizards used for training, and Abel only had a round shield on him. His right hand was empty. Normal people would definitely think this was an accident. A training wizard had made a mistake and killed a drillmaster. However, those 2 red-cloaked wizards knew what rank Drillmaster Layard was. As a head commander, there no way wizard could hurt him even with a magic sword, let alone a light training longsword. Of course, that's just what the 2 intermediate red-cloaked wizards thought, not Abel. Ever since he had gotten that little piece of world stone, he could analyze any data in real time. He could look at a knight's ability from many different perspectives. Just like Drillmaster Layard's defense, for example. He did not use combat Kai armor, so even though combat Kai could naturally protect one's body, Abel could still see some loopholes. Even when he was attacking Drillmaster Layard, he didn't need to use much force. He only needed some precise calculations to determine his weak spot and correlate it with the sharpness of his blade. Even until the very end, when blood blasted out of Drillmaster Layard, Abel did not need to use a single bit of combat Kai. Wizard Calder, Drillmaster Layard had set the whole thing up. I think he was trying to murder K-3516. But he got himself killed when he was attacking K-3516, Drillmaster Cooper explained. By that point, he was still confused how Drillmaster Layard got killed. This made him doubt everything he had learned about knights. In the past 10 or so years, he felt weak. Although he was a little more powerful than Drillmaster Layard, it was only a little more powerful. He might have ended up the same if he did the same thing. Both Intermediate Wizard Calder and Intermediate Wizard Boris were permanent wizards in Miracle City. Unlike those beginner wizards who came here to join the Battle of the Orcs mission, they were the actual base for the Miracle City fighting power alongside the Miracle Spirit. Their red cloak represented their authority, and today Wizard Calder and Wizard Boris were on duty. There was no way anyone would expect something like this to happen, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Wizard K-3516 is a head commander as well, Wizard Calder asked while Wizard Boris stared at Abel. Abel needed to be watched before they could figure out what had really happened. "No, I don't know," said Drillmaster Cooper full of confusion. "Drillmaster Cooper, please answer my question properly. How did Wizard K-3516 kill Drillmaster Layard?" said Wizard Calder, doubling down on his tone. Drillmaster Cooper really didn't know how to reply. He just couldn't understand what had happened. If Abel had used combat Kai, or the skill of a head commander, or even a powerful spell within the magic suppression circle, he would have definitely felt it. What had happened was just too hard to explain. How could a head commander get killed with 3 sword strikes from an intermediate wizard, especially without combat Kai? Wizard Calder, K-3516, used his light long sword and killed Drillmaster Layard. He didn't use combat Kai or any spells, said Drillmaster Cooper with a soft, helpless voice. Drillmaster Cooper, are you joking with me? We are doing some serious investigation here. Please answer me probably. Wizard Calder raised his voice. Wizard Calder, you can ask those 15 wizards there. Also, Layard's military card recorded the whole examination. Even though the magic suppression circle might have affected it, you might still be able to see it. I'm a head commander, and I promise every word I said was true, said Drillmaster Cooper, pointed at those wizards in the stadium. They still hadn't fully recovered from what they just saw. At that moment, Abel was about to step out of the magic suppression circle, but he suddenly heard Wizard Boris say, "Wizard K-3516, please wait in the magic suppression circle before we have our results." Abel irritatedly stopped his steps and replied with a low voice, "I need Miracle City to give me an explanation. How could a head commander attack me in a magic suppression circle?" Wizard K-3516, please calm down. We will soon have your results, said Wizard Boris, pointing at Abel. At that moment, Wizard Calder had got some data about Abel back from the Miracle Spirit through his military card. Of course, the spirit would not expose a wizard's identity without asking, especially when they had not even confirmed that Abel had done anything wrong. These data made Wizard Calder understand. Abel must have a powerful background. No ordinary person could make the Miracle Spirit change its rule and let a wizard join the training halfway. The following data about Drillmaster Layard was shocking. As well, Drillmaster Layard didn't have much remaining war glory points. It was weird. It was unlike any head commander who had served Miracle City for 30 years. Seemed like he had traded some resource with it. Looking at the footage of the examination, it was Drillmaster Layard's decision to proceed with the examination in the magic suppression circle, and he had used some extraordinary method to achieve it. Maybe Drillmaster Layard had recognized Wizard K-3516, and he wanted to kill him by getting him to step in the magic suppression circle. But it seemed like Drillmaster Layard had miscalculated something and failed in his murder. Instead, he got himself killed. Miracle Spirit, please analyze the data between K3516 and Drillmaster Layard. Wizard Calder had reported his own analysis to the Miracle Spirit through his military card. He did not have the authority to be the judge. The only judge in Miracle City was the Spirit. Layard had abused his authority for his own revenge. K3516 had only defended himself. K3516 had killed a head commander. 5 war glory points will be given as a reward. Since the problem had occurred with the examiner of this examination will not count. Please wait for a new examiner. K3516 will automatically pass the exam. A robotic voice emerged from everyone's military card. Afterward, the magic suppression circle surrounding Abel began to disappear, and its parts teleported away in white lights. Amazing, we can do the test again. K3503 was the first wizard that got kicked out, so by that point, nothing was better than going to the exam again. If he had really just gone back to his wizard circle. Just like that, this experience might become one of the biggest traumas of his life, and it could deeply impact his training in the future. Other wizards were also screaming in excitement. Although they were official wizards, most of them were just around rank 6. Wizards like these had always trained very hard, and they would rarely connect with the common world. Therefore, most of them were very pure of heart. They did not have the shrewdness of an old wizard. Of course, all of them did not have much to say about Abel directly passing the examination anyway. If a wizard who could kill a head commander with a light sword could not pass the examination, then there was no way they could. Congratulations, Wizard 3516. Your military card now has the ability to directly contact the Miracle Spirit if you have any questions. Wizard Calder said and bowed to Abel. There was no way he could not show respect to Abel, a wizard who could kill a head commander so easily. Although they didn't know how he did it, what Abel did was a fact. They could not deny it. Thanks, Abel bowed back and looked towards the happy wizards on the stadium. However, when the intermediate wizards also looked at them, they stopped laughing and quickly bowed. Even K3515, who was quite close to Abel, bowed at the wizards and left. At that moment, Wizard Boris walked next to Wizard Calder and said gently, "Calder, come look at Layard's wounds." Intermediate wizards at Miracle City would not be unfamiliar with dead bodies. They fought countless battles and saw countless friends and enemies die before them. However, Drillmaster Layard still managed to catch their interest. There were 3 wounds on his body. They could make sense of that stab to his heart. Any knight with a little bit of official training about human bone structure and organs could make sense of it. However, those 2 wise wizards just couldn't understand those 2 cuts. Wizard Calder said to Drillmaster Cooper from the side and said, "Drillmaster Cooper, look at those wounds." Drillmaster Cooper quickly walked towards the body. He was not a wizard. He could use his power of will to examine wounds. After a close examination, his jaw dropped and said, "This is too scary." By that point, he realized why Layard had used up his energy so quickly. These 2 cuts had basically drained all the blood from his body. Actually, the last stab wouldn't even matter. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. "Drillmaster Cooper, you are a head commander. Can you make 2 cuts like these?" Wizard Calder was not a knight, so Drillmaster Cooper was a better candidate to ask. "Wizard Calder, I might not be able to make a precise cut to a grand vessel like this, even if a person was standing still in front of me," said Drillmaster Cooper with a forceful smile. Although knights had practiced sword control ever since they were young, most of the time, they would still focus on striking or defense techniques. When it came to making precise cuts like this, maybe an experienced butcher might be even better. There was no way Layard had stood still and just let Abel cut him, so this cut was extremely hard to make. Even Drillmaster Cooper shook his head. It seems like an extraordinary figure had come to Miracle City. Which wizard could it be? Wizard Calder was a little hesitant. He didn't even know if he should address this person as a wizard. Wizard Calder would definitely not believe it if there wasn't a wizard energy coming out of Abel. If a wizard could make a cut like this, knights and warriors were basically useless. Abel walked back to his accommodation. He had only been living there for 10 days, and now he was going to leave. He didn't have much stuff to pack up, only putting his gear in the cupboard and changing his robe. In regards to that missing light sword, he believed Drillmaster Cooper would take care of it. He was right. Drillmaster Cooper had kept it as a collectible. Abel connected his power of will with his military card, and soon he got a reply. K3516, you have passed your training. Corresponding features are now available in your military from your military card. You have received 5 war glory. Please have a look. Your Battle of the Orcs mission will officially begin today. It will last for 3 years. If your war glory exceeds 200, you can directly submit an auto mission complete. Your accommodations are marked on the map. Please have a look. Sub-occupation discovered. You can accept weapon fixing missions. Since your sub-occupation is a Grand Master, you can get double the war glory every time you complete a weapon fixing mission. A string of messages appeared on Abel's military card. This military card was very similar to his Magic Tower identity card. There was even the ability to contact other people's military cards, but of course, this was only effective in Miracle City. Those weapon fixing missions caught his attention. Miracle City knew his identity very well. It's just that it looked a little stingy to only pay a Grandmaster double amounts of war glory to fix your weapon. Afterward, Abel opened the map and looked at the marking. The wizard camp is in the center of Miracle City. It was very close to that giant wall at the back. As he stepped into the wizard area, he noticed most of the wizards had their identity hidden. A lot of them had respected that tradition. Almost all the normal people there were servants. This made sense. Most of the wizards there had just become official wizards. Their life would be a mess if they didn't have a servant. Abel had never seen so many official wizards gathering in one spot other than Lion City. Abel looked forward. As a rank 9 wizard, he could easily tell that most of those wizards were rank 6. There were barely any rank 7 wizards. Abel had seen around 12 official wizards along the way to his accommodation. He finally saw his accommodation within a line of houses in a courtyard. It was the best batch of houses he saw along the way here. It was a lot bigger, and it had a little garden which he could rest in. When Abel was about to open the gate with his military card, a fresh-sounding voice emerged from behind. "Are you new?" Abel quickly stopped and bowed. "Yes, I am K3516. I've just passed the training exam." "I am K3305. I'm basically an old man here. Sorry to bother you, I'm just interested because normally newbies will be sent to live in those houses on the edge. We will all need to use war glory to exchange a place here." Although K3305 was wearing a mask, he sounded very friendly from his voice. "Oh, I didn't know that. My military card just says this is my house," said Abel, shrugging his shoulder. "You are lucky. Maybe the miracle spirit is sick today." K3305 mumbled to himself. He then followed. "I live next door. If you have any questions, you can just come and find me." K3305, how many wizards are in the camp? Abel asked straight away since he was so interested. Every newbie wants to know this. Normally around 100 wizards. Intermediate wizards don't live here. They live there, said K3305, pointing at that massive wall reaching toward the cloud. But we only have around 10 wizards this season. How come there are 100 wizards in this 3 years? Battle of the Orcs mission, Abel asked in confusion. Because most of us want war glory to exchange training resources. But some wizards just like to fight, and some like to hunt spiritual beasts at MT Budapest, so they set this place as their base. Most of the wizards you see will be the ones doing the Battle of the Orcs mission. The other ones will rarely walk around the camp. You can only see them in the mission hall, K3305 explained. At that moment, Abel and K3305's military card began to ring. To every wizard in Miracle City, this is an emergency defense mission. I repeat, this is an emergency defense mission. Please come to the Miracle Wall immediately. Every wizard who got this message will need to come. Miracle Spirit's robotic voice emerged from their military card. My God, why am I so unlucky? I'm just starting to rest. K3305 complained, and then he turned back to Abel. There is a short distance teleportation circle in our houses. You can directly reach the Miracle Wall through it. Since it's your first mission, just follow me. Okay, thank you so much. Abel really liked how friendly K3305 was. Maybe they could be good friends. Just from his voice, Abel could tell K3305 was not a weak wizard, especially when he could afford a place like this. Abel also began to question his accommodation. Maybe the Miracle City had given it to him because he was a grandmaster blacksmith, or maybe it was trying to make up for the fact that Layard had attacked him. Still, Abel could only guess. Seeing K-3305 open the gate and run inside, Abel also did the same as he placed his military card on the magic circle of the gate. Welcome K-3516, House A09 is now unlocked for you. Your contract to this house is 3 years. The robotic voice emerged from his military card again as the gate swung open. Abel did have time to closely examine it as he ran. In the courtyard, he looked around as he kept moving towards the house. The house was around 100 square meters. Since he was short of time, he only briefly looked at it. There was a living room, an office, a bedroom, and a training room. The short-distance teleportation circle was in the office. Abel quickly installed 4 intermediate gems onto it and used his power of will to select the miracle wall. Soon, he vanished from the office in a flash of white light. Before Abel could even see what was around him clearly, he heard K-3305 again. K-3516, you are quick. I thought you would take longer. However, Abel did not care what K-3305 was saying. He was stunned by the scenery in front of him. He was standing on a platform with a protective shield. There were some teleportation circles on the platform. This place was the frontier attack of Miracle City. Below the platform was the Miracle Wall, which was more like an engineering miracle. It was around 50 meters thick, 3,000 meters wide. On both sides was the main peak of MT Budapest. The data said that the orcs had used hundreds of years to dig through MT Budapest and used this passage to rob wealth from the human. The humans had wasted tens of years and killed countless orcs to win this mountain back. That was how we ended up with Miracle Wall. It was the barrier between the human and orcs' territory. From then on, only a small number of orcs' elite squad would risk their lives through MT Budapest to the human world. No huge troops of orcs had come through ever since. There were also many powerful spiritual beasts in MT Budapest. Under these conditions, only 10% of them could survive. Abel looked around. There were also many teleportation circles on the 3,000 meters wide Miracle Wall. Large amounts of knights were stepped out of it, filling up the wall. Wizards also continued to come out of that teleportation circle he just came out of. Those wizards looked calm as they waited for their instructions. At the moment, the knights had already divided themselves into 5 teams and stood in front of the wall with their shields and spears. Abel felt like maybe the wizards were too lazy. The knights were already ready to fight, but the wizards were still looking around. K-3305, what should I do? Abel turned and asked gently. Don't rush, the miracle spirit just alerted us because it noticed the orcs are doing something. We just back up. It will only be our turn once the guardian wizards use up their magic powers, said K-3305 in a slightly carefree voice. No way, how did a newbie get sent there? A wizard holding a glass of juice said. Although that wizard spoke very lightly, around 20 wizards turned to Abel, gazes filled with curiosity. In only a few minutes, around 20 beginner wizards gathered around Abel. Even more flashed from the teleportation circle. This is K-3516, he lives. In No. A09, the miracle spirit should be right. K-3305 introduced Abel to everyone. The miracle spirit let a newbie live in A09. I've signed up so many times, but it never gave it to me. A cloaked wizard sighed in dissatisfaction. You haven't stayed here for long anyway. I've been here for 10 years and I still haven't gotten a house in the area. Another wizard called. K-3516, don't worry about them. There are 10 houses in the area. No. A09 had always been accepting sign-ups, but no wizards had passed the examination, so they are just complaining. K-3305 explained. He then turned to that black-cloaked wizard and said, K-3412, if you're not happy, find the miracle spirit. Don't blame people. But he is a newbie, how can he live there? A black-cloaked wizard, K-3412, didn't want to surrender so easily. A newbie? I heard only one newbie passed the exam today. The other newbies are still in the training camp waiting for their next examiner. said an older wizard smiling at K3412. All of those wizards on the spot were back up. The real battle hadn't even started, so of course, there was no need for backup. Upon hearing something interesting, another wizard quickly asked, K3003, what did you say? The newbie K3412 was talking about used a light long sword and killed a head commander without combat kai. Of course, the miracle spirit would treat a wizard like this differently. K3003 continued to smile as he saw more and more wizards gathering. Abel didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. It had only been a moment ago, but now every wizard knew. Curiosity was universal. K3516, you're too good. Let's go on a mission together someday, K3305 said with shock. Yeah. I am K3312. Let's do a mission if you have time as well. Another wizard followed. That's right, let's get to know each other a bit. All of a sudden, the 20 wizards all began to smile and introduce themselves to Abel. The relationship with a powerful wizard was important no matter where they were. Even in a mission, a powerful wizard could be a good helper. As the wizards were chatting, a wave of grunts and shouts emerged from outside the miracle wall. All of a sudden, the wizards quieted down and focused on the battlefield. K3305, is that all the wizards we have? Abel finally got the breath to ask. This mission was basically throwing out free war credit. The miracle spirit will only ask a few wizards, said K3305, gently with a smile. What do you mean? Abel was confused. We are back up, so normally, we don't even need to do anything. Normally, we will have a mission like this once every 2-3 months, so you are lucky. K3305 replied gently. Why does it only contact us? Abel asked again. Because we are the most powerful wizards in the Battle of the Orcs mission. We are also the first batch of fighting wizards, so we will have 2 points of war glory even if we don't do anything. If you join the actual fight, you will be given a corresponding amount of war glory to how you did. K3305 explained. The surveillance of Miracle City was normally 100 miles. Some time had passed since the alert, and Abel had finally seen the orcs. There were a lot of them. Although they were far, Abel could see that they were all raider orcs. Every one of them had a boar as mount, and they sounded noisy. Those pecker orcs were scattered around like ocean waves. They didn't even have any clothes on them. They only had a skirt made of leaves to cover their lower halves. Since there were way too many of them, Abel could not see the end of their ground, even with his sight. How come there are so many pecker orcs? Although Abel didn't know how many of them there were, he knew there were at least 100,000 of them, and there were still more coming. They are too good at breeding. Normally, a single pecker orc can give birth to 10 little pecker orcs. Their pregnancy period normally only lasts for a few months, and they almost didn't need to rest since they are so strong. If they are so strong and so good at breeding, how come they are the lowest rank in the Orc Empire? Abel asked in confusion. Abel had only heard about the Orc Empire before, so he actually knew very little about it. Miracle City has been fighting orcs for years, so they had to know more. Because most of them are stupid. The data shows that only 1/10, 000 of them have normal IQ, and every 1/100, 000 can become knights. Because of this, Pecker are just soldiers for the Orc Empire to sacrifice. K3305 explained to Abel quietly. At that moment, the Pecker orcs stopped around 1,000 meters outside of Miracle City. It was furthest range Miracle City could attack at. The low IQ orcs were controlled by some kind of sophisticated system. Behind the Pecker orcs were 10 giant trucks. There were some black-cloaked deities commanding a few armored Pecker knights to take some objects off the truck. When he saw those orcs desperately trying to unload, Abel couldn't help but ask, "Are we just going to let them unload? Why don't we attack?" "Attack," K3305 said, pointing at the endless amount of Pecker orcs. He then continued, "If we send the knights to go out first, there's no way they can kill this many orcs without taking a big hit. Those Pecker orcs know how to fight from birth, unlike humans who need to train." Abel knew why the Orc Empire was so scary. All they needed to do was to give birth, and there was no training needed. Orcs were born stronger than humans, and they were born to fight. Although humans were already relatively good at breeding compared to the other races, they were still nothing compared to the orcs. Abel believed if it was the dwarfs or the elves who were defending against the orcs, both of the elves and the dwarfs would be gone long ago. As time went on, the orc deity's assembly had completed. Abel noticed it was a giant crossbow. It looked very strong, almost like the one made by dwarfs. The orcs had been doing research on crossbows for so long, and they had been testing these giant crossbows for long-distance attacks on battlefields. I was not expecting so many to come today, K3305 sighed. Yeah, it's very hard for the orcs to make crossbows since they have so little resources. They can only make it in small batches. I don't know why they decided to bring 10 here. K3412 followed. He wanted to repair his relationship with Abel, so he joined the conversation. Do you still have to ask? Grandmaster Abel had killed 2 elite wizards with crossbows. Everyone in the Holy Continent knows this. So of course, the orcs will speed up their research no matter how poor they are. K3003 replied. He was the one with the most knowledge. Abel couldn't help but bitterly laugh when he heard his good work being discussed. Crossbows were so big and clunky. How would they do anything to elite wizards? Did the people spreading these rumors deliberately try to mess with people? Abel felt confused as he gazed at those black-cloaked priests a few thousand meters from the miracle wall. The wall was too high. There was no way the priests and these pecker orcs could climb up just by themselves. Although the miracle wall was 3,000 meters from the human side, it was only 500 meters from the orc side. Still, it was not easy for those orcs to get up. K3305, how come the wall's height is so different between the two sides? Abel pointed at the back of the miracle wall in confusion. No one would make a 2,000 meters difference by mistake. There had to be a reason. You will know later, said K3305 gently as he gazed at those orcs. At that moment, some pecker orcs were roaring. Abel could see very clearly a few priests were throwing potions at them. Red smoke began to arise from the orcs, and Abel's strengthened sight could see that their eyes had turned red, and their faces had become furious. They do this every time. It is the orc's insanity potion. It strips off the orc's senses and fears and increases anger to a peak, said K3305 with a cold laugh. How powerful are those potions? We have blood-warming potions, but everyone still needs at least one bottle. Are the orc's potions really that good? Abel was an alchemist, and he was a little stunned by how to throw out those potions at mass. The side effect of those insanity potions is a 50% death rate. The priests only care about the effect. They couldn't care less if those pecker orcs live or die. K3003 replied and sent a chill down Abel's spine. Those insanity potions were being used on at least 100,000 orcs. Get ready, K3305 lowered his voice. It was like the blood of those pecker orcs had started burning all of a sudden. They didn't care how high the miracle wall was as they roared and rushed towards it. Thousands of pecker orcs rushed forward from 3,000 meters. Abel felt suffocated, and his hair stuck out as he watched the scenery. Those orcs had turned into machines under the influence of the potion. Archers ready, a head commander yelled. The front-line knights opened up a crack in their formation, giving way to the archers. Just like that, a wave of arrows shot forward outside of Miracle City. Countless pecker orcs fell, and soon they were trembled into mush by the others. Weird, why are the knights' arrows so bad? By that point, Abel could basically tell the quality of weapons in one look, and these arrows were beyond his expectations. Why would they use good arrows? Do you want to give them to the orcs as a gift? K3003 said blankly from the side. There were not a lot of archers, but every one of them was extremely skilled. Especially after countless years of working together, they almost didn't miss a single shot. Still, the damage was not that noticeable considering how many pecker orcs there were. Abel just couldn't understand a battle like this. He had a weird look on his face. The orcs already knew that the human didn't like to use too many arrows, so they just used a knight charging technique to trigger the archers. Suddenly, a body attracted Abel's attention. It was wearing a gray robe, and it was moving so quickly between the dying orcs. It was almost unnoticeable. Wait, not just one body. There were 2, no 3. How many of those things were there? No need to look anymore. Those were skeletons summoned by the priests. They're there to collect arrows. The skeletons are supported by a magic circle, so they can send back everything they got to the priests. K3003 gently explained when he saw Abel noticing the gray bodies. Abel was a little speechless. He could not imagine how poor the Orc Empire had to be to do such a thing. With a line of them blocking the arrows, the front-line Pecker Orcs were approaching the miracle wall. At that moment they finally took out their weapons. It was a stone. It wasn't processed but just a normal rock. They came in all kinds of sizes, but they Orcs still did the same thing. They threw the rocks on the miracle wall. Even if those Pecker Orcs were born with the strength of gods, there was no way they could throw those rocks behind the miracle wall. They could only strike about the middle of the wall at most. At that moment, Abel was standing near the back. He could no longer see the condition under him clearly. Suddenly, he heard a familiar burning sound. The sound of firewall burning. Where are the wizards? Abel noticed that none of the wizards on the miracle wall was fighting, so he turned to K3305 and asked, "Do you really think the miracle wall was just a wall? If it was, the Orc Empire would have destroyed it long ago," said K3305 looking under him. Abel used his power of will to scan under the miracle wall, but it was protected by some strange energy. He knew this feeling all too well. "This is a magic tower," Abel said with his jaw dropped. "That's right, it's a magic tower. A lot of wizards ask which magic tower is the most powerful in the Holy Continent. Some might have different answers, but all wizards who have been here will agree it's Miracle Wall," K3305 said proudly. It was 3,000 meters wide, 50 meters thick, 3,000 meters tall on the human side, and 500 meters tall on the orc side. How many resources did it take to build this thing? Although Abel couldn't see the effect of the firewall, he could hear countless Pecker Orcs screaming under him. It was funny how those Pecker Orcs thought they could penetrate this wall of a magic tower with brutal force. K3526. You can look at the battle under the wall with your military card. K3003 said, seeing Abel was interesting. Abel quickly connected to his military card with his power of will. K3003 was right. There was a new ability in his military card on the miracle wall, the ability to look at the miracle wall from different angles. At that moment, most of the Pecker Orcs under the miracle wall had used up the rocks on their boars, but they still kept helplessly banging on the miracle wall with their fists. Abel noticed a Pecker Orc was engulfed in flames, but it was still madly striking on the wall. It tried to use its teeth to bite it, but every time they made contact, a beam of light would shoot out from its wall. It was the protection circle. Despite that, it seemed like the only thing on those orcs' minds was attacking. They used the flame of their body, their teeth to bite, their head to bang, and hands to strike. In the end, a wave of firewall brushed upon its body, and a line of Pecker Orcs turned into ash in front of the wall. The firewall spell was powerful, but it seemed the hundreds of thousands of Pecker Orcs didn't care at all. They had basically lost all their ability to think as they rushed forward like waves hitting the shore, even if it meant killing them. The frontline Pecker Orcs kept yelling and hopelessly banging on the miracle wall, but those ones at the back did not care. They trembled on the bodies of their teammates and began to attack upward. Still, they only made 1 meter progress at most. Abel was sure more Pecker Orcs had died by other Pecker Orcs stepping on them than the firewall spell. It didn't matter if they were alive, injured, or with their boar under them, none of them cared. A layer of Pecker Orcs rushed under the miracle wall and was stepped on by more Pecker Orcs behind them so they could climb higher. Miracle Wall was their only target. Bang! An explosion erupted, and burning flames flashed outside the miracle wall. A giant protection shield then appeared, blocking the impact. When they saw the intermediate wizard take one of their arrows, the orc deities became extremely angry. They all madly pointed towards those mountain-high amounts of corpses and kept setting off explosions. The giant shield appeared outside of the miracle wall all of a sudden. It was the true defense power of the miracle wall, but normally it would take up way too much energy. Weak attacks would rarely trigger it. The deities kept unleashing the exploding corpses and poison explosion spells, blasting the entire miracle wall with flame and poisonous air. All of a sudden, the entire place was engulfed in blood smog. White light kept flashing on the miracle wall's protective shield, and it began to shake. This distributed the force of the explosion. Abel was shocked to see the deities wasting their death kai. If they kept unleashing ruthless attacks like these, they might use all their death kai in no time. K3003, aren't the deities afraid of using too much death kai? Abel turned back and asked. Can you see the soil outside of the miracle wall? It's made by countless dead orcs throughout thousands of years. Nothing could grow on that soil, not even bugs. This entire place is filled with endless death kai. If the miracle wall didn't exist, the entirety of Miracle City would be affected. K3003 sighed, pointing at the soil outside. Because of the endless death kai, the deities could easily alter the death kai around them to unleash spells. This technique was developed through countless years of testing by the orcs as well. I don't understand. Why are those pecker orcs so willing to die for the orc empire? Abel followed as he looked outside. He was still a little stunned. They were still living beings at the end of the day. Why was the orc empire so willing to send them to die just for an arrow testing experiment? My senior told me this. Those pecker orcs are too good at breeding, and the orc empire doesn't have enough food supply food all of them, said K3305. What, don't they have boars? Abel was confused. Abel was right. The orc empire sent as many boar to die as pecker orcs. If they just ate those boars, it would have at least eased up the food problem of the orc empire, right? Orcs are intelligent beings at the end of the day. They can't eat their mates, no matter what, K3305 replied. Looking at Abel. See boars orcs mates, Abel was shocked once again. Pecker orcs will give birth to non-human peckers half of the time. Those peckers will become the mounts of their brothers and sisters. The orc empire will send them out on an attack like this once in a while. Sometimes even more, but their numbers are decreasing lately. Even this year, we didn't get many attacks like this. This was their biggest one. It is almost like a tradition at this point. The orc empire will send pecker orcs to the miracle wall once they've reached a certain age. You see, even before, so many pecker orcs had died outside of the miracle wall. That patch of land was already ruled by the orc deities. It is very hard for a normal person to handle the death kai there, and even wizards like us would need to put protection spells. Of course, head commanders can stay there for a short period of time. K3305 saw that Abel was speechless, so he just explained everything at once. By that point, Abel could understand what the conditions outside of the miracle wall must be like. Countless orcs had died there throughout thousands of years, especially after being altered by deities with deep knowledge on death kai. It was a natural protection shield for the orcs. Of course, it is not impossible to suppress the death kai. Miracle City will conduct a cleaning mission from time to time, and the miracle spirit will carry some energy onto the ground and open up a passage. K3305 continued. What's the cleaning mission? It was the first time Abel had heard of this mission, so he was very curious. No matter how many orcs there are, we still can't just keep letting them attack us. From time to time, Miracle Wall will send out an elite squad made up of wizards and knights to wipe out some villages in the Orc Empire. These missions are very dangerous but pay very well, K3305 explained. It pays well. Abel's eyes began to sparkle. As long as he got enough war glory, he could leave this place and go back to his domain to do his training peacefully. Haha, let's go together someday. We can definitely get a lot more rewards with your help, said K3305 with a laugh. He really liked to form a team with able to do missions. It was like having a powerful mate. Missions were a lot easier and safer this way. If those deities don't have a powerful defense, they might not be able to go back. K3003 said to Abel. Did you find anything wrong with the arrows? Abel asked, even though how fully well. All thanks to you. The miracle spirit already contacted the hunters nearby. If those deities didn't have a strong defense, they might not be able to go back, said K3003 with a laugh. At that moment, Abel's military card vibrated. He then connected his power of the on to it, and a message appeared. K3516, your report is correct. You received 10 war glory, 10 war glory. It seems like the miracle spirit really cared about those armor-piercing arrows. 10 war glory was quite a lot. Abel was only given 5 war glory when he was innocently attacked, and joining an emergency mission had only given him 2 war glory. At that moment, the deities outside of Miracle Wall already began to retreat. All the Pecker orcs' dead bodies had been blasted into pieces. The ground was filled with flesh and blood, and the air was filled with poison smog. The wind was blowing slowly that day, so they would be affected for a while. Miracle City could not send anyone to attack those retreating deities, so they could only depend on those hunters. On the Miracle Wall, the knights also began to retreat, with only a few left behind as guards. The wizards did the same as well. However, Abel did not leave. Instead, he arrived at the edge of the Miracle Wall and looked down at the ground 500 meters below him. Looking at the blood-soaked ground with his own eyes was different from using the surveillance ability of his military card. He finally realized why it was so hard to clean those dead bodies. They had merged with the soil, and with the power of Death Kai, it would basically be a nightmare. Abel felt very unsettled as he stood on the Miracle Wall, looking over two entirely different worlds. The human side was filled with life with the Miracle City and patches of green, but the orc side was deserted. There was only a drop of green from far, far away. Actually, Abel didn't have much sympathy for the orcs. If they had enough food on top of their ability to breed, orcs would be the most powerful being in the Holy Continent instead of humans. The human would be in the orcs' position. The one who would die would be humans, not orcs. He also realized how important the Miracle Wall was. If the orcs could break through and get a hold of the human resources, the Orc Empire's power would be explosive. Abel had no idea how the humans back in the days had fought the orcs all the way to the deserted land on the other side of Mount Budapest. He also had no idea who the orcs could dig this giant hole in Mount Budapest and what sacrifice they humans had made to fight them back. K3516, no need to look. You will have a chance in the future. K3305 also did not leave. Instead, he waited for Abel. He knew how it felt to witness a bloody battle like this for the first time. He was just surprised that Abel didn't throw up. Bang! An explosion erupted, and burning flames flashed outside the Miracle Wall. A giant protection shield then appeared, blocking the impact. When they saw the intermediate wizard take one of their arrows, the orc deities became extremely angry. They all madly pointed towards those mountain-high amounts of corpses and kept setting off explosions. The giant shield appeared outside of the Miracle Wall all of a sudden. It was the true defense power of the Miracle Wall, but normally it would take up way too much energy. Weak attacks would rarely trigger it. The deities kept unleashing the exploding corpses and poison explosion spells, blasting the entire Miracle Wall with flame and poisonous air. All of a sudden, the entire place was engulfed in blood smog. White light kept flashing on the Miracle Wall's protective shield, and it began to shake. This distributed the force of the explosion. Abel was shocked to see the deities wasting their Death Kai. If they kept unleashing ruthless attacks like these, they might use all their Death Kai in no time. K3003, aren't the deities afraid of using too much Death Kai? Abel turned back and asked. Can you see the soil outside of the Miracle Wall? It's made by countless dead orcs throughout thousands of years. Nothing could grow on that soil, not even bugs. This entire place is filled with endless Death Kai. If the Miracle Wall didn't exist, the entirety of Miracle City would be affected. K3003 sighed, pointing at the soil outside. Because of the endless Death Kai, the deities could easily alter the Death Kai around them to unleash spells. This technique was developed through countless years of testing by the orcs as well. I don't understand. Why are those Pecker orcs so willing to die for the Orc Empire? Abel followed as he looked outside. He was still a little stunned. They were still living beings at the end of the day. Why was the Orc Empire so willing to send them to die just for an arrow testing experiment? My senior told me this. Those Pecker orcs are too good at breeding, and the Orc Empire doesn't have enough food supply food all of them, said K3305. What, don't they have boars? Abel was confused. Abel was right. The Orc Empire sent as many boar to die as Pecker orcs. If they just ate those boars, it would have at least eased up the food problem of the Orc Empire, right? Orcs are intelligent beings at the end of the day. They can't eat their mates, no matter what, K3305 replied. Looking at Abel. See boars orcs mates, Abel was shocked once again. Pecker orcs will give birth to non-human peckers half of the time. Those peckers will become the mounts of their brothers and sisters. The Orc Empire will send them out on an attack like this once in a while. Sometimes even more, but their numbers are decreasing lately. Even this year, we didn't get many attacks like this. This was their biggest one. It is almost like a tradition at this point. The Orc Empire will send pecker orcs to the Miracle Wall once they've reached a certain age. You see, even before, so many pecker orcs had died outside of the Miracle Wall. That patch of land was already ruled by the orc deities. It is very hard for a normal person to handle the Death Kai there, and even wizards like us would need to put protection spells. Of course, head commanders can stay there for a short period of time. K3305 saw that Abel was speechless, so he just explained everything at once. By that point, Abel could understand what the conditions outside of the Miracle Wall must be like. Countless orcs had died there throughout thousands of years, especially after being altered by deities with deep knowledge on Death Kai. It was a natural protection shield for the orcs. Of course, it is not impossible to suppress the Death Kai. Miracle City will conduct a cleaning mission from time to time, and the Miracle Spirit will carry some energy onto the ground and open up a passage. K3305 continued. What's the cleaning mission? It was the first time Abel had heard of this mission, so he was very curious. No matter how many orcs there are, we still can't just keep letting them attack us. From time to time, Miracle Wall will send out an elite squad made up of wizards and knights to wipe out some villages in the Orc Empire. These missions are very dangerous but pay very well, K3305 explained. It pays well. Abel's eyes began to sparkle. As long as he got enough war glory, he could leave this place and go back to his domain to do his training peacefully. Haha, let's go together someday. We can definitely get a lot more rewards with your help, said K3305 with a laugh. He really liked to form a team with able to do missions. It was like having a powerful mate. Missions were a lot easier and safer this way. If those deities don't have a powerful defense, they might not be able to go back. K3003 said to Abel. Did you find anything wrong with the arrows? Abel asked, even though how fully well. All thanks to you. The miracle spirit already contacted the hunters nearby. If those deities didn't have a strong defense, they might not be able to go back, said K3003 with a laugh. At that moment, Abel's military card vibrated. He then connected his power of the on to it, and a message appeared. K3516, your report is correct. You received 10 war glory, 10 war glory. It seems like the miracle spirit really cared about those armor-piercing arrows. 10 war glory was quite a lot. Abel was only given 5 war glory when he was innocently attacked, and joining an emergency mission had only given him 2 war glory. At that moment, the deities outside of Miracle Wall already began to retreat. All the pecker orcs' dead bodies had been blasted into pieces. The ground was filled with flesh and blood, and the air was filled with poison smog. The wind was blowing slowly that day, so they would be affected for a while. Miracle City could not send anyone to attack those retreating deities, so they could only depend on those hunters. On the Miracle Wall, the knights also began to retreat, with only a few left behind as guards. The wizards did the same as well. However, Abel did not leave. Instead, he arrived at the edge of the Miracle Wall and looked down at the ground 500 meters below him. Looking at the blood-soaked ground with his own eyes was different from using the surveillance ability of his military card. He finally realized why it was so hard to clean those dead bodies. They had merged with the soil, and with the power of Death Kai, it would basically be a nightmare. Abel felt very unsettled as he stood on the Miracle Wall looking over 2 entirely different worlds. The human side was filled with life with the Miracle City and patches of green, but the orc side was deserted. There was only a drop of green from far, far away. Actually, Abel didn't have much sympathy for the orcs. If they had enough food on top of their ability to breed, orcs would be the most powerful being in the Holy Continent instead of humans. The human would be in the orc's position. The one who would die would be humans, not orcs. He also realized how important the Miracle Wall was. If the orcs could break through and get a hold of the human resources, the Orc Empire's power would be explosive. Abel had no idea how the humans back in the days had fought the orcs all the way to the deserted land on the other side of Mount Budapest. He also had no idea who the orcs could dig this giant hole in Mount Budapest, and what sacrifice they humans had made to fight them back. K3516, no need to look, you will have a chance in the future. K3305 also did not leave, instead he waited for Abel. He knew how it felt to witness a bloody battle like this for the first time. He was just surprised that Abel didn't throw up. Abel teleported back to his accommodation through the teleportation station of the Miracle Wall. As soon as he stepped out, he felt his military card vibrating again. K3516, emergency mission completed. You are rewarded 2 war glory. Abel had gotten 17 war glory in just one short day. Getting 200 war glory was a lot easier than expected. Abel thought to himself as he took out a few gems from his portal bracelet and ignited the protection circle of his room. He then also ignited the protection circle of the yard as well. At that moment, his military card vibrated again. He focused his power of will on it. It was a call from K3305. K3526, are you free? I take you for a walk. K3305 said, I'm just thinking of finding someone to explain the things around me. Thank you so much. Abel replied. I'm by your door, just come out, K3305 said with a smile. Since there was still some time till dinner, it was a perfect time for a look around. Since K3305 was happy to help, it would save Abel a lot of time. He opened the door. K3305 was waiting for him, so he quickly stepped up and bowed. K3305, I hope you didn't wait too long. No worries, we are basically brothers on the battlefield, K3305 said with a big laugh. Other than the row of 10 houses, which Abel and K3305 were living in, there were also 2 types of accommodations. The 2 of them arrived at another row of houses, and they were clearly a lot smaller than the ones in Area A. This is Area B. It has 20 houses in total. Area is hard to register in, so Area B is the most in demand. Most people who live here are long-term wizards. There are not many wizards like us that just attend a 3-years-only battle of the Orcs mission living here. K3305 explained as he pointed at the houses. Abel couldn't really understand what was so different about Area A and Area B. Other than the size, they basically looked the same. However, the wizards here seemed to care about it a lot. Abel was still confused about how he got his A09 house. Was it because of his Grandmaster Blacksmith status, or because he had been innocently attacked? He had never lived in another accommodation around here, so he couldn't compare it to anything. Then they walked across another street. K3305 pointed at a patch of houses not far away and said, That's Area C. It has around 100 houses. Most wizards are living there. Abel could see that those houses had the same style as the ones in the training camp. Suddenly, he realized, K3305. Are these houses different because of the short-distance teleportation circle? You realized? Only Area A and Area B have short-distance teleportation circle. This area can only use the public teleportation circle, and it's often very cramped, K3305 said with a smile. The material to build a teleportation circle was very precious. This camp had built 30 teleportation circles just on the accommodation for wizards alone. That was quite a big budget. But this made sense considering that the Miracle City would organize emergency missions. They needed the most powerful wizards in the camp to teleport to the Miracle Wall as soon as possible. So only the most powerful wizards could live in those 30 houses. K3305 then pointed a standalone building and said, K3516, this is the inventory. If you want to exchange some training resources or magic items, you can come here. You might also want to get a servant to help you out with your day-to-day. They can also provide help with that. I'm just in need of a servant. Abel nodded. He didn't want to buy groceries or take care of his backyard by himself. A servant would save him a lot of time. The servants here are quite good. They were specially cultivated by the Miracle City ever since they were young. K3305 continued to smile. He then looked around and followed. Of course you can choose a female servant as well, but you need to pay with war glory, not gems. Abel didn't even have time to rest normally, so he would not have time to think about stuff like this. He guessed this service was tailored towards older wizards. Although wizards were known for being lonely, in a place like Miracle City, where a large number of young official wizards in their prime gathered, most of them could not tolerate this loneliness. I only need a male servant to help me do some housework. I need time for training. Did you get a female servant? Abel jokingly said to K3305. I'm just like you. A female servant will drag down my training. I never heard of a flirty elite wizard. K3305 replied with a laugh. From this, Abel could tell his goal was to become an elite wizard. Abel picked out a male servant called Pemin from the inventory. The gems he had used were his old spoils of war. By that point, he realized he shouldn't take out the ones he combined with the Horadric cube so easily. Those gems could be used as energy, but not for trading. The things combined through his Horadric cube were too pure. It could increase the power of a magic weapon massively. Pemin was only 20 years old, an energetic youngster. He had the skill of a level 4 knight already, which basically considered as extremely gifted for a normal person. The gems he would get from serving Abel could help him exchange resources, which could maximize his potential as a knight in the future. It was not a bad look to become a wizard's servant, especially for a warrior like him. Sometimes even a rank 6 knight would become a wizard's servant. Wizards had the wealthiest occupation in the Holy Continent. Other than money from the country, they also had other sources of income. Although some gems might not mean much to a wizard, it was a lot for other occupations. Just look at the difference between a magic staff and a knight's magic weapon. They were at least a few times more valuable, even if they were the same rank. Everything a wizard owned was extremely expensive. Because of this, even the poorest wizards were a lot wealthier than any other occupations. After Abel had told Pemin what to do every day and gave him some permission to his house, he left the inventory with K3305. K3305 led about out of the wizard camp and came across a giant structure, K3516. Our next destination is the most important, Mission Hall. Is it true that I can get this Battle of the Orcs mission done sooner if I accept more missions and get more war glory? Said Abel looking at the giant structure. Yeah, all you need is 200 war glory. It's not easy though, you can't do it with just your abilities. K3305 could sense what Abel was thinking, so he said with a laugh. There were a lot of people in the mission hall. Abel realized there were more head commanders than normal knights, and barely any intermediate wizards. There were 2 standalone mission boards in the center of the hall. The mission board on the left has missions set by the Miracle Spirit. The one on the right is set by individuals. Just take a look if you want to know. It's so hard to get done with the Battle of the Orcs mission early. K3305 said, pointing at the left mission board. Abel focused on the content. Miracle Wall Guarding Mission. Duration 1 month, slots 20, 10 war glory as a reward, once a year. Orc Empire Hunting Mission. Duration 1 month, slots 20, 10 war glory as a reward. Miracle Wall Magic Pattern Etching Mission. Duration 1 month. Slots 20, 10 war glory as a reward. Cleanup Mission, Orcs Gathering discovered 20 miles out city building, slots 100. 5 war glory as a reward extra if an orc is killed. Miracle City Patrol Mission, duration 1 month, slots 10, 10 war glory as a reward. Rune Card Making Mission, duration 1 month, slots 10, 10 war glory as a reward. Potion Making Mission, duration 1 month, slots 10, 10 war glory as a reward. Weapon Repair Mission, duration 1 month, slots 10. 10 war glory as a reward. There were a lot of missions on the mission board, and most of them were very specific. For example, a rune-making mission, potion-making mission, and weapons repair mission were all missions that required very specific skills. There were also countless knights-related missions. Haha, we're quite lucky today. There is a clean-up mission. Let's accept it. K3305 took out his military and began operating it. Abel didn't know what the cleanup mission was, but he thought it was okay from the look on K3305's face. He also took out his military card and focused his power of will on it. His military card allowed him to accept missions in the mission hall. Then he selected the cleanup mission and more details appeared. Cleanup mission. Large number of orcs had gathered 20 miles away. They are getting ready to build a city. Mission demand, drive away all orcs and destroy their structures. Slots 10 wizards, powerful fighting ability required. 10 head commanders, powerful fighting ability required. 80 knights must grasp knight formation. Mission reward, 5 warglary, extra if an orc is killed. The mission comes with a map. You can open it once you accept the mission. After Abel requested to join the mission with power of will, he got a reply from the miracle spirit. K3516, we examined your fighting ability. You are now accepted to the cleanup mission. After Abel saw 3305 lowered his military card, he quickly asked, "What's so good about these cleanup missions?" Cleanup missions are temporary missions. We don't get them often. The orcs can't build any city 50 miles from the miracle city. If they do, the miracle spirit will send out a cleanup mission like this. K3305 explained. There's a cleanup mission, quick. A head commander held up his military card and yelled to his friends. A similar thing was also happening from another side. Abel and K3305 exchanged gaze and walked to the right of the mission board with a smile, leaving space out for the others. Right, if we just go out to clean up orcs like that, are we going to get ambushed? Abel asked gently. Don't worry, cleanup missions are often made according to the enemy's power. Of course, the difference won't be too big since the miracle spirit doesn't like to give out too much reward, but I'm sure we won't get ambushed. The miracle spirit's scanning ability was only partly affected by those dead orcs' death kai. It can still clearly scan any orc movements from 50 miles away. If there is a problem, it will let us know. K3305 continued to explain. How do they calculate the extra war glory if we killed an orc? Abel didn't understand that point. Every orc we kill is 50 miles away from the miracle wall will come with war glory. It is calculated by the type of orc and your contribution to the mission, but of course, it's not up to us to decide. The miracle spirit doesn't disappoint when it comes to justice. K3305 said with a smile. Abel couldn't help but sigh at how powerful the miracle spirit was. It could calculate any human's war glory from 50 miles away and automatically send the war glory to the person's military card. Since we are waiting for everyone to accept the mission, I'll let you know about the missions the miracle spirit gives out. K3305 continued with a friendly voice. The miracle spirit normally has 3 types of missions. First is security, like guarding the miracle wall and city patrol, for example. Anything similar with an empty spot will also be listed out as a mission. The special thing about these types of missions is that they are not too dangerous, which is why it is limited to once a year. Guarding the miracle wall sounds like something the frontline fighter will do, but normally all you do is to just control some magic circles in the miracle wall and support them with some magic. The main attacks are still made by the long-term intermediate wizards. The second has to do with your sub-occupation, like magic circle drawing, rune card making, for example. You can only accept these missions if you have the right skills. Normally, the miracle spirit will let every wizard know about their sub-occupation the day they arrive and give them the permission to accept those missions. The last type of mission has to do with battle, like orc empire hunting. You can accept these unlimited amounts of time. Of course, your fighting ability needs to be tested as well. If you didn't complete anything during your mission, your ability score will decrease. So these kinds of missions can only be accepted by powerful wizards. K3305 explained in detail. So if you want to get the Battle of the Orcs mission over with earlier, you have to keep doing battle missions. Abel understood K3305, but he just wanted to make sure. War glory doesn't come easy. In order to do well in a battle mission, you have to keep increasing your ability. You need to do that through training resources, and that cost war glory, you know. K3305 nodded and followed. Right, do I need a mount to go outside? Abel suddenly thought about a mount, but he didn't want to expose Black Wind. Did he need a new mount? Don't worry. When wizards like us go out, Miracle City will organize some horseback deer for us. Although they are not as good as chocobos, they are much better than normal war horses. K3305 replied with a smile. Horseback deer were a type of herd animal. There were a lot of them living in the ranges of Mount Budapest. Miracle City had utilized this natural benefit and captured a lot of horseback deer for the wizards to use. These mounts had good stamina. They had the lightness of a deer and the power of a horse. Its speed was neck to neck with war horses, so wizards liked them quite a lot. They were provided by the Miracle City for free anyway. At that moment, more and more people began to gather in the mission hall. They were all attracted by this temporary mission. Most of them were head commanders, since knights and warriors were picked by them. Slots filled, please gather in the military inventory. We will set off in 20 minutes. A message appeared in Abel's military card. You got the message. We are going to get our horseback deer now, K3305 said. The two then went to the inventory. At that moment, some knights wearing heavy armors had already gathered. The well-trained war horses quietly stood. There were also some more knights rushing in with their own war horses. Abel picked out a well-trained-looking horseback deer with his military card. It was very quiet as Abel was leading it. Abel didn't expect much from it anyway. It was okay as long as it could run. Nothing was better than black wind at the end of the day. In almost no time, all the knights had arrived. There were 9 wizards, including Abel and K3305. Still, one was missing. I'm late. A wizard in a luxurious robe rushed forward on a chocobo, waving a glowing blue magic staff. Then, he began to greet the other 9 wizards. How come this guy is here? Said K3305 with a quiet, irritated voice. What's wrong with him? Abel asked. Although the wizard's clothes looked very expensive, he seemed like a nice guy. He still greeted everyone before the official start. A person like this should be easy to deal with. He is K3308. We are from the same batch. His attack power all relies on his gears and explosions. He is basically a drag once his magic items are used up. K3305 quietly explained. There were many types of magic gears in the Holy Continent. There were some for defense, some could only be used for once, and some that lasted for a long time, like a magic staff. However, there were rarely any magic items that you could use for an unlimited amount of time. Even for a magic staff, most of them could only be used 3 times a day. Other types of magic items might also come with some kind of spell, but they could only be used once a day. The explosion K3305 had said probably meant unleashing all the magic on a magic item at once. Since all magic items' attacks were immediate, it could increase fighting ability by light years. After K3308 saw K3305, he quickly smiled. K3305, nice to see you again. Maybe we are destined to fight together. You better take good care of me. Abel thought the irritated look on K3305's face was a little funny. K3308 did not have a mask on, but Abel couldn't tell if he was an inherited wizard. Still, he probably had a powerful background considering all the magic gear he was carrying around. After Abel got a little closer, he could see that K3308 was wearing a ring on every finger, and they all gave mana waves. He was wearing a full body of magic gear. Even the 2 necklaces on his neck gave mana waves. This might have been was most magic gear-equipped wizard Abel had ever seen. When he saw how irritated and unwelcome K3305 was to K3308, Abel still nodded to him. He wanted to know K3308. True identity. The miracle spirit was everywhere in Miracle City, so Abel could not ask for a wizard's real name. Otherwise, he would be punished. Even if you saw a wizard you knew in Miracle City, you had to call them by their number. Abel didn't really know why, but the Miracle City was very strict about this rule. Elite Wizard Dunn had warned him about this. Abel did not care too much about K3308's gear anyway. He had a leaf rune magic staff. That thing was basically the best beginner to intermediate magic staff in the Holy Continent. Just that magic staff alone was more powerful than everything on K3308 combined. 20 minutes had passed, and the team of 100 began to make their way towards the Miracle Wall. The warriors followed the 10 head commander's command and formed a square formation, leaving some empty space in the middle. K3516, let's go. K3305 said to Abel. He knew this was Abel's first mission, so he had to take good care of him. K-3305 guided Abel on his horseback deer to the middle of the knight formation and followed. Try to communicate with the knights during the battle, and always keep an eye on your magic capacity. Abel nodded. Although he had more than enough mana for him to go crazy, he still accepted K-3305's kindness. K-3305, are you leading a newbie? K-3308 asked curiously. He said it loud enough to be heard by the knights nearby. They all couldn't understand how a newbie could join a mission like this. They all complained. Wizards were their main attack in this mission, and one of them was a newbie. That would be a huge drag on their power. K-3308, this is K-3516. He is very powerful. Although K-3305 didn't know Abel's true power, he had heard of Abel's training score and believed that the miracle spirit would not make a mistake. K-3308 knew how powerful K-3305 was. And any wizard could live alongside K-3305 in area, must also be a powerful figure. Hello K-3516, mighty and powerful, you must take good care of me, K-3308 said in a friendly tone. All the knights also relaxed a little after hearing K-3305 confirming Abel's ability. The team soon arrived at the miracle wall. There was a giant short-distance teleportation circle. It could fit around 1,000 people. When Abel stood in the center, he could clearly feel how big it was. Abel noticed a white glow began to swim around in the pattern below. Although it was only a short-distance teleportation circle, it was so big that it made Abel feel like he was using a giant teleportation circle. Soon the pattern below was filled, and the team of 100 vanished. Abel felt a sudden shift in dimension. When it settled, he and the other wizards and knights were already outside of the miracle wall. 50 meters wide road of white light illuminated the ground below his horseback deer. Although anything else outside was obscured by the light, Abel could still feel a powerful sense of death Kai. The bloodstains from the battle today had still not dried up. The weather was turning hot in June, and the pieces of dead bodies had turned black from the blast. The place smelled horrific. K-3516, you okay? K-3305 asked in a caring voice. I'm okay. Abel had a mask on and his voice sounded very calm. He seemed unaffected by the surroundings at all. Amazing, being on the battlefield is different from watching a fight. I thought you would be affected, K-3305 complimented. At that moment, K-3308 looked a little pale. He didn't seem used to the smell. He squeezed his nose and said, let's go quick. Head commander glanced at K-3308 with contempt and said, let's go. You have been in quite a lot of missions already. How come you are still affected? K-3305 glanced at K-3308. I just can't get used to this smell, not even on the day I die. K-3308 said helplessly, shaking his head. He had just been looked down upon by a head commander, so he was not in a good mood. This glowing road was around 1,000 meters long. After they walked to the end, the ground was still rotten, but there was no longer any death Kai. The one that just spoke was Bodley. He was a very powerful commander, the strongest one in this team, K-3305 said, pointing at the head commander taking the lead. After a bit of hesitation, K-3305 followed. But after what you did, maybe you are the strongest. Abel laughed after hearing K-3305. Although this team was powerful, Abel almost did not care at all. He just wanted a safe place for him to get war glory. The Knight Square formation was retained perfectly. Those mounts the wizards were in were also very well trained, so the wizards just let them run freely with the knights. Abel couldn't help but admire how skilled those knights were. Those 90 knights had retained the distance of their square formation perfectly, even during turns and hopping over obstacles. After 10 miles, Abel's head commander intuition sensed something observing him. He had entered a battlefield all of a sudden. His intuition would only warn him if there was a threat. That was why it did not warn him when head commander Layard was setting him up. But now, it seemed like there was a threat. Abel looked over to the direction in which the observation was coming from. It was a geofalcon in the sky. It seemed to be trying to confirm the condition on the ground, so it was flying towards the team. He touched his waist, pretending he was taking out something from his portal bag. But he actually took out the hairy bow from his portal bracelet. Afterward, he installed an arrow on it. That Falcon was clearly trained. Its eyes were very sharp, so the moment Abel made this move, it began to fly away at full speed. Under Abel's gaze, this accelerating Falcon began to slow down, and some statistics appeared in his brain. Wind speed 18 meters per second. Distance 132 meters. Target speed 33 meters per second. Abel had clearly predicted the path of that Falcon in a flash, and since he basically mastered using his own hairy bow, he could shoot this Falcon down easily. In the eyes of other knights and wizards, Abel suddenly took out a strange bow and shot an arrow out without even aiming. They had no idea how many calculations Abel had done. That Falcon was already flying at full speed. Speed was the best defense. It was almost impossible for a person to shoot down. But not this time. The arrow flew out, and the survival instinct of that Falcon was immediately triggered, but that arrow was just too quick. The iron arrow had directly penetrated its skull. "It's the orc's Falcon," Head Commander Bodley yelled. He then stuck up his hand, signaling the team to stop. Afterward, he dashed out by himself and picked up the dead Falcon on the ground back to the team. "Wizard K-3516, Bodley apologizes to you. Your abilities are more than fitting for this mission." Head Commander Bodley bowed at Abel. All the wizards and knights in the spot were experienced battle, so they were familiar with Falcons. They all hated them, since Falcons were basically the orc's eyes. There were only a few knights who could kill a Falcon with an arrow, and knights like these were often very well respected within the team. Killing a Falcon was killed the orc's vision. The miracle spirit would only send out an alert if a large number of enemies were coming. Other than that, it would not interfere with the fight between orcs and humans. All the head commanders in the spot knew how hard it was to kill a Falcon. When they were flying at full speed, you could not see their body in the sky. The orc's Falcon had also been trained to dodge arrows, which made killing them even harder. The sky was also getting dark by that point. But Abel still killed it in one strike. If that Falcon did not get shot right in the head with an arrow, Head Commander Bodley would just tell himself that Abel was lucky. Abel bowed back at Head Commander Bodley and gazed at the dead Falcon in his hand. What he sensed earlier was not from the bird, it was from an intelligent being. "Wizard K-3516, you are the new guy who's killed Layard, right?" Head Commander Bodley said with a laugh as he noticed Abel was gazing at the Falcon. Actually, he didn't even need to ask. He already knew the answer. It was just very hard to believe a beginner wizard could kill a head commander in one strike. Although there was a lot of evidence, no head commander believed it. However, after seeing Abel taking down a Falcon in one shot, he suddenly remembered that the new wizard's number also starts with K-35. He was a powerful wizard, that it only made sense that he was the one who killed Head Commander Layard. "Head Commander Bodley, I was just defending myself. I had no choice," Abel replied. "The miracle spirit allowed you to do missions with us. This means it believes you as well." Head Commander Bodley trusted the miracle spirit with his heart. He then held up the Falcon and continued. "This Falcon is not a normal Falcon. Its life has been infused with an orc with a spell, so by killing this Falcon, you've basically killed an orc." K-3516, amazing archery skill. K-3305 said with his eyes sparkling. The reason he was so nice to Abel was that he was hoping Abel could give him some help in the future. The more powerful Abel was, the more worthless his effort was. K-3516, you really need to protect me in battle. K-3308 also shoved his face in front of Abel and said with a smile. Abel no longer knew how to reply to those two wizards. Head Commander Bodley then yelled, "Keep going. Without the Falcon, the orcs won't bother us." Up on a little hill, crude horse barriers were thrown on the side of Miracle City. Large amounts of wood were being unloaded from a carriage from the other side. There were not many trees around this area, so all the wood for these temporary structures needed to be carried from far away. Although there was a large number of trees on Mount Budapest, both humans and orcs would not dare to touch them. Large amounts of spiritual beasts lived in that forest, so they would definitely give you crazy revenge if you messed with them. Therefore, it would often take a large amount of labor to carry around, especially since there weren't many orcs who could construct buildings, and most of their camps were destroyed by humans even though they really wanted to build one close by. They had no choice. Just like this time, around 1,000 orcs had gathered with 10 deities, 15 ruling wolf rider captains, and every other orc were wolf riders. The wolf race was the main force of the orcs. They were one of the most powerful. At that moment, an orc with an eye patch dropped dead from his mount wolf. Damn, the humans had a genius archer, a wolf rider captain grunted. Their vision had been shot down. One of those sky eyes was very precious. Sky eye was what the orcs called an orc, whose soul had been infused with a bird through a soul contract. In order to cultivate a sky eye, a young orc with a strange power of will was required. These orcs were gifted in their power of will, but not gifted enough to be a deity. Afterward, they would pluck out their eyes and force them to sign a contract with a bird. This contract merged the life force and longevity of the two beings. Sometimes even their ability would merge, like sharing sight, for example. This process would normally take 10 years. During these 10 years, the novice Sky Eye would use up a large number of resources to stabilize and increase its power of will. If, by that point, they still couldn't share sight, then they would only die. There was no way a tribe would waste so many resources on useless rubbish. Geofalcon was the perfect contract bird. Their speed was immaculate, and they were very hard to kill after some training. They normally also have a long lifespan, normally around 100 years, which could push the orcs' potential to the max. Today was the first day the orcs started to build their camp. They did not expect to lose the most important Sky Eye right from the start. The humans and the orcs always had a strange mutual understanding. Although the orcs had sent out 1,000 troops, it was actually equal to the power of those human knights in the team together. Since elite deities and elite wizards were banned on this battlefield, the humans' and orcs' power were not too different. Once their difference in power grew big, the miracle spirit would send out an alert. On the other hand, the orcs would try to keep this balance as well. 100 troops stay back. Other wolf riders, get ready to fight. A ruling wolf rider captain yelled. Ruling level wolf rider captains were basically the same rank as human head commanders. Both of them were skilled in combat Kai. The only difference was their tactics. Human head commanders paid more attention to their skills and coordination, while the wolf rider captains focused more on speed. Wolf riders were not good at defense, but they also could not use their most skilled attacks if they didn't have a good grasp of the humans' position. Quick, track down the humans, the ruling wolf rider captain yelled. 10 wolf riders dashed out. Without a Sky Eye, they could only use the traditional spying method. At that moment, the human knight formation was speeding towards their target. Unlike the wolf riders, the knights knew their target very well, and they could take the fastest route there before the wolf riders noticed and killed them. When there was still 4 miles to their target, a team of wolf riders appeared from the hill above. They turned back on their mount wolves to report to their captain. However, Abel was already pulling on his Harry's bow, and another arrow flew straight towards a turning wolf rider. All it felt was a chill running down its back before. Dropping dead on the floor, the arrow had penetrated its soft little ear into its brain. When they were around 2 miles from their target, more and more wolf riders had spotted the knights. Abel had killed 2 more wolf riders, somewhere beyond the range of his Harry's bow. However, some wolf rider by that point already knew there was not much they could do. The square knight formation had begun to accelerate into a charging formation. The large team of wolf riders appeared in front of them, and Abel could clearly see skeletons rising beside the 10 deities. K-3516, be careful. Get your defense ready, K-3305 yelled from the side. Abel quickly put on his frozen armor and swapped his Harry's bow out with a leaf rune magic staff in a flash. The fire enchantment pattern began to sparkle in front of his magic staff. First, Abel had fire enchanted the 10 head commanders in front of him. K-3516, thank you. Head Commander Bodley said with a laugh. By this point, only a head commander on command like him could speak, so they others just kept their gratitude at heart. Since they often fought alongside wizards, Head Commander Bodley knew how powerful a fire enchantment was. Abel was only a beginner wizard, but fire enchantment was an intermediate spell. This meant that it would take up Abel twice as much mana since the spell was supported by the magic staff. Although using fire enchantment to support the knights would add to Abel's war glory, it was far less than Abel using a spell to kill an orc himself. Abel fire enchantment could massively increase the power of the entire team. Although head commanders could use their attributed combat kai, they could not sustain it for long. Therefore, head commanders would still use their normal attacks in a battle like this. However, with the fire enchantment, even their normal attacks would fire attributed abilities. What magic staff is that? K3308 asked with admiration. Although he was wearing a full body of magic gears, he did not have anything above his rank. Any intermediate magic gear was more valuable than beginner ones. It's just a fire magic staff, Abel replied. He was a little confused about why K3308 had asked a question like this. What was wrong with him? Wizards would rarely ask other wizards about their gears or attributes. This was because a wizard's gear was part of their abilities. It should be kept as a secret. Sometimes, they would not even tell their best friends. K3305 saw that K3308 was about to keep asking, so he quickly interrupted. K3516, you have a lot of mana, huh? It's nothing, I only have this. Abel put away his leaf magic staff and took out his Harry bow again. Originally, the Harry's bow didn't mean much to Abel anymore, but since he had gotten the sight and analyzing power of the piece of world stone, he could unleash Harry's bow potential to the max. It was just like when he was fighting Drillmaster Layard. His sight and analyzing power allowed him to spot every little loophole in his enemy's movements, letting him kill with each blow. I'll tell you how this will end. They will beg for my mercy, but I will deny them. My wildness is the best testimony. Head Commander Bodley grunted, and the entire team began to get excited. The warhorses also neighed, along with his voice. The knight formation accelerated straight towards the line of wolf riders when they were 800 meters away. All the wolf riders had dropped the wood they were carrying. They didn't even start building yet. If they had a camp, the battle would be much easier. Also, since their Sky Eye had been killed, their entire plan had been disturbed. Spread out, the ruling wolf rider captain yelled. Immediately, every wolf rider captain began leading a team of wolf riders. A team of 6 wolf rider captains was responsible for protecting the 10 deities. All of a sudden, 1,000 wolf riders divided themselves into 10 groups and scattered. Each following their leader, they could avoid the knights charging by doing this. At that moment, the Mount Wolves were at full power. Abel didn't know the spell range of deities, but he thought they would be at around the same range as wizards. The most powerful deities shouldn't have a range of more than 100 meters. His Harry's bow could shoot more than 200 meters, which was twice as far as the deities. Abel had his gaze fixed on a particular deity with a bone armor spell. 3 shields made up of bones surrounded that deity. Although to other people, the bone shields might seem quite far apart, Abel could see that they were dancing in mid-air, forming a force field. No matter which angle he attacked the deity, the strike would be blocked by those shields until it scattered. Of course, Abel had calculated this in a flash of a moment, so he quickly shifted his attention to a wolf rider. The horseback deer under Abel was trained to correspond to the knight formation. It moved perfectly even without his control. It didn't care that he was a newbie at all. Abel saw those wolf riders were moving quick, so he grew desperate. There was no way this horseback deer could catch up. So he asked K3305, do we have anything faster? Don't worry, humans are known for our formation and gears. K3305 replied gently. Abel noticed the knights were approaching the team of 100, protecting the deities. Normally, the wolf riders could drag out their distance with the human with their speed, but this team had 10 deities dragging them down. Although the knights' war horses were not as good as Mount Wolves, they had always been living with humans and were nourished by the knights' combat kai. They could go neck to neck with a Mount Wolf in a short distance. They were just not as flexible. Most importantly, the knights had their knights charging formation. It was the scariest formation in the entire Holy Continent. It could further accelerate war horses for a short period of time. Once it was unleashed, almost no force in the world could stop them. Abel had never experienced being in a knight formation before, so he lowered his Harry's bow and watched. The team of 100 wolf riders suddenly changed their direction and speed towards the left of the knights. The wolf riders all held up their bows, and large amounts of arrows flew towards the knight formation. Block. Head Commander Bodley's voice was enchanted by combat Kai, though everyone could hear him clearly, despite the screams and shouts. The knights in the left wing held up their shields in unison, and a white glow of combat Kai shot up. This glow from their shields began to gather into a giant shield, blocking all the incoming arrows. By that point, the knights were 50 meters from those wolf riders, but the wolf riders took a turn again. They knew they could only distract the human knight formation, not attack it directly. Left 3 turn, Head Commander Bodley yelled. All the knights on the left had their right-hand weapons secured on their saddle, so they all quickly took out a short spear. Afterward, a white stream of combat Kai rushed towards the team of 100 wolf riders. While the spears flew out with combat Kai, Abel noticed they were all made out of iron. They were all made by dwarfs, and it was filled with armor-piercing patterns. Just as expected, the team of 100 wolf riders all began to grunt and unleash their own combat Kai. But still, not all of them could block this spear attack. 8 wolf riders dropped dead. The spear attack did not stop. The next rounds followed, disrupting the 100 wolf riders' formation. As the knights on the left wing were attacking, the knight formation began to shift. With a little turn, the knights on the left wing shifted forward right after their speed attacks. Glory life, Head Commander Bodley yelled. Afterward, all the other knights yelled as well, glory life. Abel felt a huge driving force pushing, or more wrapping his horseback deer forward towards the team of 20 men down wolf riders. With the knights on the left wing as a blade, all the knights took out their long spears again with flashing combat Kai. All of a sudden, all the knights' combat Kai gathered. Their formation had shifted, and now they were ready to charge. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1 SOM. The power of the knight charging formation lay within the knights in the front line. They gathered every single knight's combat Kai, and their acceleration could increase its power a few times over. The wolf riders had no time to react as they made contact with the knights. Just like a hot knife cutting through butter, the screaming wolf riders had become silent dead bodies on the ground in a flash. There were a lucky few who escaped, and they were running at the other team of 100 at full speed. Both the wolf riders and Mount Wolves who made contact with the knights had been smashed into pieces, other than a lucky few ruling wolf rider captains and their wolf riders. Humans and orcs should have the same power, but since the wolf winders had divided themselves into 10 groups, their differences were obvious, especially under the knights' charging formation. Recover formation, Head Commander Bodley yelled. The human warriors and knights restructured themselves into a square again and retrieved their combat Kai. Other than the blood on the left-wing knights, no one could tell they had just demolished a team of wolf riders of the same number. This is too powerful, Abel sighed. The impact allowed him to experience how powerful a charging formation was. Although that hit just could not threaten him, he might be in trouble with 100 head commanders. This ability could concentrate all the knights' power at once and explode in a flash. Even though Abel had learned how to get into this formation, it was still a lot more powerful than he expected. K3516 stopped looking. You didn't even take one shot. Do you even want war glory? K3305 reminded. He thought Abel did not have much magic power left, so if Abel didn't take more shots, he would not have much war glory, and this mission would go to waste. Okay, Abel said with a smile. At that moment, 200 wolf riders approached. When they were 150 meters from the knights, Abel pulled on his Harry's bow. He was mastering the analyzing ability of the world stone. All he needed to do was to concentrate on a certain target, and statistics would appear. His target was a ruling wolf rider captain up front. Although they had the same power as a head commander, the leather armor it had on was not much different from the other wolf riders. At that moment, it hid among 100 wolf riders, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. However, Abel could tell where it was easily. And since it was hiding its identity, the wolf rider captain did not even have his combat Kai armor on. He probably thought that no human would spot him without any noticeable marking, but he was taking a big risk nevertheless. Abel gently let go, and an arrow flew through the knights and traveled towards the 100 wolf riders. Speed was the best feature of Harry's bow. It was almost unseeable by the naked eye, let alone a forever-changing battlefield. On top of that, the sky was already slowly getting dark, so even the wolf riders could not see it coming. The arrow flew among the wolf riders and brushed upon one's waist. This changed the arrow's direction, and it flew straight at the wolf rider captain. At that moment, that wolf rider captain was speeding on his mount. Suddenly, it felt like his heart dropped. Since he had lifted up his armor-less leg as he was riding, the arrow penetrated his thigh to his chest. That spot was where the wolf rider captain's combat kai was located. It was his combat kai core, the most vulnerable spot for all combat kai practitioners, wirgins or humans. Abel had transferred into a wirgin before, so he knew a thing or two about a wirgin's body. He knew where their weaknesses were. In order to kill a wolf rider captain with an arrow, Abel had to shoot where they were not protected by any armor. Also, because of their distance, shooting their head could be very noticeable. Therefore, the shot Abel took was the most suitable after all the calculations. The arrow stuck within the chest of that wolf rider captain and directly punctured its combat kai core. Fresh blood suddenly gushed out from its mouth. It soon lost balance and slipped on the ground. Wolf rider captain had the power of a head commander, but their body had also infused with death kai. Before it died, a gray flash of light shot up to the sky. This combat kai smoke disrupted all of the wolf riders in the team. They had lost their leader in all of a sudden, so they had also turned into chaos, bumping into each other. Head Commander Bodley wouldn't waste this opportunity. He yelled, "Glory life." These words ignited his combat kai, and all the knights followed "Glory life." White flashes of combat kai emerged again, and the knights began to charge. Abel could feel the formation accelerating, but he wouldn't waste this chance either. As his horseback deer rushed towards with the knights, he kept shooting out arrows with his bow. Not a single arrow was wasted. The wolf riders kept dropping dead one by one, and it disrupted their escape route even more. The best thing about being a wizard was their dimension objects. Abel had more than enough arrows. 10 arrows shot out in a flash, and 10 wolf riders dropped dead. A godly archer, they have a godly archer. The orcs yelled in horror as they all got swallowed up by the knight formation. The orcs were not afraid to die, but upon the godly archer, they quickly changed their tactics. They had already lost 2 teams of 100, and no knights were hurt. This took a big toll on the orcs' confidence. The sky was getting dark, and the moon began to appear, freezing the eerie battlefield even more. Suddenly, a wolf rider captain let out a long howl. Under the moonlight, an ancient prospect emerged from their mind. All the other wolf riders also followed and howled. All of a sudden, their confidence shot up once again. According to legends, wolf riders could get more powerful under the moonlight. It didn't matter if it was true or not. The wolf riders regained their original vigorous attitude as they kept howling. The team of wolf riders, with 10 deities, rushed forward towards the knights, with the deity skeletons at the front. "Shield front, 3rd formation back." Head Commander Bodley yelled. The knights on the right wing lifted their shields, and combat kai gushed out, forming a combat kai shield in a flash. The knights in the back formed a row and took out their short spears. With the enchantment of the combat kai, a few short spears flew with a sharp sound. An arrow also flew, blending in with the spears. By that point, all the wolf rider captains on the left wing had already put on their combat kai armor. Abel's arrow couldn't penetrate it. However, Abel was not aiming at the wolf rider captains. He was aiming at a deity's skeleton. To other knights, a skeleton could only be destroyed with brutal force. But to someone who had a good understanding of skeletons, like Abel, he knew he just needed to strike upon the flame of life in their skulls, and they would automatically drop dead. The short spears charged towards the 6 wolf rider captains with combat kai. This would not work if they were normal short spears, but they were not. They were all thrown out by head commanders. On top of that, they had armor-piercing attributes. The only thing the wolf riders could do was make their mount wolves dodge. They were not confident that they could block one. There were only 20 skeletons in front of the wolf riders. Of course, that was not all the skeletons those 10 deities had. Their main power and defense was still dependent on them. Each deity had summoned 2 skeletons to support the wolf riders up front, and that was already really draining. While the knight's short spears rained down, Abel's arrow had also shown its power. It was about to hit a skeleton, but that skeleton quickly turned its head, hoping its vulnerable flame of life could avoid this strike. However, no one in the human world had a better grasp of skeletons' movement than Abel, who had been controlling skeletons for countless years in the dark world. Since skeletons were limited by their joints, they were only so flexible. Abel had taken advantage of this and shot an arrow straight into the skeleton's eye and penetrated the blue flame of life in its skull. If this was a normal arrow, it could only greatly injure a skeleton at most. Their flame of life might get smaller, and the fighting power would decrease. However, Abel's arrow carried some power of will. It could impact the summon contract's flame of life. Deity's skeleton was very different from the one Abel had. Abel used the most ancient formula to summon skeletons from a dead body. It was purely made up of the bones from a dead body, which was then enchanted by the skeleton resurrection spell. However, the deities had altered this ancient skeleton resurrection spell. They first needed to capture a powerful fighter and torture them in the worst way possible to unleash all their emotions. Afterward, they would apply a curse to lock down all of the power of that fighting into their bones, turning them into a powerful skeleton. Therefore, when Abel first discovered the skeleton resurrection, he had to find a loophole in this spell. The skeletons summoned by the most ancient skeleton resurrection did not have much fighting power. They could only inherit the experience of the summoner. Luckily, Abel was a powerful knight who had undergone professional knight training since he was young. His skeletons often fought like knights, but their attacking power had always been a bother to Abel since he lacked the skeleton support spell. The orc deity's skeletons were a lot more powerful. Their abilities were not affected by the strength and weaknesses of the summoner. It was impossible to find a deity with a physical strength like Abel anyway. Since the orc deity's skeletons had preserved the strength of a powerful fighter on top of the double enchantment of skeleton resurrection and skeleton support, their power was very scary. However, this power came with a price. Since they had altered this spell, the contract also needed to be altered. The original skeleton resurrection contract was signed through the soul chain. They were not bound by any magic pattern, it just connected through the soul. However, the orc deity's skeletons needed a contracted magic pattern to etch next to a skeleton's flame of life. Although arrows themselves could not affect a magic pattern, since they were immune to physical attacks, the power of the will on Abel's arrow was their nightmare. Therefore, as soon as the arrow reached the skeleton's skull, the contracted magic pattern was directly demolished. Afterward, the skeleton quickly came to a halt. The flame of life in its eye turned from blue to red. Without the control of a contract, all the negative emotions in its brain began to take over. At that moment, memories of the skeleton's past life began to flash within. It suddenly remembered all of the torture it suffered through before it died. It was what made it the powerful monster it was. This drove its body insane. It nimbly dodged all the wolf riders mount wolves and gazed back with the red flame of life in its eye socket at its past owner, a black-cloaked deity. At that moment, that black-cloaked deity was trying to withstand the mental impact of a destroyed contract. This mental impact made him lost all control of his other skeletons. Therefore, it only ran with the wolf riders through instinct. No wolf rider had stopped the skeleton. The mysterious power of a deity was not something they could comprehend. They also did not care about that skeleton turning back. Every deity wanted to retrieve their skeletons anyway. Since those deities had just become official deities, they did not have a powerful collection of skeletons like old deities. So every skeleton meant a lot to them. If they lost a skeleton, they could not replace it in a short period of time. With this in mind, all deities wanted to retrieve their skeletons as soon as possible, but they could not since they were on a mission. Still, their teammates wouldn't complain too much if one of them decided to challenge this rule. When that deity had regained his consciousness, the skeleton had already arrived in front of him. The skeleton dashed forward. The deity could see a familiar shadow of a man yelling at him within the red flame of life of its eye socket. He knew this man. It was a head commander his teacher had given him. It was a living human. He personally turned into a skeleton. At that time, he often had nightmares seeing this head commander, but slowly got used to it. However, as he gazed into the shadow within that skeleton's red flame of life, he felt like his nightmare dawned on him again. Since this skeleton had countless markings of this deity, his bone armor did not recognize it as an enemy. Since the deity had just regained his consciousness from the impact, he also did not have time to control his bone armor. Therefore, the skeleton had effortlessly dashed on to the deity's weak death kai-filled body, knocking him off his mount. The skeleton bit on to the deity's neck, which triggered the bone armor, but by that point, the skeleton tightly squeezed the deity's body. All of this has happened way too quickly, and the wolf rider captains up front were busy dodging short spears. A few wolf riders had been stabbed by the spears, and their formation became chaotic. The deity on the ground was trampled on by a few wolf riders mount wolf, and his bone armor had soon faded along with his bone shield. All of a sudden, the red flame within the skeleton's eye socket lashed out, and a massive force struck upon the deity. Bang! An enchanted skeleton of a head commander had self-destructed in an explosion. A large amount of death kai, pain, and anger blasted outward in a flash. The first one to get a taste of this explosion was the deity in which the skeleton was hugging. The force of the explosion had shattered it into pieces of meat. Afterward, the death kai blast out had immediately consumed the life force of 10 wolf riders and their mount wolves nearby. It was like they had all become 10 years older all of a sudden. Actually, the closest thing next to that deity should be other deities, but since it was knocked to the ground by a skeleton and it was trampled on by a few mount wolves, other deities didn't have the chance to move away. Since those mount wolves' life force had decreased, their speed had slowed down. Slowing down was the most dangerous thing in an accelerating formation. The wolf riders in the back were not expecting it, so they viciously crashed into each other. Abel was not expecting to have such good results with only one arrow. He was worried that the miracle spirit would attribute the war glory to his head. Although the others might not know the situation with the wolf riders, Abel could see the whole situation well. Everything moved slowly under his gaze. At that moment, red rain began to pour above the knights. Abel felt his sight flickering. He recovered soon, but not his horseback deer. "It's a dark curse, cover your horse's eyes," Head Commander Bodley yelled. All the knights began pulling down their war horses' eye covers. The wizards next to Abel did the same. So he looked at his own horseback deer. Just as he expected, there was an eye cover that could be pulled down on top of its eyes. He quickly pulled it down, and his unsettled horseback deer became calm once again. Although it could not see anything, Abel could use his legs to control its direction. K3516. I was just thinking of reminding you, but your riding skills are so good already. K3305 smiled when he saw Abel control his horseback deer with his legs. Abel nodded back at K3305 to thank him for his good intentions and pulled on his Harry's bow again. The wizards had their spells ready. Not all wizards could unleash immediate spells, especially beginner wizards. The 3 rounds of short spears attacks did not yield a good result. Although the team of wolf riders only had 100 members, there were tens of skeletons lurking within. The 3 rounds of spear attacks had only killed around 20 wolf riders, not a single wolf rider captain. At that moment, the combat kai armor of a wolf rider captain had been smashed. Just as he wanted to replenish it, a fireball was sent flying his way. He had to lower his body to dodge. But just as he was lowering his body, an arrow landed on his neck. Without the protection of combat kai armor, that arrow ripped his skin apart and split his trachea in 2. Afterward, the arrow flew out from his back. This strike had destroyed that wolf rider captain in a split of a second. He landed cold on the ground and got trampled on by the chaotic wolf riders and skeletons. Afterward, a 10-meter-high, gray combat kai glow shot up to the sky, but the team of 100 wolf riders had no time to analyze how their leader died so suddenly. At that moment, the knights were already changing their formation and charging at them. "Glory life!" All the knights yelled in unison. A white glow surrounded the front of the knights once again as their war horses began to accelerate. The knights on the right wing swiftly switched towards the front. There was only one head commander among those knights, and they were about to collide with a powerful team of 5 wolf rider captains and 10 deities. Still, the humans kept charging. That head commander soon shifted into the center of the formation on his war horse. "Sharp charge!" Head Commander Bodley yelled, and the knight formation began to shift into an arrow shape with the most powerful commanders on the tip. when they were around 30 meters from their enemies. Abel took another shot with his Harry's bow, and the other wizards also threw out a spell. There were not many spells the beginner wizards could use in this formation. Most of the time, they just used Fire Bolt or Ice Bolt, and at that moment, 6 Fire Bolts and 3 Ice Bolts flew out. It was time for Abel to snatch his war glory, but he didn't want to stand out too much. It was not a good idea, especially when he was trying to keep his identity a secret. There were many tactics he could not use. Abel aimed his shot at a Wolf Rider behind the Wolf Rider captains. Since they hadn't grasped any combat kai, they could not use a combat kai armor. They could only take the arrow head-on. When both sides were attacking, Abel took 5 shots and 5 Wolf Riders dropped dead. During that time, most of the wizards only had the time to unleash one spell. Only K-3305 next to Abel had unleashed 2 spells. K-3305 had unleashed 3 spells, but they were all coming from his magic items, so they were all immediate spells. The deities did not just let the human take shots as well. 3 out of the 10 deities grasped the teeth attack spell. Not all deities could do a poison or white bone spells, of course. Most of them could only grasp the bone armor from poison and white bone spells. Since spells were often weak, and poison spells were very hard to learn, deities would rarely dedicate a lot of time to learning spells. In other words, only 3 out of 10 deities had grasped a teeth spell. Still, a sea of sharp teeth was summoned, flying straight towards the knights. The teeth were infused with death kai, and they collided with the knights. Their combat kai absorbed most of the impact of those teeth, and their shields blocked the leftovers. A knight blocked a little late, and a tooth landed on his left shoulder. He began to feel dizzy and dropped from his war horse. Every knight knew what would happen if you dropped from your horse during a charge. During a charging formation, the only thing in a knight's mind was to move forward. It was their duty. Abel wanted to help, but he was afraid of disrupting the charging formation, so he just watched as that knight got trampled by the others. Meanwhile, the wizard's fire bolts and ice bolts were already in front of the Wolf Riders. Wolf Riders did not have shields, they only used their speed to dodge. The Wolf Riders captain up front swiftly avoided the spells, and the Wolf Riders at the back also used all kinds of speedy methods to dodge. However, at the end of the day, there were still some slower Wolf Riders in the bunch, so they all turned into either flame or frost. Deity had it the worse. First, his bone armor had been smashed by a fire bolt by K-3308. Then his skeleton was blasted into pieces by a second fire bolt trying to protect him. If it didn't, the deity would be the first one to die from magic in this battle. But it was not that lucky. Abel always kept his eyes on the battlefield, and he would not let go of such a good opportunity. An arrow shot through the Wolf Riders and landed in the deity. Whoosh! A few skeletons dropped to the ground into a pile of bones. Since their owner had been killed, their flame of life went out. The knights' charging formation had finally collided with the Wolf Riders. If the left wing of the knight formation was not filled with normal knights, there was no way those Wolf Riders would dare to take them head-on. The head commanders viciously swung their long spears, gathering the combat kai of 89 knights into a giant combat kai whip, swiping straight towards the Wolf Riders. Although the Wolf Riders were the same rank if not higher, the head commanders at that moment, they were like specks of dust in the face of that giant combat kai whip. More than 10 skeletons were blasted out. This swipe alone had brought them quite a lot of war glory, but only 3 skeletons at the very front were destroyed. All the other ones were just blasted away by the momentum. They didn't take much damage. The head commander did a little swirl with the combat kai whip and slashed it straight towards the Wolf Rider captains. The Wolf Rider captains knew that they had to block this slash before they could make contact with the humans. A knight's formation was the base of the human knight's power. They did not have the strength and speed of a Wolf Rider, so they could only rely on their long years of training and knight formation. Suddenly, a green light wrapped around the long spear of a frontline Wolf Rider captain. He mumbled something, and all the knights and wizards felt a weird shockwave coming towards them. Abel's eyes sparkled. He had learned this spear technique before. He just rarely used it, since he always felt like he did not have a good grasp of it. The spear technique's power did not originate from oneself. Instead, it borrowed energy from some powerful being. Abel didn't know if borrowing energy from an unknown power would cost him anything, so he rarely used it. This was a royal virgin spear technique. It seemed like the Wolf Rider captain was a royal. While Abel was thinking, the Wolf Rider captain's long spear collided with the giant combat Kai whip. Just like a bat hitting a ball, the Wolf Rider captain was blasted away, with blood gushing out of his mouth. As the Wolf Rider captain was in the air, Abel also shot an arrow at him. It entered from the soft tissue below his forehead and penetrated his brain. When his body landed on the ground, a gray beam of 10 meters shot up to the sky. After this strike, the combat Kai whip vanished, and the knights finally collided with the Wolf Riders. A patch red glowed from the sky, and red rain began to pour down. Abel felt a sudden lift in his body, like a layer of protection had been stripped. This was the effect of the deity's damage enhancement curse. It could double the damage of physical attacks, which worked very well with the speedy attacks of the skeletons and Wolf Riders. It was the scariest curse from beginner deities. Just like a sharp blade, the frontline head commanders plunged into the 100 Wolf Riders. The knights were all wrapped in white combat Kai, making their arrow-shaped charging formation look like an actual arrow. All the knights stuck out their long spears straight in their hands, ready for an attack. At that time, the Wolf Riders also had Death Kai concentrated on their spears, and they viciously charged towards the knights. In the moment of collision, another curse erupted from the sky. However, its range was very small, only enough to surround the head commander at the very front. Abel knew it was a weakened curse. It could decrease the power of the attacker by a third. The orc deities had grasped the perfect timeline to unleash this curse, so a third of the knight charging formation's power had been absorbed. The head commander at the very front smashed into 2 Wolf Rider captains, and all the knights at the back also smashed into the Wolf Riders. In a split second, 2 knights had lost their lives. The entire front line Wolf Riders had been knocked out. Even with only a third of power, the head commander still bumped the 2 Wolf Rider captains. They didn't get hurt too bad, but the Wolf Riders behind were not as lucky. The arrow-charging formation began to show its power. A pathway opened among the team of Wolf Riders. Although a Wolf Rider captain had killed a knight during the collision, the Mount Wolf below him could not withstand the force of the charging formation. A second knight in the charging formation charged towards that Wolf Rider captain. That Wolf Rider captain used strength beyond human power to block. The knight failed in his strike but kept charging forward. Afterward, the third and fourth knight in the formation charged towards that Wolf Rider captain. They all unleashed a strike and kept charging forward. At that moment, the Wolf Rider captain's hands began to get numb. He had lost his agility. Although his opponents were all beginner knights, their power had increased a few times under the charging formation. The fifth knight had arrived in front of him. He struck out his long spear to block again, but since his hand had gotten numb, the massive force of the knight blasted his spear away. That knight tried to increase his contributions as he kept charging forward. Without a weapon, the sixth knight had easily plunged a spear in the captain's chest and torn his heart apart. His armor could not handle the force. In this charging formation, a glow of Death Kai shot up to the sky. It was the 4th beam of Death Kai in this battlefield. The knight's confidence grew tremendously while the Wolf Riders began to feel daunted. Abel was ruthlessly shooting arrows, and every arrow would take a Wolf Rider's life. As the knight charging formation cut open the team of 100 Wolf Riders and approaching the deities, a deity threw out a potion, and the bottle shattered on the ground. A smog of green smoke gushed out in front of the knights. "Turn left," Head Commander Bodley yelled. The charging formation abruptly turned, but a few knights had been touched by the green smoke. Their war horses neighed and dropped to the ground, and the knights were helpless. The wizards in the formation had been waiting for their chance to face the deities. They all had their spells prepared, and they all threw their spells out. However, this sudden change in direction forced them to throw out their spells early. This round of spells was aimed specifically at the deities. So even though 2 wizards were disrupted by the turn, most spells still flying straight towards the deities. The bone armor on 4 deities had been destroyed, and 3 of them were open right in front of Abel. 3 arrows shot out, and the 3 deities were dead in a moment. "What godly archery skills!" K3305 yelled. All the knights and wizards in the team also agreed. With 3 more deities dead, the 5 remaining deities began to get anxious. 2 of them threw a few bottles of potions, and black smoke appeared in front of them. Afterward, Abel heard something running away. The other teams of wolf riders also began to turn and rush back to the Orc Empire's direction. "Stop!" Head Commander Bodley yelled with an extremely satisfied tone. As the wind blew, the green and black smoke were carried away. There was not a single wolf rider left at the scene, only a few ownerless mount wolves howling. They heard a scream of agony from the back, so Abel quickly turned around. It was the knight who had been consumed by the poison smoke. By that point, he could no longer contain the pain. He was screaming. A knight quickly jumped down to have a look. He then turned back at Head Commander Bodley and gently shook his head. A few knights in the ground also yelled, "Let me go with a thrill." "Let's give them a thrilling goodbye," said Head Commander Bodley in a low voice with a face full of sorrow. That knight nodded and took out a little dagger from his waist. A long sword was for the enemies, and these little daggers were normally only used to end the suffering of their badly injured teammates. "Wait!" Abel jumped down from his horseback deer and yelled. "No one can diffuse a deity's poison other than themselves, not even other deities. Just let them end his suffering earlier." K3305 gently said, "I have a few poison antidotes on me. It's worth a try." Abel didn't want to see a few knights die in vain just like this. It was glorious to die during the battlefield, but if you wanted someone to kill you because you were suffering from poison, that was suicide. It was the most embarrassing way to die in the Holy Continent. Even all the wizards and knights, including Head Commander Bodley, would say these knights were killed during the battle. "Quick, give it a try." Head Commander Bodley knew Abel was mysterious. Most of the orcs that had died in the fight were killed by Abel's scary bow. Abel stepped forward and looked at the knights. The green smoke has started to eat their skin. They were all in extreme agony. Even their airways were being consumed by the poisonous smoke. Abel took out a few poison antidotes he made himself. They were not as powerful as the ones from the Dark World, but the poison from those deities was like nothing compared to the poison in hell anyway. He handed those bottles of liquid with blue-colored electric arcs swirling inside to the knight by his side, and that knight began to feed them to knights on the ground one by one. Soon the knights had stopped screaming. Their bodies had stopped decaying, and the effects of the poison began to vanish. Although their injuries remained, they would heal with some rest. It was such godly poison antidote, especially the blue electric arc, which signified just how precious the potions were. All the knights on the spot were touched by the many bottles Abel had taken out at once. Who wouldn't want to have treatment instead of killing themselves with a dagger? K3308 stared at those potions Abel had given out and looked at his own gear. At that moment, even all of his most proud of luxury gear felt cheap. No matter if it was that magic staff with the fire enchantment ability or those potions, they were all better than the ones he had. "Clean up," Head Commander Bodley yelled. The few injured warriors were placed on the war horses. The war horses weren't trained to carry such a heavy load, so they couldn't run quickly. Still, they would persevere for short distances. The wizards stepped up towards the wood. Those orcs had leftover and threw out a few fireballs. One by one, the woods were engulfed in flames. K3516, "Thanks to you, we had amazing results today," Head Commander Bodley said with a laugh. "Did we?" Abel asked in confusion. 15 Wolf Rider captains and 10 deities had come today. 4 Wolf Rider captains and 5 deities had been killed, but most Wolf Riders had escaped. These types of camp building missions are a way for the orcs to train their newcomers. They know that even if they can successfully build a camp 30 miles from us, it will still be attacked relentlessly. However, this can provoke their enemies, so they will do a mission like this once in a while," Head Commander Bodley said with a laugh. Then he pointed at the 4 gray beams of light and continued, "Normally, Wolf Rider captains rarely die in battles like this, let alone deities." A knight led a few war horses full of dead bodies towards them. He looked at Abel full of admiration and turned to Head Commander Bodley. "Mr. Bodley, the dead bodies have been checked. Only 1 Wolf Rider captain was killed by the charging formation. All the other ones were killed by arrows, Mr. K3516's arrow. If Abel had used a powerful spell to kill those orcs, the knights would understand, but Abel had used an arrow. Archery was one of the training knights had to go through ever since they were young, but a godly archer was extremely rare. Even in a crucial checkpoint like Miracle City, There were no more than 3 godly archers. On top of that, the ability Abel had shown was already beyond other godly archers. K3516. According to the rules of battle, the killer can keep the enemies they've killed as spoils of war. Congratulations, you got quite a lot today. Head Commander Bodley smiled at Abel. Abel did not act too polite. This was a battlefield. Spoils of war were rewards for fighters. As long as you were on a battlefield, your spoils of war represented your power, not your family. The weapons of the 3 Wolf Rider captains Abel had killed were carefully placed on top of the dead bodies by the knights, so Abel shoved it in his portal bag. He then arrived in front of the 5 deities' dead bodies. Although they were badly mangled, most of them were still intact. Abel scanned it with his power of will and effortlessly picked out the 5 bone portal objects. He then said, "I'll leave the rest to you guys." Head Commander Bodley smiled as he saw Abel had only taken the most representative weapon of the Wolf Rider captains, not touching most other stuff. Although they had taken a big win in this battle, most of it was due to Abel. There were not many rewards left for the knights, but now it has taken a dramatic upturn. As for the deities, the knights would rather burn them than examine them. Only wizards would search for rewards in deities. However, by this point Head Commander Bodley realized this scary wizard with a mask seemed very experienced when it came to killing deities. He had easily picked out their portal objects. He didn't seem like a newbie in a battle for the first time at all. A large amount of wood had been ignited. Flames engulfed the place into a sea of red. Abel jumped back off his horseback deer while looking at the flaming battlefield. The dead knights were packed up, and the dead orcs had been thrown in the flames. They were ready to go back to Miracle City. K3516. You were lucky today. There were no deities who could unleash an exploding corpse. K3308 said to Abel, sounding like they were very good friends. In K3308's eyes, Abel was a massive support. If they could keep going to missions together, his safety would definitely be guaranteed. Abel gazed back at K3308. K3308 should be an experienced fighter. Couldn't he see that the knight formation had always kept a good distance with the dead bodies during the battle, especially when they were approaching the deities? Of course, there would be no exploding corpses when there are no corpses nearby. K3308 should thank Head Commander Bodley's experience and immaculate leadership skills. Abel had only played a small role, and even a newbie like Abel could see this. Was K3308 really that stupid? Don't worry about him, K3516. In a past mission, his ass was hurt by an exploding corpse, and he had to lay in bed for a month. K3305 exposed K3308's embarrassing past without hesitation. K3308 angrily hit 3305 in the head with his magic staff. Laughter exploded from the team on the way back. Even the serious Head Commander Bodley was laughing as he chatted with the knights. Abel had a light heart as he approached Miracle City. Other than the days he lived in the training camp. This was only the first day of his battle of the orc mission. He already had no time to rest, not even time to eat dinner. Just as K3305 had said, Abel was very lucky today. He had so many missions right from the start. Of course, Abel also knew that this was because the Miracle City had given him a good ability score. If not, he wouldn't be able to join so many high-rank missions. At least Abel wouldn't believe it. Every wizard in this mission could perfectly ride a horseback deer, perfectly draw spell patterns, and unleash spells. Although it seemed simple, every wizard who's been in a battle knew how hard it was. They all needed a strong tolerance, so Abel was sure none of those 9 wizards on the mission were weak. They were a little bit slow to draw the spell patterns in his eyes, but they were all new official wizards. They all probably had just leveled up a few years ago. Unlike Wizard Eveline, they wouldn't be stuck at a beginner rank for tens of years because of a problem in their body. They had a large amount of time to practice spell patterns. There wouldn't be any enemies ambushing them on the way back, but the knights still kept a relaxed battle formation. They stopped 1,000 meters from the Miracle Wall, and they were in front that Deathkai-filled ground. Head Commander Bodley took out his military card, and soon a white beam of light shot out from the Miracle Wall. Afterward, a 50 meters wide path glowing in white light emerged from the ground below the Knight formation. Head Commander Bodley then led the Knight formation to the front of the miracle wall on the glowing path. A platform slowly reached out from the bottom of the miracle wall. There was a short distance teleportation circle on the platform. Seeing this change, Abel grew very curious towards Miracle City. If he had the chance, he would definitely go inside the miracle wall and take a good look at the so-called most powerful human defense. After he was back inside Miracle City, his military card began to vibrate. A message appeared as he scanned his power of the will onto it. K-3516 cleanup mission complete. 5 war glory gained. K-3516 orcs killed. 8.4 war glory gained. Total war glory, 30.4 points. At that moment, all the knights and wizards in the team had also gotten their message. Smiles began to emerge from their faces. Abel did some calculations. It was only his first day, and he had gained 30.4 war glory. If he continued like this, he would be able to go back to his domain to train. While he was still thinking, K-3305 and K-3308 walked towards him. K-3308 said with a gentle smile, K-3516, you got quite a lot of war glory, didn't you? It's not bad. I wonder how they calculated it. Abel had gotten 8.4 war glory in total for killing orcs, but he didn't actually know the details about how war glory was actually calculated. The miracle spirit had given him such an odd number, so it should be correct. Abel might be the only one in Miracle City who would question the miracle spirit. The miracle spirit was basically the god of Miracle City. It was in charge of everything, from every individual mission to organizing the entire Miracle City military force. I know, K-3308 replied. He then continued in a very confident tone, killing Wolf Rider Captain gives you 1 war glory. Killing Orc Deity gives you 1.5 war glory. Killing Intermediate Deities gives you 3 war glory. Normal Orcs are around 0.010.1 war glory. After hearing K-3308's explanation, Abel began to recall his battle. He had killed 3 Wolf Rider Captains and 5 deities. So how come he only got so little war glory? Is it a little lower than you think? K-3305 said with a smile and continued, let's go to return our horseback deer first. I'll tell you more along the way. K-3308 was riding a chocobo, but he still tagged along with K-3305 and said, I'll go with you guys and let's find something to eat after. It's so late already and I'm starving. Since we are in a battle formation during the battle, our war glory is calculated according to the damage we do. The calculation is complicated. You will only get all the war glory if you killed an orc outside of Miracle City by yourself. K-3305 explained as they walked. Abel was not totally against this idea. Just like wizards, for example, they could only safely attack with spells with the knight formation protecting them, so it made to give the knights some war glory. By this point, he also realized how hard it must have been for his father, the Knight of Bennett, and the Lord of Marshall. A knight would probably only get around 0.something war glory with each mission, and they had to take higher risks. Just like this mission, even with Abel's scary archery skills, a few knights had died. Of course, this was classified as an advanced mission since only official knights were allowed. In the mission hall, there were some missions with normal warriors. They might not even have a chance to land a single strike against the orcs. They could only rely on maintaining their formation and techniques. Abel, K-3305 and K-3308 went back to the wizard camp. It had already passed dinner time, so there were no wizards left in the restaurants. The wizards didn't have that much free time to dwell around. They were all either on missions or doing training. Of course, K-3308 was a special guy. If K-3305 didn't tell him to eat faster, he would have taken longer to enjoy his food. Afterward, they went back to their accommodations. Abel used his military card to open the gate. At that moment, his servant Pemin was no longer there. Servants would only come to serve in the day, even in the best area like Area A. Abel stepped into the room and ignited the protection circle. He set up the barrier circle in the training room. If he didn't have a barrier circle, he could be tracked by the miracle spirit. There was no way Abel would have the guts to open a portal door if that was the case. He ignited the portal door and arrived at the rogue encampment. He then arrived at his little hotel in Lut-Golin through the small teleportation station. Although he felt a strange power in the rogue encampment, he did not feel too safe using the power that did not belong to him. Feeling invincible might make him lose himself, so he still chose Lut-Golin. He got quite a lot of rewards this time, 5 portal objects. They just looked a little disgusting since they were made up of skulls and ribs. Abel brushed them with his power of will, and everything within those 5 portal objects were thrown out onto the ground at once. Abel almost immediately regretted his action as a horrific smell spewed out. He used the fastest method to examine and divide those objects, pick out the useful stuff, and throw the useless stuff aside. There were 2 scrolls of deity training knowledge, and none of them were about spell patterns. One of them was a user guide, so it was rubbish to Abel. He threw the other training mindset guide to the side. His hope of learning the skeleton support spell pattern was shattered. But it made sense. Who would bring a spell pattern guide to a mission in battle? They needed to save space for the most useful stuff. Both beginner wizards and deities had the same 1 square meter-size portal bag. It was sad how little stuff they could fit. Abel picked up a green bottle. It looked familiar. It was the potion that deity had thrown out to stop the charging knights near the end of the battle. Abel opened the lid and green smoke began to sift out. Although Abel didn't know too much about poison, he had an alchemist pattern within him. He could identify how strong a poison was. This was a combined poison. But of course, it was not as simple as mixing a few types of potions. Every potion needed to have a special element. Sometimes, combining random poisons would just weaken the effect of both, and sometimes even diffuse it. On top of that, the ingredients for poison were tough to get. These few bottles of poisons were the lifesavers for those orc deities. It was too bad Abel's bow was too fast. They didn't even have time to use them. 6 bottles of poisons. Abel thought to himself as he cleared out his Horadric cube. He wanted to combine the 6 poisons to see if he could get anything more potent. Just like a walk in the park, Abel ended up with 2 bottles of green potions with blue electric arcs. By that point, he no longer dared to open it. He didn't know the power of these combined potions. His last bottle of poison antidote from the dark world had been used. He would be in big trouble if he got poisoned. He would just test it out when he ran into a powerful enemy in the future. Abel thought to himself as he placed the poisons in his portal bracelet. Afterward, he picked up a deity magic staff. It had a death kai adding ability, which was useless to Abel, so he threw it in towards the pile of useless stuff by the side. He noticed 127 weird little skulls. He held one up in his hand. It was filled with death kai. It was some kind of death kai concentrator, similar to magic stones or the gems in the dark world. Gems, Abel suddenly thought to himself. It was a skull gem. Skull was a type of gem in the dark world. He had never seen one among the human or dwarfs in the Holy Continent, but he finally found one in a deity's portal object. To confirm this idea, all he needed to do was to throw it in his Horadric cube. Afterward, a message appeared on his Horadric cube. Chipped skull. Can place in a socket. Weapon, steal 2% life and 1% mana per hit. Helm or armor, +2 replenish life and +8% mana regeneration rate. Shield, attacker takes damage of 4. This might be the most practical gem, although it was only valid on physical attacks. Abel was a powerful knight. He did physical attacks regularly. However, Abel did not feel too well as he looked at the word chipped. He rarely had any chipped gems before. He only had flawed ones at most. There was a rank difference between these 2 gems. So if Abel wanted to make a perfect skull, he needed to combine 81 chipped skulls together. If he was to use a flawed skull, he would need 27 of them. Abel let out a long breath of relief. It seemed like he needed to kill more deities to get these resources. If his family knights had weapons with these skulls, they could replenish their lives during battle and increase their power dramatically. Even a head commander could get a lot out of these skulls, since head commander skills needed to be infused with mana. If they could replenish their mana, they wouldn't need to rest. That was why only old head commanders with enough mana store would actually use those head commander skills. However, if they had a weapon with these skulls, their power could increase at least a few times. The only thing was that Abel never heard of people making weapons out of these skull gems. As a grandmaster blacksmith, he could gain a lot more knowledge when it came to forgery compared to other blacksmiths, especially with his connection to the Goff family. Abel put away the useless rubbish in a portal bag. He would let his servant Pemen take care of it once he got back to the Holy Continent. Abel then took out a knight's sword from his portal bracelet. It was one of his earlier pieces. Its socket was opened using the Holy Continent method, and he placed a chipped skull into it. Although the skull could fit, Abel realized the quality of the knight's sword was beginning to drop. It was slowly engulfed by Death Kai. With a sword like this, even a defenseless wizard could not hold it, let alone a knight. It was such a pity. Abel scanned the sword with his power of will. There was no special power. Abel was not satisfied, so he threw the sword into his Horadric cube to confirm. Still no special power. It only had the name Damaged Big Sword. Impossible. The Horadric cube had clearly recognized it as a chipped skull, so it should be able to install it. Abel was very certain in his heart. Perhaps there was a problem in the installation process. All normal gems had elemental energy, but not skull gems. All they had was Death Kai. Abel could not identify what kind of energy was Death Kai, but he was certain of one thing. It was definitely not like elemental energy. Up to this point, he took out a knight's sword with a single socket that opened up by the special power of the Horadric Malice. Normally, a knight's sword with a single socket was a failed item to Abel. He would have thrown it away long ago if even the normal swords he made were worth a fortune in the Holy Continent. Abel then took out another piece of chipped skull and installed it onto its socket. As soon as they made contact, the socket began to glow. Afterward, the socket vanished. This was the special hidden ability of a Dark World socket. It allowed Abel to hide how special his gems were, compared to those clearly exposed sockets of the Holy Continent. Big Sword normal. Single hand damage 10-0. Durability 50/50. Steal 2% life and 1% mana with each strike. Have socket 1. Although this sword might be a magic sword, just this ability alone could move a head commander's heart. All the spoils of war had taken care of. Only 5 portal objects made out of bones from the deities were left over. Abel had killed an intermediate deity before, and he had gotten a finger joint portal object from him. By that point, he had 6 portal objects made out of bones in total. It was best to use Death Kai with these portal objects. It would take up twice as much energy if you used magic. On top of that, these portal objects were filled with Death Kai anyway. You could not store any herbs or plants inside, let alone food. You could only put some weapons in them at most. Therefore, other than becoming a collector's item, most wizards in Miracle City would just exchange these portal objects for resources after they killed a deity. Of course, Abel would not do that. He had resources, and he actually had a use for these portal objects made out of bones. His Kong Spirit portal bag was a military-grade portal object that could grow in size by consuming other portal objects. Perhaps this was why Miracle City would exchange resources for these portal objects made out of bones. Suddenly Abel had an idea about Death Kai. The use of these portal objects had other uses other than increasing the size of his Kong Spirit portal bag. His Spirit Guardian Knights could grasp Death Kai. If he gave these bone-made portal objects to them, it could allow them to exchange gears, weapons, or just carrying around normal stuff a lot easier. The only problem was that only the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain could use the power of the will, since it the only one consumed the soul potions. Naga should also have the power of the will, since he could manipulate poison elements. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain already had a portal bag, but Abel was thinking about swapping it out with a full set of bone-made portal objects so it could learn to hide it like the orc deities. At the end of the day, a summon with a portal bag might still irritate some people. Abel then took out 7 bottles of soul potions and summoned all the Spirit Guardian Knights out from the monster portal ring. He gave each of them, other than the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain, a bottle of soul potion. Although each of them only had 1 bottle, those skeletons' size had noticeably grown a lot. Their power should increase as well. Normally, the effect would be strongest when taking a power-increasing potion like soul potions for the first time. Although Abel wanted to replace all his skeletons into special ones at the end, That would still take time. He needed his skeletons to be powerful now. Abel had quite a lot of soul potions, and it would be a waste if he used it on himself. The scary dragon core had pushed his ability to the pinnacle of wizards. A soul potion would just increase the speed of his brain a little. But now he also had that little piece of world stone. His brain power had already reached a scary speed even without soul potions. He didn't know what would happen if he kept taking soul potions, so he would rather not risk it. Therefore, he ended up with a big stack of soul potions from his recent battles, more than 200 battles. Soul potions could not be used too many times. All his other summons needed time to settle and adjust after leveling up with a soul potion before they could take another one. Only Spirit Guardian Knights could use unlimited amounts of soul potions. The Spirit Guardian Knight captain had taken it way too many times that it seemed to be immune to it. His next step should be focusing on cultivating his Spirit Guardian Knight Naga. After rounds of battles, Abel realized its poison attacks were very useful. Especially since those hell creatures were getting stronger, Naga poison attacks were the most effective attacks among the Spirit Guardian Knights. Abel divided the 6 bone, made portal objects to the 6 Spirit Guardian Knights. Afterward, Naga put the bone-made portal ring. It revived from Abel on to its left finger. The ring slowly merged with its bones and fully vanished in the end. Abel had a hard time every time he fought in the sewer of the dark world let Golene. He could only rely on his immaculate care and full recovery potion to help him get through it. If he didn't have a dramatic skill increase, Abel felt like it would be very hard for him to win against Radamant, who could resurrect skeletons for unlimited amounts of time. So for now, he just slowly cleaned up the hell creatures in the sewer, waiting for his next level up. The next morning, Abel walked out of his room in Miracle City. By then, Pemon had already cleaned up the garden and brought breakfast. After breakfast, Abel arrived in front of the mission board again. At that moment, on the left board of the mission board, lines of missions were rolling by. Abel gazed at the board. He doubted if he had just gotten lucky yesterday, but there was almost nothing similar today, only a few fixed missions lacking in people. There were still some missions out of Miracle City, but they were all for knights, not wizards. The reward was low as well. They just needed to clean up some little spy orcs who had entered the Miracle City range. Abel remembered what K3305 had said. Temporary missions were rare, and it also depended on your luck if you could get accepted. There were a lot of wizards in Miracle City, so you just needed to enroll at the right time. At that moment, a mission caught his eyes. Miracle Wall Guarding. Duration 1 month, slots 20, reward 10 war glary once a year. Abel had always been very interested in the Miracle Wall, so it might be a good idea to apply. He could only accept this mission once a year anyway. He took out his military card and walked in front of the mission board. He focused his power of the will on the mission. K3516. You've selected the Miracle Wall Guarding mission. The duration is 1 month. Checking your qualifications. Qualified, Miracle Wall Guarding mission accepted. K3516, you have 1 hour to prepare. Afterward, you need to teleport to the Miracle Wall for the mission. A row of messages emerged from Abel's military card. He had successfully accepted the mission. He still had 1 hour, so he began looking at the right mission board of the mission hall. Since he had accepted the cleanup mission right away yesterday, he didn't have time to look at this board in detail. Missions were scrolling past this mission board as well. But these missions were given out by individuals. For example, gathering ingredients or inviting guests to events. Abel saw quite a few missions for Mount Budapest to kill spiritual beasts. Their skin, fur, skeleton, or even crystal cores were extremely valuable. Both knights and wizards had tremendous uses for it. Especially wizards, if they had a crystal core before they leveled up, it could dramatically increase their success rate. Of course, there were also some spoils of war exchange. Suddenly, Abel was touched. There were some skull gems and bone-made portal objects which he needed. In the past, he felt like his Kong spirit portal bag was massive, but now it could no longer satisfy him. He needed a large number of portal objects to increase the size of his Kong spirit portal bag. In the past, he did not have any rights to get portal objects, and portal bags were extremely precious to human wizards. Every one of them was a wizard's baby. There was no way they would give it out. But now he could get bone-made portal objects by killing orc deities. Abel focused on the Skull Gem exchange mission. Normally, one War Glory could exchange 100 Skull Gems, could be exchanged since most wizards did not have them, other than the ones who liked to do research. This was not expensive at all. Abel had killed 5 deities, and he had only gotten 120 Skull Gems. Only he could do this with his immense power. These Skull Gems were accumulated from a wizard's countless years of experience in the battlefield. Bone-made portal objects were not expensive either. 2 of them could be exchanged with 1 War Glory. However, looking at how many exchange missions there were, it seemed like not many people wanted these things. Some wizards wanted the space, but the death Kai in those portal objects just limited its storage capacity. That was why there was not much demand for them. Just when Abel was thinking of exchanging some Skull Gems and portal objects, a message emerged. Orc Deity Spell Guide, negotiable. An Orc Deity Spell Guide. Abel's heart shook. Was he really that lucky? Which stupid bastard had brought such a thing onto a battlefield? Although this was what Abel thought, he still immediately accepted that offer with his power of the will. Actually, this personal mission board was made to allow the people in Miracle, a city, to communicate more efficiently. Of course, submitting a mission on this board needed to take up a decent amount of War Glory, which filtered out all the unworthy missions. No one would waste their War Glory on submitting missions, so every exchange on this mission board was extremely rare. There were almost no normal weapons or gear, only low-level magic objects at least. These exchange missions were also categorized into 2 categories: trading exchange and delegation exchange missions. Exchanging 100 Skull Gems for 1 War Glory was a delegation exchange. As soon as you paid your War Glory, you could get your 100 Skull Gems from the mission hall counter. However, for something with negotiation, the Miracle Spirit would help both parties connect and set up a face-to-face meeting. Wizard K3516, it's Bodley, are you interested in my collection? I'm surprised. Head Commander Bodley's surprised voice emerged from the military card. A powerful wizard was very respected in Miracle City. No matter what method he used, Abel's fighting power was undeniable. Everyone in Miracle City wanted to form a good relationship with a wizard like this. Hello, Head Commander Bodley, what a coincidence. Do you have time now? I'll wait for you in the mission hall. Abel asked him directly. Right, of course. We just did a mission yesterday, so today is my rest day. I'll be there in a second. Head Commander Bodley said without hesitation. Meanwhile, Abel did not waste any time. He accepted 5 Skull Gem exchanges and collected 500 Skull Gems with 5 War Glory. There were also 24 bone-made portal objects for exchange as well. With a flick of a hand, Abel spent another 12 War Glory to make all 24 of those portal objects his own. After the exchange, a message emerged from his military card. K3516, your War Glory count is 13.4 points. Abel couldn't help but feel regret. The War Glory really wasn't enough. But now he could have 22 bone-made portal objects to fill up his Kong spirit portal bag, even after giving each to every spirit guardian knight. K3516, I hope you didn't wait for long. Head Commander Bodley arrived just in time. There were not many people in the mission hall at that moment, so he spotted Abel at first sight. Abel held up his military card and said with a smile, Head Commander Bodley, I've just accepted a mission. I still have some time, so I just browsed around. Head Commander Bodley then did a bow and said, Let's go over that side. Afterward, Abel and Head Commander Bodley arrived at some benches for resting by the corner of the mission hall. Head Commander Bodley, I'm not sure what you're after, but can I confirm that Orc Deity Spell Guide is right for me? Abel said bluntly. Of course, Wizard K3516. Actually, I've been putting this Orc Deity Spell Guide on the mission board for half a year. Its spell levels are too low, so no one was interested during all this time. Head Commander Bodley did not want to trick Abel, so he just told him straight away. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1 SOM. Abel reached out to grab the spell guide and quickly flipped through it. A dark excitement emerged from his heart. Perhaps no one was interested in this spell guide because it only had 2 spells. One was the Skeleton Resurrection spell. It was different from the method Abel knew. It was the version where you tortured a live fighter into a skeleton. This kind of spell could only act as a reference for a wizard's research. Even if they were not afraid of the damage of Death Kai, all humans in the Holy Continent would come after you if you had really summoned a skeleton this way. The second spell was the skeleton support. It was the spell that Abel always wanted. It could increase a skeleton's ability in the most well-rounded way. Both their life force and attacking power would increase. The reason he flipped through the book so quickly was that he didn't want Head Commander Bodley to think he was trying to remember the details of the spell guide. But still, Head Commander Bodley could see what he was doing. Abel sighed in his heart. He had only quickly flipped over this spell guide, but he had already remembered every little detail. But you couldn't blame Abel. He didn't expect his little piece of world stone to be this powerful. Just a fourth of it made him superior to any normal human. Although there were not many pages to this orc deity spell guide, there were countless magic patterns and vast amounts of tiny descriptions. Just the spell patterns were complicated enough. When Abel was first learning spells, he had spent countless hours just to remember the patterns. Even though Abel had remembered everything in the spell guide, he could not just decline this exchange. Head Commander Bodley was his war mate at the end of the day, and Abel did not lack in stuff for exchange anyway. Afterward, Abel placed the orc deity spell guide on the table and turned to Head Commander Bodley. Head Commander Bodley, this guide is useful to me. What are you after? Wizard K 3516, you can give me some magical gear or potions. Head Commander Bodley knew Abel was wealthy by looking at his fire enchantment magic staff, or that orc deity poison diffusing poison antidote. Normal people didn't have those, therefore he just let Abel decide whatever he wanted to give out. Abel thought for a while and took out a knight's sword from his portal bag. Take a look at this knight's sword and tell me what you think. No matter what Head Commander Bodley was thinking, Abel really didn't want to take advantage of this situation. Still, he couldn't just take out most of his gears. This failed knight's sword with a skull gem was the best choice. Head Commander Bodley picked up the sword, and he immediately knew it was not a magic sword. He felt a little bit disappointed at first, but he soon regained himself. Exchanging an orc deity spell guide for a powerful wizard's fondness was still a great deal. Wait, he suddenly realized something clearly different about this knight's sword as he picked it up. He quickly held the sword closer to his eyes. Although he was not a blacksmith, he still knew a thing or two about weapons after long years of using them. The material used on this sword was definitely not 100 skills. Wizard K 3516, is this knight's sword made out of condensed iron? Head Commander Bodley asked in confusion. Even as a head commander, using a sword made out of condensed iron was still too much of a luxury. In the past, he only heard of people using natural condensed iron to make a dagger. No one had ever made such a big knight's sword from it. He was certain of that. The condensed iron used in the sword could increase the power of at least 10 normal knight swords. He was stunned by Abel's generosity. Head Commander Bodley, you really have a good pair of eyes. This sword really was made with condensed iron. Although it is not a magic sword, it is not a normal knight sword either, said Abel with a smile. This sword has special abilities. Head Commander Bodley felt his heart lift. It was already a lot to take in just from the fact that this sword was made out of condensed iron. Any extra special ability would shoot its values up by miles. He felt like his orc deity spell guide could no longer compete with the value of this sword. Other than being sharper and stronger than normal knight swords, this sword can also steal 2% life and 1% mana from your enemy, Abel explained. Head Commander Bodley's hand began to shake. He almost dropped the sword. This was almost an impossible ability to a head commander, so you could just imagine how excited he was. What was the most needed thing to a head commander? Was attacking the most powerful defense. No, mana was the most needed thing for a head commander. With mana, Head Commander could unleash the powerful Head Commander ability charge. There were countless charge techniques in the Holy Continent, and all came from some unknown inheritance. A charge allowed a Head Commander to face an intermediate wizard, but their naturally low mana was one of the main reasons they couldn't use this technique very often. Therefore, the best weapon to a Head Commander was one that could help them absorb mana. However, Head Commander Bodley was confused about why Abel didn't call such a powerful weapon a magic weapon. Of course, a magic weapon needed to meet certain criteria to Abel. This sword could not be recognized by the Horadric cube, so it was not a magic weapon to him. After Head Commander Bodley calmed himself down, he said to Abel in a serious tone, K-3516, my Orc Deity spell guide is inferior to this knight's sword. If you want to exchange it, please tell me what else you want. Abel knew Head Commander Bodley was a real inherited knight who had undergone knight training. These knights would put their reputation in front of everything, so no matter how much Head Commander Bodley liked this sword, he would not exchange it with anything inferior. How about this? I need some of those little skulls you find on deities, or some bone-made portal objects. Just give me as much as you can, said Abel with a smile. Head Commander Bodley let out a breath of relief after hearing Abel's request. Normally, wizards asked for extremely high-value materials. Although those little skulls and bone-made portal objects were not worthless, it was the lowest value thing on the mission board. Wizard K-3516, I need some time to prepare. Head Commander Bodley hesitated a little and said, No problem, I need to go to my mission now. I'll leave this sword to you first, said Abel with a nod. Don't worry, I will quickly gather everything you need, said Head Commander Bodley, grabbing the knight's sword tightly in his hand. He had a strong urge to test this sword out immediately. After the exchange, Abel put away the Orc Deity spell guide and arrived at a public short-distance teleportation circle by the side of the mission hall. Long-distance teleportation was tightly regulated in Miracle City due to the city's security. As a military-based city, you wouldn't even find its location without a military card, let alone teleport here. Abel stood on the short-distance teleportation circle, and a glow emerged from his military card. He scanned it with his power of the will and ignited the circle. At the same time, he realized he was able to select the Miracle Wall as his destination. With his destination confirmed, Abel vanished from the teleportation circle in a flash. Welcome K-3516. A robotic voice emerged as soon as Abel felt like he had successfully teleported. He was standing outside of the short-distance teleportation circle. A human-sized robot puppet was standing right in front of him. Abel knew this was probably a body of the Miracle Spirit, so he asked, This is my first time doing the Miracle Wall guarding mission. How do I start? K-3526, please follow me. I've organized an area that you will be taking care of for the next month. The puppet sounded robotic, and it began to lead the way. Abel followed behind and kept looking around. They came across a room designated for teleportation. Other than a few short-distance teleportation circles on the ground, there were also tightly drawn patterns on the wall. It was a little threatening. This room was not as simple as it seemed. There were definitely some powerful weapons lurking behind some of these walls. As soon as a suspicious person had penetrated the room, those weapons would directly unleash their horror. Afterward, Abel followed the robotic puppet out of the room through a bright 2-meter-wide corridor. It was filled with illumination circles, casting light on every corner. After passing over 4 doors, the puppet stopped at the 5th door. K-3516, you will be living here for the next month. You can't leave this room during this time, and food will be delivered to you. Your main task is to suppress the explosion of Death Kai, the puppet explained. This is basically like being in a prison, Abel thought to himself. He scanned his military card on the doorknob and opened the door. Although that was what Abel had thought, not leaving a room for a month was quite normal for wizards. The puppet had done its jobs, so it walked away, leaving Abel in this room by himself for the next month. Although the room looked normal from outside, it was actually a giant suite. It might even be a little bit larger than a normal magic tower's floor. It had all the equipment of a magic tower as well. Abel could feel the intense mana within the atmosphere. It had a mana gathering ability like normal magic towers as well. The only thing was that he didn't even know where he was in the 3,000 meters tall Miracle Wall. The place was fully shut, and there was not a single window. Of course, Abel understood why they had done this. As the human's most crucial line of defense, it would be weird if its security was not top-notch. At first, he wanted to find out a thing or two about the Miracle Wall secret. But he might throw this idea right in the trash. He could only dwell in this room for the next month. There would be no sun or moon, so he thought it would be very hard to tell the time. Up to this point, Abel's druid soul began to count. In a place like this, even the sight analysis ability of the world stone was not as practical as his druid soul. The sight analysis ability would shut off automatically as soon as his attention shifted, but his druid did not need to rest. It could function forever. Abel arrived at the resting room and habitually laid down a barrier circle. Afterward, he sat on the ground. The first thing he did was taking out his Kong Kong spirit portal bag. He didn't know if his stuff inside his Kong Kong spirit portal bag would be affected after it had swallowed a new portal object, so he had to clear it out. Weapons, arrows, potions, ingredients, runes, and magic scrolls scattered on the floor of the resting room. Abel looked at the mountain of stuff. He couldn't help but rub his nose. He really had ended up with a lot of stuff after shoving everything in his Kong Kong spirit portal bag. However, most of these things were useful. Most of the weapons were made by Abel, and a small number of them were actually made with the Horadric Malice. There was also a large amount of blank magic staff. It was the core ingredient for magic staff, as well as the most common gear in the dark world. The arrows were all made for his Harry's bow, of course. They were all armor-piercing arrows made by the dwarfs. He made the potions when he was bored. They were almost all blue. Anyone who saw the number of potions Abel had would wonder if he robbed a potion store. There were a few different types of materials. The first type was for forgery, which included large amounts of rare high-rank iron and assisting materials. The second type was for his potion making, which he got a lot of his ingredients from the elves. The last type of materials were special things like rune materials and stuff to make his magic weapons. Abel took out 22 bone-made portal objects from a side pocket and put them in the Kong Kong spirit portal bag one by one. His Kong Kong spirit portal bag was like a live creature. Its surface began to shake. Since the Kong Kong spirit portal bag had identified Abel as its owner, Abel could feel the changes within it with his power of the will. After those bone-made portal objects had entered it, its surface began to fade, leaving only a little bone-white color stone. A strong wave of death Kai emerged from the stone as its outer layer began to fade, but the Kong Kong spirit portal bag was suppressing it as it shook. In a crisp cracking sound, the stone broke apart, and a dimensional force gushed out. However, Abel noticed this force also carried some death Kai within it. He felt his heart drop. If swallowing bone-made portal objects would bring about death Kai, his Kong Kong spirit portal bag would just turn into a death Kai-filled portal object if he kept going. What Abel didn't know was that a bone-made portal object would need to go through a long process of death Kai weakening and dissection by a wizard, until they could be safely swallowed by a military-grade portal object. These methods were all done by wizard experts from giant corporations. They would not let normal wizards know about it. However, Abel had his own method. Seeing the death Kai, he soon formed a dark gold string of combat Kai and carried it in his Kong Kong spirit portal bag. After a few wipes, the death Kai vanished like snowflakes on fire. Back in the day, when Abel was first learning the skeleton resurrection spell, it was exactly this golden combat Kai that allowed him to defuse the death Kai in the spell and stopped him from becoming a priest. His golden combat Kai was not gained through practicing the elite night breathing technique, but it was a deformed combat Kai created from a near-death level up. It had a life force that was so vicious, it could even diffuse the corrosion of mana. It was like a natural protector. That was why he was able to practice night techniques alongside wizardry. Abel then scanned the space in his Kong Kong spirit portal bag with his power of the will. His sight analysis ability gave him a number, 501.14 square meters. After Abel had his first success, he continued to put more bone-made portal objects inside it, and then cleaned it up with his golden combat Kai. 22 bone-made portal object had increased his Kong Kong spirit portal bag to 522.25 square meters. Seeing his result, Abel suddenly no longer felt like getting this Battle of the Orcs mission over with as soon as possible. As long as he kept his identity a secret, stayed at Miracle City as a beginner wizard, and not draw any attention from the Orc Empire. This place was actually not bad. He could have more than enough war glory to exchange countless skull gems and bone-made portal objects. The skull gems could create weapons with a life and mana-absorbing ability, and those bone-made portal objects could increase the space of his Kong spirit portal bag. All of those things were quite nice, and Abel was only scratching the surface. Perhaps there were countless more mysterious resources within the Orc Empire. Head Commander Bodley immediately went to Mount Budapest by himself after he got the big sword. With his current rank as a head commander, he should be fine as long as he didn't go too far in. Currently, he was facing an Inferno Bull, a low-rank spiritual beast. Of course, he was not here to kill a spiritual beast, he just wanted to test out his new sword. Although Abel had already explained the sword's special ability, it was still too extraordinary. Head Commander Bodley would not settle if he didn't test it out himself. Charge, he sacrificed a fifth of his mana to ignite a charge. All of a sudden, his horse below him had turned into a shadow and dashed forward towards the Inferno Bill. His big sword viciously struck down. He felt a strange sense of energy rush back at his body from his knight's sword. The mana he had just used up was replenished a little by this strike. Although the mana he regained was not dramatic, he would be able to fully replenish his mana store with 10 strikes. In the past, the only way for a head commander to replenish his mana was to sleep. They could only fully replenish their mana store after a full night of sleep. As long as they replenished their mana storage, striking a few more times was like nothing. Knights were experts in physical attacks, so striking with their swords was like a walk in a park. Unleashing a charge with every 10 strikes was like a dream come true. Even when he was picking out a crystal core from the skull of that Inferno Bull, he did not get too excited. All his heart was fixed on his big sword. He returned to Miracle City. The first thing he did was going to the weapon making and repair blacksmith guild. Since the Miracle City was a military-based city, the blacksmith union was not registered there. The only place where blacksmiths gather was that weapon making and repair guild. He wanted to find Master Blacksmith Bessemer to help him set a reasonable price for this big sword. Since Head Commander Bodley was very experienced in leadership, he would only embark on a leadership role in missions. This allowed him to get more war glory than normal head commanders. He wanted Master Bessemer to set a price for this big sword because he wanted to give Abel something of the same value. Abel had trusted him for giving him the sword first, so he would not let Abel down. He had a knight's pride after all. With the help of some apprentice blacksmiths, Head Commander Bodley had soon found Master Bessemer, who was forging at the time. He waited for a while until Master Bessemer began to take a break and said with a bow, "Master Bessemer, I hope I didn't interrupt you." "Bodley, what brought you here today? Something for me to fix?" Master Bessemer said with a laugh. Head Commander was a regular since most of his gears were inherited from his family. Head Commanders normally would not trust a normal blacksmith, so Head Commander Bodley had always found Master Bessemer to help him fix his gear. They became close friends after a while. "I just got a good sword. I want you to set a price for it," Head Commander Bodley said in a delighted mood, and took out a long bag wrapped in orc skin. Master Bessemer carefully held the orc skin bag in his hand. As a master blacksmith, he immediately felt his heart tingle after hearing that it was a good sword. Head Commander Bodley had seen quite a lot of good stuff in his life, so there were not many things that would make him excited. He then opened the orc skin bag, exposing the long sword inside. Abel did have time to add stealth to this sword. Head Commander Bodley didn't as well, since he was so desperate to test it out. He also didn't want to damage the sword, so he just wrapped it in orc skin. Although Head Commander Bodley knew a sword like this would not be damaged easily, he just couldn't afford to make any careless mistake before a blacksmith master had examined it. Master Bessemer picked up the big sword and immediately said in a glance, "This is a knight's big sword made entirely out of condensed iron. Its forging method is..." Up to this point, his words came to a halt. His face was filled with disbelief as he immediately held the sword closer to his eyes, then quickly turned the sword over to examine the sword handle. "Bodley, where did you get this sword?" Master Bessemer's voice was filled with excitement. "What, is there a problem? I exchanged it with a wizard," Head Commander Bodley said in confusion. "How did you manage to get it with your little fortune? Any blacksmith can easily exchange this sword with a full set of magic equipment," Master Bessemer said, shaking his head, then continued while touching the handle of the sword. "If you had exchanged this sword with a wizard, maybe he didn't know the actual value of this sword. Head Commander Bodley didn't believe Abel was ignorant. It seemed like he just didn't see any value in this sword, or he just wanted to get rid of it since he given it to him so easily. This sword was forged with normal iron ore, said Master Bessemer, looking at the confused face of Head Commander Bodley. Then he continued, that's actually some extremely skilled forgery method. There is only one master in the Holy Continent who could directly forge normal iron into condensed iron. Who? Head Commander Bodley asked desperately. The youngest Grandmaster Blacksmith in the Holy Continent. Grandmaster Abel, said Master Bessemer with eyes full of admiration. Abel was a legend in the heart of every blacksmith. Grandmaster Abel, the fourth Grandmaster Blacksmith in the Holy Continent. Head Commander Bodley had heard of Abel's name. A legend like this was commonly talked about even in Miracle City. Look here, this is the marking of Grandmaster Abel on this sword. But even without a marking, every master blacksmith can tell this is a work by Grandmaster Abel. I've just never heard of any new work of his being. Traded, Master Bessemer explained while gently touching the big sword with his fingers. The moment when Head Commander Bodley wanted to tell Master Bessemer about the special ability of this sword, Master Bessemer continued, weird, how come this sword doesn't have any magic ability? Wait, this big sword is hiding some power. A blacksmith master like Bessemer didn't get his title for nothing. He soon discovered something odd about this big sword. Master Bessemer, the wizard who gave me this sword, said this sword can steal 2% life and 1% mana from an enemy with each strike. Head Commander Bodley said gently. What? Really? Master Bessemer then began to gently flick on the blade from top to bottom. He did not let go of any spot. After a long examination, he gave up and mumbled, impossible. As a master blacksmith, Bessemer knew materials that could absorb life, but he never heard of anything that could absorb mana. Those life-absorbing materials often had a clear rainbow reflection. If they were applied in a weapon, and they might appear in a strange blood-red color. Due to the extremely high price of those materials, even a master blacksmith could not exchange it from the blacksmith union. This big sword did not change color, so those materials had clearly not been added. Are you sure it had those effects? Master Bessemer turned to Head Commander Bodley and asked again. The reason I just came back from Mount Budapest was so that could test out this sword. The effects are real. I can fully replenish my mana to unleash a charge with every 10 strikes. Head Commander Bodley nodded in certainty. Bodley, I'm afraid I can't give you a price for this sword. Grandmaster Abel used the newest technology to make this sword. It is the first of its kind. So you can't put a price on something like this, said Master Bessemer with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Well, Head Commander Bodley had a headache checking the price of his knight's big sword. Abel took out the Orc Priest's spellbook from the seclusion circle. By this point, he had already remembered all the content, but he still preferred the feeling of holding a paper copy. After wasting many soul potions on figuring out the original recipe, he decided to skip the part where the resurrection of skeleton spell. Instead, he decided to go straight to the command skeletons part. According to what was written, the Orc priests had to learn this ever since they began their apprenticeship, because of its difficulty to master it. Whoever this book belonged to, he had annotations and notes written all over it. Abel was a smart man, but he figured that these writings would be very instructive for him. To put things simply, command skeleton was a passive skill. For the spell to trigger under the right circumstances, one had to draw the relevant magic runes inside his own brain. It was the same as a wizard's wizard crystal body. The right pattern had to be ingrained into one's memory permanently. Right now, the only passive skill inside Abel's brain was warm air. It was a harmless spell, which was why he was confident enough to store it inside his brain. If he was putting something more dangerous in, which he was going to, he'd have to think a lot more. Command Skeleton was a deadly spell. Even if Abel was putting its rune inside his brain, he had to sustain it with Death Kai. He didn't like the idea, though. Storing Death Kai directly inside his head was just too risky. If anything went bad, he would just die instantaneously. Besides, it's not like he could force his way to put the rune in. His Golden Combat Kai was strongly resistant to Death Kai, so even if he did some sort of special surgery on himself, the Death Kai would just be cleared out automatically. He only mastered the resurrection of skeletons because he only had to activate the Death Kai within the dead bodies he found, and not absorb any of it into his own body. As thoughts became faster and more complicated, a concrete plan was starting to take shape. He started to realize something. He didn't have to draw the spell rune inside his own head. If he knew other means, he could draw it somewhere else. There was a problem, however. For command skeleton to function as a passive skill, the spell rune had to be placed inside his own mind. It wouldn't be a passive skill if it wasn't. With that being the case, Abel's focus shifted towards his druid spirit. Since the druid spirit was full of vitality, it would surely be able to suppress any death kai that it came into contact with. Very well, there was no point in waiting. If Abel wanted to, he could direct his golden combat kai into his druid spirit at any time. That way, if the death kai did turn out to be harmful to the druid spirit, he could simply eliminate it as soon as he found out. Slowly and steadily, he started drawing the command skeleton spell rune inside his own druid spirit. When he was halfway done, the death kai started emerging from the pattern he drew. It was going in two ways. One was towards his physical body, and one was towards his main soul. This was what made orc spells so disgustingly strong. Once someone used it, the death kai would instantly corrupt his whole existence. Still, Abel had the golden combat kai with him. The death kai was doing nothing to him. In fact, his power of the will was still drawing inside his druid spirit. He was doing it flawlessly. Ever since the world stone fragment gave him the ability to both capture dynamic motion and datamize his own visual ability. He was basically a machine that could draw everything perfectly, regardless of the condition he was in. And there, precise to the extreme, despite being the first time he's drawn it, Abel finished his command skeleton spell rune. As soon as a gray light started flashing across it, the druid spirit responded with a vicious attack. In an instant, it wiped away the whole rune with its vitality energy. As it turned out, the world stone fragment wasn't perfect. It might have given Abel the ability to think at an extremely fast pace, but it lacked the function to help him improve his creativity. Like the soul potion couldn't help him to think as fast, but the mental stimulation it created could help him to test out a few of his own ideas. After gaining the world stone fragment, Abel thought that he wasn't going to use the soul potion anymore. Actually, he was thinking so fast, he was worried something would go wrong if he tried to push himself any further. That being said, he did make some more full recovery potions for himself, so he was much more daring to risk his life than before. To be safe, he offered one bottle of the full recovery potion to his druid spirit. This way, if anything went wrong, he could always use it to guarantee his own safety. After doing so, he took out a soul potion and proceeded to drink it. There went that familiar feeling. Abel could tell very quickly. His mind was going to overload much more than ever. Soon, a figure started appearing inside his mind. It was his virtual self, who was going to everything that he wished to inside the simulation. As he imagined the things he could do to draw the spell runes, this figure started working on his own. It was a failure at first. Then, as he tried to draw differently, he started to fail again. He tried to make adjustments. He tried to simulate enhancing the death kai. By doing so, the command skeleton rune appeared to last longer inside his druid spirit. It seemed like he was on the right track. Then, slowly and gradually, he started making the death kai a little bit stronger each time. Lastly, the command skeleton rune stayed without any trace of disappearing. That's when the simulation ended. When Abel woke up, the first thing he felt was how hungry he was. His heart was starting to beat very fast. His body was trying to tell him that he was low on energy. To quench his dying hunger, he took out a ration potion from his portal bracelet. Then, like a river that flowed into the desert, he eliminated his hunger. Surprisingly enough, he still felt hungry after that. One bottle was supposed to substitute 10 days' worth of food, but it was still not enough to replenish the energy that he had lost. Actually, if his stats weren't already above average, he might have just starved to death back then. After taking a second ration potion, Abel started to feel that his body was recovering. He was finally back into a better state. Now then, he found the solution to keeping the spell rune inside his druid spirit. There was a problem, though. He needed a lot of death kai, but he wasn't sure where to collect it. On top of his mind, he thought of his skeleton gemstone. He took one out of his portal bracelet, and he tried to channel the death kai that was inside it. Things didn't work so well. Since the death kai was already turned into stone, there was really no way for him to control it at his own will. To give a bit of an insight, The skeleton gemstone was quite similar to a human wizard's magic gemstone. They could only be used as energy sources for magic. Circles. Unlike wizards, though, orc priests use skeleton gemstones to power up Death Kai gathering circles. After giving it a few tries, Abel gave up on the idea of extracting Death Kai from his skeleton gemstones. Not only was the idea impossible to implement, even if he did manage to extract the Death Kai, but its density of it would be nowhere near what he wanted. Besides, there was always the risk that he could trigger an unwanted explosion. Anyways, it was about night time now. He didn't feel hungry, but he still went out of his seclusion circle and went into his dining room. As soon as Abel went inside the dining room, he realized that his presence activated something. He looked towards the dining table, and under white light, a full dinner set appeared in front of him. It was the same food he had before. There was some white bread, smoked fish, honey water, green peas, and mashed potatoes. He did drink 2 ration potions before, but the sight of the food still made him hungry. Thus he began to take his seat. He was alone, but he still adhered to his table manners. He didn't leave any food to waste. Slowly and steadily, he gulped down the food down his stomach. As he left the table, a white light flashed across the table again. All the dishes disappeared. As it turned out, the dining table had a short-distance teleportation portal drawn on it. As simple as its structure was, the table must have been really durable to withstand its effect. Upon a closer look, Abel realized that his guess was right. The table was actually made with magical ingredients. It must have been extraordinarily expensive. Unlike the 50-meter tower he had, everything here must be bought at market price. The Miracle Wall was a 3,000-meter tall magic tower. As one of the lowliest members of this place, Abel understood just how high the hierarchy was. From his understanding, none of the intermediate wizards here were living in the wizard's encampment. All of them had to be inside the magic wall itself, and that was really saying something. Since Abel was done with his dinner, he made his way back to the training room. He didn't know the time for sure, but it should be around 7 o'clock. He wasn't in a rush or anything. He wasn't planning to head to the dark world today. Yes, he had other plans for himself. According to what the miracle spirit told him, his mission here was to suppress the Death Kai that was swarming here. As he realized that his Death Kai wasn't forming during the day, then it'd only make sense that it would emerge in the night. When the clock hit exactly at 7, Abel began to feel something. There was a terrifying amount of Death Kai that was rushing outside the miracle wall. Anguish, hatred, melancholy. The sheer amount of negative emotion was so much that it felt like the apocalypse had come. His objective was clear. Every night, the Death Kai would reach a certain threshold, so much so that it would start to burst. Some of it would be absorbed by the miracle walls. Energy conversion circle that'd be used to power up the tower. A large part of it would only bring destruction to the area that it was in. If this Death Kai was not successfully suppressed, it might just create more dead creatures outside the miracle wall. This was where the wizards did their jobs. By clearing out the Death Kai, they could filter it with their own power of the will and use it for something productive. The Death Kai was a great energy source. To this day, the Orc Empire still didn't know about it, but it was actually very vital for maintaining the miracle wall. Abel decided to have a chat with the miracle spirits. Parents first. To be honest, he wasn't very confident in this mission. While his power of the will was much stronger than most people, it'd be a very demanding task to clear out all this Death Kai. It was almost like he was being set up to be trapped in this place. No wonder this was a once-in-a-year mission. Abel had thought that this job was easy, but he realized just how wrong he was. As simple as the job seemed to be, that was nowhere to be the case. If someone was to do this twice in a year, they would most likely die of exhaustion. Abel murmured to himself, "It's so thick." So this is the Death Kai that's been piled up over the last few millennia. As soon as he said that, he began to realize something. This was exactly what he wanted. He wanted Death Kai thick enough to last inside his druid spirit. And now that he's got the full recovery potion on him, he was feeling braver than ever to test the idea out. Without further ado, he started channeling the Death Kai in the air into his druid spirit. Obviously, the vitality energy inside was not going to allow that, so he had to be very fast to finish drawing his command skeleton spell rune. He was fast enough to get it done. Then something unexpected started to happen. As though having found a place to be, the death Kai that was lurking inside the room started rushing into the spell rune he just drew. At the same time, a skeleton symbol started to appear on the skill tree of his Horadric cube. With more death Kai rushing into his spell rune, the level of his command skeleton spell started to increase exponentially. By the way, if the world stone fragment didn't give him the ability to process a huge amount of data at a time, he would have ignored this change immediately. This was actually the first time that he's ever paid attention to the change of his spell level. Abel was starting to feel a bit hesitant. Right now, a huge amount of death Kai was rushing towards his druid spirit. If things went out of control, his mind would most likely be in a very, very terrible state. Obviously, he did have the option to cut off the death Kai from entering into his head. But if he did that, he would have lost the chance to enhance his command skeleton spell at such a rapid pace. Now, command skeleton was a passive spell, just like his warm air spell, which he maxed his level at only recently. If he cut off the death Kai supply now, Abel would have to wait for at least 2 years. That was 2 years before his spiritual guardian knights would reach their full potential. In a room that was not far away from Abel, a wizard was sitting right inside his defensive circle. He was trying to exorcise the death Kai rolling around. There was so much that they were starting to take shape in physical forms. Sometimes they would be men. Sometimes it'd be women. It'd be elders and newborn babies, and they were all crying, screaming, praying, and singing songs of curses. By creating a long whip with his power of the will, the wizard lashed at these cursed creations. Every time he did so, the death Kai would start to reduce by a bit. After doing so for 6 hours straight, hot sweat started pouring from this wizard's face. He didn't know if he could last any longer, but he knew he couldn't stop before dawn. Yet he started to sense that something was wrong. The death Kai was vanishing at a pace that was faster than the way he was attacking it. Not so much today, I guess, the wizard murmured to himself as he rushed his attacks. Soon, the death Kai became so weak that the miracle wall could handle it all. He took a long breath as he readied himself for the sleep that he didn't expect to have. Back to Abel, since he was absorbing all the death Kai inside his head, all the negative, terrifying aura was being eliminated in the seconds. Of course, he was the only one who was daring enough to do something like. No sane man would try to direct death Kai right into his own head. After 6 hours, all the unfiltered death Kai went into Abel's command skeleton rune pattern. It all became the feed for his new gain skill. Even the orc priests would have never tried something like this. The death Kai was an extremely dangerous force. If it became more than what its user could handle, that user might turn into a death creature. In 6 hours, there was an uncountable amount of dead souls entering Abel's druid spirit. These dead souls turned into a fertilizer for the skill command skeleton. It increased the skill level of command skeleton as more and more dead souls were absorbed. Meanwhile, Abel felt the green life energy in his soul neutralize the death energy of the dead souls. The two energies were like oil and water. They repelled each other as soon as they came into contact. When Abel had fully absorbed all the dead souls in the air, the death energy had lost its source from the dead Kai, so the green life energy took over and spread inside Abel's druid spirit. Abel tried to stop the mutation of his druid spirit from happening. However, the green life energy had already covered up the spell pattern of command skeleton. The spell pattern of command skeleton emitted a powerful gray light that pushed back the green life energy. However, Abel's druid spirit was filled with an enormous amount of green life energy. The countless green life energies immediately rushed towards the gray light again. It became a war between the green life energy and gray death energy. Both energies continued to collide with each other and then disappeared in Abel's druid spirit. The green life energy and gray death energy disappeared. New energy reappeared in the druid spirit. It was neither green nor gray colored, but it included the characteristics of both energies. The death energy that erupted from the dead land was one of the most condensed dead Kai in the Holy Continent. It was a place that contained countless lives of orcs that had died on the battlefield and lasted for thousands of years. Death Kai could enter the spell pattern of command skeleton. The orc shamans were using the Death Kai to strengthen their own spells. It was a fundamental way for the orc shaman to become stronger. However, for Abel's case, it was more like hitting the jackpot in a gamble. If not for his golden combat Kai, the Death Kai would have taken a great impact on him. If the pattern of command skeleton was drawn on Abel's main soul instead of his druid spirit, his golden combat kai would remove the death kai in his main soul. Thus, the spell pattern of command skeleton would also be removed. Also, Abel would be corrupted by the death kai and turn into a human priest. Besides, a human priest wouldn't be able to survive in both the human world nor the orcs. This was because the orc would never allow the orc priest profession to be tainted by humans, not to mention the other races. If and only if Abel really became a human priest, then death would be his wisest choice. Abel's druid spirit was different, and he did not need to be worried about such problems. Even if he failed to draw the spell pattern of command skeleton, it would only deal minor damage to his druid spirit. Thus, with the help of green life energy, a minor injury would have recovered in no time. Time had slowly passed, both energies had grown exhausted. As their battle continued, both of their colors were fading considerably. Just when Abel thought everything was ending, a strange and transparent energy appeared. The transparent energy wrapped both energies and made them into transparent energy. In fact, the changes that were happening to Abel's druid spirit were way out of his control. He thought it wouldn't have much of an effect on his druid spirit. However, there was a radical change going on throughout his druid spirit. Another period had passed. The transparent energy filled up the entire soul space of Abel's druid spirit. The command skeleton spell pattern was also replaced by this transparent energy instead of the gray death energy. Then the druid spirit had returned to its previous state. Just then, a wave of death kai suddenly appeared and poured into Abel's room. A day has passed, it's already 7 o'clock, Abel thought to himself. He did not expect the whole process would be so time-consuming. Just the conversion of energy had taken all day. Abel did not bother with the death kai that surged around him, since it was harmless against him. After that, his mental power entered the Horadric cube and focused on the commander skeleton marker on the skill tree. After absorbing the death energy for 6 hours, the skill level of command skeleton had increased to level 10. It was way faster than using the soul-enhanced potion. Abel sighed in his heart, but was impressed at the same time. He could continue to raise his spell level if he continues to absorb the death kai around him. After surviving from the chaos yesterday, Abel had nothing to be afraid of anymore. Then, he continued to absorb the death kai into the spell pattern of command skeleton in his druid spirit. After a while, something miraculous had happened. Every time the gray death kai entered the command skeleton spell pattern, it automatically transformed into transparent energy. And Abel felt the skill level of the command skeleton spell keep on increasing. If not for the seclusion circle, absorbing the death kai at such a speed would definitely paralyze the incomparable computing power of the miracle spirit. He sat in the middle of the death kai and absorbed it. The wizard in the other rooms was now sitting in the defensive magic circle. They carefully expanded the defensive magic circle with their mental power, just to clear out the negative emotions from the death kai. During the process, the wizards would see some images generated by the negative emotion from the death kai. However, these images were nothing more than an illusion in their mind. For Abel, what he saw was the essence of the negative emotion instead of an illusion. Having 240 points on mental power allowed him to not be affected by these negative emotions. As time passed, Abel stayed in the miracle wall every day, and the spell level of Commander Skeleton continued to rise. It took a lot of time to raise every level after reaching level 10 of Command Skeleton. The Orc Priest would also absorb the Death Kai into the spell pattern of Command Skeleton every day. However, the amount of Death Kai absorbed was fixed. Any more than a trace would affect the energy balance in the Orc Priest's soul. When Abel felt the 29th surge of Death Kai into his soul, he knew it was time to get out, and he had raised his spell level to the top. It was literally a sacred place for his training. However, there was no point for him to go back there again unless he had to learn some new Orc Priest spell. The task became easier for the wizards who did it with Abel. In 1 month's time, these wizards only had to spend 6 hours every night to complete clearing the negative motions. Before Abel came, it would take 12 hours a day for the wizards to purify the Death Kai. The miracle spirit had also been having problems lately. It was constantly trying to find the reason for the shortage of death energy. The miracle spirit couldn't detect the amount through the magic circle, so it was never detected that a large amount of death energy was being absorbed by Abel. When Abel walked out of the suite and teleported back to the mission hall from the dedicated teleport room, his military card was shaken when he walked out of the teleportation circle. Then a message was sent to his military card. K3516, your mission of Miracle Wall Station is completed. K3516. You had gained 10 battle credits. K3516. You have a total of 23.5 battle credits. After 1 month of training, he never entered the Dark World. Abel no longer had an interest in the mission on the mission board. The only thing he wanted to do was to return to his house. Then, into the Dark World at night, to test out the power of the full-level spell Command Skeleton, combined with another full-level spell Resurrection of Skeletons. Just when Abel was about to leave the mission hall, he heard K3306, his voice coming from behind him. K3516, haven't seen you in a month, have you been busy completing your mission? Abel turned around and saw K3305 was smiling and walking towards him. Yeep. I took the simple Miracle City wall guarding mission you suggested. Abel looked at him scornfully and replied, well, you can blame me for that. There are strict rules applied here. Every wizard that had participated in the wall guarding mission is not allowed to leak any information about the mission to anyone that hasn't. K3305 said with an innocent face. Abel received the same instructions when he completed the mission. That was why he didn't really blame K3305. K3516. Didn't you realize that your willpower had increased after you completed the mission? K3305 said. Abel didn't really feel any improvement on his willpower. This was because his willpower was already at max level. Therefore, it could no longer grow stronger. Abel had been resisting the negative emotion in the deadly air of Miracle City every night. Therefore, his willpower was way stronger than any other wizard in the Miracle City. Your willpower has improved, right? Even though it was an exhausting task, the reward was good enough to pay for all the hard work you had gone through. Many wizards crave for more opportunities to participate in that mission. Unfortunately, every wizard can only participate in the mission once a year. K3305 said with a smile. He thought that Abel's willpower had improved. Okay, so what's the matter? I was trying to get some rest after completing my 1-month task. Abel interrupted K3305 and asked, if you just completed a 1-month mission, are you still planning on doing any more missions? K3305 asked. Well, I was planning to take a 1-month break, Abel said while nodding his head. Here's the thing, I was planning to form a team to go to the Budapest mountain range. My wizard crystal core and spell pattern was all filled up and ready for an advancement, so I am trying to get some new spirit crystal core. If you have time, would you like to come with us? K3305 asked. From Abel's understanding, the crystal core required for the advancement of a formal wizard must be at least a crystal core of a low-tier spirit beast. The power of a low-tier spirit beast was basically between a beginner and intermediate wizard. However, it was impossible to invite an intermediate wizard into your team. This was because intermediate wizards had a duty to guard Miracle City's wall. Therefore, the intermediate wizards wouldn't want to leave the Miracle City. Abel thought for a while. He was also curious about the Budapest mountain range. Since he was on a break, he might as well follow K3305 and his team to explore the mountain. Furthermore, K3305 was one of the few people he knew in Miracle City. It was a good idea to go along with him and return the favor. Sure, just let me know when you go, Abel promised. Great. I've talked to everyone else. I'll let you know when I've made an appointment with them, K3305 said with a smile. In fact, K3305 had already met up with a group of friends and was ready to leave. However, he held on to the idea of inviting Abel into the team. He was really impressed by Abel's strength when fighting on a battlefield. The journey to Budapest mountain range would be much safer if Abel was coming along with them. Thus, Abel had lost contact for exactly a month, so, with a hint and a small hope, K3305 came to the mission hall. He was really lucky to meet Abel not long after he arrived at the mission hall. After leaving, Abel returned to the A09 house. His house was cleaned very well. His servant Pemin had done a damn good job. Abel went into the training room and set up an isolation magic circle. Then, he walked through the teleportation circle and arrived at the rogue encampment. Since he had accepted the invitation from K3305, he would like to try out the strength of Spirit Guardian Knight before he goes to the Budapest mountain range. As soon as Abel entered the rogue encampment, he received a call from the super oak tree. The oak tree was 5 miles away from the rogue encampment. Abel felt like using the world stone fragment to teleport to the oak tree. However, he knew that it would use up all his mana if he used the teleportation skill. Therefore, he rode Black Wind and came to the oak tree. Abel realized the oak tree had completely changed. It used to be kind of lush and never seemed to shed its leaves. But now he found dead leaves starting to appear on the oak tree. He was shocked and couldn't help but worry. Was the oak tree being affected by his mutated druid spirit? The oak tree was an evergreen plant that didn't shed its leaves all year round. Let alone in the middle of this bloodless wasteland with no seasons and stable temperatures. Abel placed his hand on the pole of the oak tree. Then he used his Spirit Whisperer's ability to feel the power of the oak tree. Abel sensed there was a new energy inside the oak tree. In the past, the oak tree only had a green life energy that mastered the ability of revival. It was an energy that all plants should have. But now, there was a death energy flowing inside the oak tree. It was a new energy that it never had. Abel found a blue howling rabbit that was dying. He channeled the green life energy from the roots of the oak tree and transferred it to the blue howling rabbit. When the root of the tree came into contact with the blue howling rabbit, the rabbit recovered its luster and strength. It began jumping around lively. Abel tried to transfer a little bit of the death energy into the howling rabbit. Then, the rabbit immediately lost its vitality and its fur withered. The rabbit seemed to have come to an end. Abel did not know what it meant to master the energy of life and death. However, he was certain of one thing. The power of the oak tree actually came from his druid spirit. He collected some fresh crystal cores and fused them to blue quality. Then he put the blue quality crystal cores into his personal storage for later use. After all that, he understood that the oak tree had summoned him to tell him that his soul had changed just like a child was anxious to show the new knowledge he learned to an adult. Abel had arrived at Diablo by using the teleportation station. He went directly into the sewer and summoned the Spirit Guardian Knights. The Spirit Guardian Knights were way stronger than before. Abel felt their power when he stood in front of them. How much power did the level 20 command skeleton had boosted the strength of the Spirit Guardian Knight? HP increased plus 160. Damage increased plus 40. The increase in these values almost doubled the strength of the Spirit Guardian Knight. However, the power PF Spirit Knight and Naga cannot be calculated in this way. Coupled with the HP increased bonus gained from the Oak Wise Man, the Spirit Guardian Knight had a great increase in combat power. In the second floor of the skewer, Abel was experimenting with 6 burning Death Archers. The Death Archer can no longer defeat his Spirit Guardian Knights. He no longer needed to use the advanced recovery potion for the Spirit Guardian Knight as often as before. Their attacks had been strengthened. The battle ended significantly faster when dealing with a team of burning Death Archers. Abel did not plan to stay in the Dark World any longer. Since it was still daytime in the Holy Continent, he worried that many people were unable to contact him through the military tag. Therefore, after he tested the power of the Spirit Guardian Knights, he left the Dark World with satisfactory results and returned to the A09 training room in Miracle City. Abel walked out of the training room. Then he received a call from Head Commander Broadley through the military tag. "Hello, Broadley," Abel said. "Hello, K3516. I am sorry for taking so long to contact you," Head Commander Bradley said. "Even if you had contacted me a day earlier, I would have been unavailable," Abel said with a smile. "Do you have a moment? I found the item you requested," Head Commander Broadley asked. "I am staying at a 09 camp. Can I come to you now, or are you free to come over to my house?" Abel replied. "I am nearby your area. I will come to your house now," Head Commander Broadley accepting Abel's invitation. Head Commander Broadley was not surprised that Abel was living in the most luxurious residential zone. He knew that Abel was a very powerful wizard. When Head Commander Broadley arrived at a 09, Abel had opened the gate and welcomed him at the door. "I really envy you for having such a big yard in Miracle City," Head Commander Broadley said as he walked across the yard. Miracle City was a military town. Therefore, every house in the town was built at a standard size. These houses were very packed and small. A head commander house was just a little bigger than an elite knight. As they walked into the parlor, Abel invited Bradley to sit down. "K315, this is the small skeleton bone and bone-made space item you have requested. It's not much, but it's all I can redeem in a month. I'll slowly pay back the rest over the next few months." Head Commander Broadley placed the box onto the table. Abel opened the box and roughly counted the number of items in the box. Inside the box had around 300 pieces of small skeleton bone and 25 bone-made space items. It was way more than what Abel had expected. "Broadley, who told you that a knight's great sword would worth so much?" Abel was a bit frustrated. It would be an unfair trade for Head Commander Broadley if he accepted the trade. But he really needed these items. "I know Master Blacksmith Bessemer. He told me that you made the knight's great sword. The technology used to forge this sword was invaluable. Therefore, I have been working full-time to gather as many items as I can," Head Commander Broadley explained. Bessemer does have some good taste. Abel thought to himself that the Knight Great Sword had technology that couldn't be found in the Holy Continent. Honestly speaking, he found the technology in the Dark World. If it was being auctioned, he wouldn't care much about the price of the Great Sword being sold. However, Head Commander Broadley was offering his battle credit for the Great Sword. For a knight, battle credit was as important as their own life. Abel didn't want to take advantage of Head Commander Broadley. Besides, he would like to promote his sword into the Knight family in the future. "Broadley, it didn't really take much effort for me to get the Knight Great Sword. You are paying a little too much for it. How about this? I will add another magic shield for you, so we can have a fair trade." Abel took out a magic shield from his portal bag. It was a magic shield forged by Abel. The shield was infused with an intermediate magic stone. Therefore, it was a top-tier magic shield in the Holy Continent. K3516, but Master Bessemer was very sure that the sword was worth much more than the item I had offered. "How could I accept another magic shield from you?" Head Commander Broadley was very enthusiastic as he looked at the magic shield on the table. However, he refused the offer. Well, Master Bessemer was right about the value of the sword. However, it was the price at an auction house. "We are trading between friends, and I have a special price for my friend." Abel pushes the magic shield to the front of Head Commander Broadley, and then put away the box on the table. Head Commander Broadley left Abel's house with a genuine smile and a magic shield in his hand. Abel spent his next few days examining his druid souls in the training room. There was a huge change in his druid soul. Therefore, he was worried about the subsequent effect. He was busy absorbing the dead souls while he was in Miracle City. He did not have much time to deal with such things. In his druid soul, the 4 summoning contract patterns was suspended. However, the green soul space had turned colorless. As long as the 4 summoning contract patterns remained in his soul, and in the skill tree of the Horadric Cube, everything should be fine. Still, Abel became really worried because the green soul space had disappeared. Abel took out the book Nature and Neutral Druid. It was a spell book of the elves. He tried to learn a new spell to confirm the status of his druid soul. Abel's druid soul was a very low-level soul, if not for the summoning contract that he had transferred into his own soul. He could only be able to summon the lowest level of summons on his own. All this time, Abel had taken the druid summoning ability as an auxiliary means. However, as his battle prowess increased, the druid summoning became one of his indispensable means. Abel understood the ability of druid very well. Summoning spells weren't the only reliable spell that druid had. The defensive spells such as Cyclone Armor were one of the strongest defensive spells among all the professions. It was similar to the orc spell White Bone Armor. The skill White Bone Armor was able to absorb any physical damage that the user took. Meanwhile, Cyclone Armor was a stronger version of White Bone Armor. It could absorb all physical damage and magic damage within a certain damage range. Most importantly, Abel wasn't far from becoming an intermediate wizard. If he could bring his druid to an intermediate level as well, he would be able to use the spell Cyclone Armor. Now, Abel wanted to try out the low-level fire spell Firestorm. It was one of the low-level spells of a druid and was similar to the spell Firebolt. Since Abel's main profession was a wizard, he doesn't really put much effort into the druid element spell. Just within a few seconds, the spell pattern of Firestorm was drawn on his hand. Then he channeled the invisible energy from his druid souls into the spell pattern. The Firestorm pattern flashed with a green light and was about to activate. Even though he channeled the invisible energy into the pattern instead of his mana, the results did not change. Light made out of fire and earth appeared before his eyes. However, he did not finish the spell because it would destroy the training room. Abel tapped his finger onto the core of the spell pattern. The spell, Firestorm, immediately disappeared. He was able to undo the spell Firestorm easily. This was because the World Stone fragment had enhanced his spell analyzing abilities. It allowed him to adjust the mana supplied for the spell and stop the spell whenever he wanted. A flame mark flashed on the skill tree of the Horadric cube. The Firestorm spell was recognized by the Horadric cube and recorded on the skill tree. If Abel wanted to use the skill in the future, he can use it from his skill tree. However, Abel felt a little strange when he used the Firestorm spell. He felt like he had a huge amount of mana as a beginner wizard. Did the mutation of the druid's soul raise its level? Abel mind mused. He decided to do another trial to test things out. The beginner druid spell Polar Storm was a prerequisite for the Cyclone Armor spell. Abel's hand began to draw the spell pattern of Polar Storm. It was just a piece of cake for him because of the World Stone fragment. After completing the pattern, he channeled his mana into the spell. The temperature of the room turned cold immediately. The air began to fill with ice spikes and ice dust. It looks like it was ready to burst out at any moment. Just before Abel finished casting the spell Polar Storm, he gripped the core of the spell pattern with a strong force. The spell pattern of Polar Storm was crushed, and the spell got cancelled. Abel became really excited. He was able to manipulate a beginner spell of a druid. Therefore, with his Horadric cube and his skill tree system, he might be able to become a druid by himself. Successfully learning the spell Polar Storm made Abel look forward to learning even more druid spells. His next goal was to learn the most powerful defensive spell, Cyclone Armor. With the help of the World Stone fragment, he could remember and draw all the spell patterns with just a glance. Abel drew the spell pattern of Cyclone Armor with his right hand. Then, he carefully channeled his mana into the spell pattern. The spell pattern started to flash with a green light, and just when he thought he was about to succeed, the pattern for Cyclone Armor flashed again, but vanished in the air. It was a failure. Although he was expected to fail a few times, he still felt really disappointed. The reason for the failure was because of his druid soul. His druid soul was different from a beginner druid. The druid soul he had was a bug that shouldn't have existed. In Miracle City, the soul of a druid was separated into green spirit souls and gray death souls. Abel's druid soul was a combination of both souls. Therefore, his druid soul had the characteristics of both souls. By absorbing the gray death souls, Abel was able to increase the skill level of the command skeleton and expand the maximum volume of souls he was able to absorb. On the other hand, absorbing the green spirit soul enabled him to increase his lifespan. This was pretty peculiar for a human like Abel. Usually, because of how much time it would take to grind the levels, Druid was a class that was only accessible to long-living races, like the elves. Abel came out of the training room in the late evening. He ordered Pemon to bring him dinner. Then he went out to the courtyard. He poured a glass of juice and sat down on the courtyard. It was a good time for him to enjoy the view of Miracle City's night sky. Right now, the best reward he could give himself was the spirit fruit juice that he was drinking. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of it left. If he could, he was going to contact Bardali to see if he could have the elves send more to him. While Abel was still thinking about his schedule for the next day, he got a call from K3305 through his military tag. Hi K3516, we'll leave together in the morning, are you okay with that? K3305 asked sure. Anytime, actually, Abel said enthusiastically. K3305 didn't know about it, but it's something that he had always been looking forward to in terms of how well known it was. The Budapest mountain range was just as famous as Double Moon Forest. They were both famous for having sites of rare and powerful spirit beasts. Abel had already been to the Double Moon Forest. He was in Miracle City now, which was basically surrounded by the Budapest mountain range. It was the perfect opportunity for him to tick off an item on his travel list. We will meet at the armory tomorrow. It'll be at 8 o'clock. Remember to rent a horseback deer before the meeting. We are going to a place that's 3 days away from Miracle City, K-3305 said. Shortly after Abel ended his call with K-330, Pemin brought him the dinner, and Abel explained his subsequent absence for the next few days. Abel arrived at the armory around 8 o'clock. He came a little late, partly because of the fact that he spent too much time creating a more powerful spirit guardian last night. When he arrived at the armory, he saw that K-3306 and K-3308 were waiting for him. Head Commander Bodley was next to them. There was also someone whom he didn't recognize. Judging by how valuable his equipment was, he was probably also a head knight commander. On the other side, there were 2 elite warriors. The aura they emitted was not something to be ignored. Excuse me, K-3615. I should have told you that we're leaving a lot earlier. Abel immediately went for Bo. No, it's my fault for making everybody wait. It's my pleasure to work with you, Wizard Abel, Head Commander Bodley said. K-3308 was already jumping in to show off his new gear. Hey there, K-3615, what do you think of my new magic staff? Ain't it pretty impressive? K-3516, you go ahead and rent a horseback deer. After that, we'll depart, K-3305 said. After Abel readied himself, the team departed from the southern gate. K-3305 said as he was on his horseback deer. K-3516, it's not like I can just shake him off, but I don't really want to take K-3308 with us. After he heard that you were joining this mission, he's been insisting that he'll accompany us. Of course, I am coming with you guys. K-3308 shouted, and come on, what's there to be worried about? K-3516 is with us. K-3305 pointed towards Head Commander Bodley. This is Head Commander Bodley. It seems that an introduction isn't necessary. He then pointed towards another Head Commander. This is Head Commander Markham. He is the Master of Defense. He will be the shield for us wizards. K-3305, you're too kind. The Grand Knight Commander of Markham said with a smile as he bowed to K-3305 and Abel. This is Joel and Basil. They are our guides for the mission. They are excellent hunters with extensive knowledge of surviving in the Budapest mountain range. K-3305 introduced the 2 warriors to Abel. Abel politely greeted his new acquaintances and companions. This is K-3516. He is an extremely powerful wizard. He killed a head commander with a light longsword during the Annihilation mission in the Miracle City. His battle credits by himself were more than 100 of knights in the squad. K-3306 introduced Abel to the others in the team. The atmosphere of the team became more harmonious once K-3305 introduced everyone in the team. Let's talk about the mission. I traded my battle credit a few days ago for a low-grade tier spirit beast. It was a fiery bear at the Zephyr Lake. That's my first choice, and if that doesn't work, we will talk about other options. K-3305 introduced the mission to the team. Everyone knew that it was a mission to encounter a low-tier spirit beast. K-3305 was a level 6 wizard. Therefore, only a low spirit beast would be useful for his promotion. Head Commander Markham frowned when he heard the name of Fiery Bear. Then he said in a deep voice, the Fiery Bear is the strongest spirit beast in the low-tier spirit beast. Fighting it might take some extra effort. What do you think, Head Commander Bodley? K-3305 asked. The 2 Head Commander Knight were once comrades who fought together on the battlefield. One was very good at attacking, and the other was good in defense. They both knew each other very well. Head Commander Markham could always stay calm on the battlefield and think about the worst possible outcome for his action. Meanwhile, Head Commander Bodley was an excellent leader. He could make good decisions at crucial moments on the battlefield. His decisiveness was what made him very crucial for the team. Head Commander Boardley said with confidence, "I would have been worried about the fiery bear a month ago now. I don't think I'll worry too much about it." K-3308 was curious about Head Commander Boardley's confidence. So he asked, "Boardley, we've been through a lot of battles together. How did you gain so much strength in just 1 month?" "It was all thanks to him. I got 2 very powerful weapons from our trade," Head Commander Boardley said, and patted his knight greatsword and the magic shield on the side. "You gained your weapons from K-3516. K-3308 asked curiously, "But your new shield doesn't look much different from your previous one," K-3308 asked. It was a magic shield that Abel forged. Didn't you know? He's a master blacksmith." "You must be joking, right?" For a second there, K-3308 noticed the angry stares from Abel, Head Commander Boardley, and K-3305. After he realized that he had misspoken, he looked at Head Commander Markham to seek assistance. Instead of defending K-3308, Head Commander just apologized for him. "Sorry if he upset you three there. He's a bit of a fast talker, so don't pay too much attention to what he says." K-3306 whispered to Abel. Markham was K-3308's personal bodyguard. He ditched Markham and secretly joined a mission without him last time. This time, Markham insisted on following K-3308. Abel immediately understood. It turned out that Head Commander Markham was K-3308's bodyguard. Only Miracle City could arrange a bodyguard to join a mission. K-3308 must have a very high status. "Is Head Commander Markham the reason that you allowed K-3308 to join us on this mission?" Abel asked softly. K-3305 dodged Abel's gaze. Abel immediately knew that he had guessed rightly. K-3305 had been complaining about K-3308's strength from the very beginning. He wouldn't want to bring dead weight with him for no reason. "Boardley, are you really confident you can handle a fiery bear?" Head Commander Markham was still a little uneasy about the mission. He knew that if K-3305, as a fire spellcaster, was able to get the Crystal of Fiery Bear as a core component for his promotion, his wizard promotion would have a very high chance of success. However, he still had to estimate the risk before the encounter, as his priority was to ensure the safety of K-3308. Then only he could help K-3305 to obtain the Crystal of Fiery Bear. "You know why I'm confident? If I get a chance to attack 10 to 15 times with my sword, I'll have enough mana to cast my Head Commander skill charge." Head Commander Boardley didn't keep it as a secret. He knew that his comrades would find out about his skills when they fought together in the next few days. "We need to go to the Budapest mountain range on the west side of the Miracle City. On the south side of the ridge was where the humans stayed. There won't be that many orcs there, but it does not mean that they are not active in that area," K-3305 explained to Abel. Abel had some knowledge about the Miracle City. The city had split the Budapest mountain range into two, later becoming the East and West Budapest mountain range. The East Budapest Mountains range was connected to the Earth-dividing mountain range. It had a very rough ground condition. There were almost no roads to ride and walk across. Therefore, there were hardly any signs of a soul beast and humans there. Thus, entering the mountains without a mount would take a lot of time. In addition, with the rough condition of the roads, it would be very difficult for a wizard who had bad stamina to go deeper into the mountain. Also, it would be hard for a Head Commander Knight to kill a soul beast if they encountered one. Therefore, the West Budapest Mountains range was the best choice for hunting soul beasts. There were a large number of soul beasts in the West Mountain range. Miracle City also distributed the strength of the soul beasts different levels. The closer they were to the Miracle City, the weaker their strength. Basically, the powerful soul beasts wouldn't go near to the terrifying war fortress. These conditions made the area nearby the Miracle City to be the best hunting ground. Even if we encountered orcs here, killing them wouldn't give us any rewards. Abel was far more energized in the battle than before. This was because he found out that the 200 battle credits were far from enough for him to spend. He was deeply attracted by the skeleton gem and the space object that was made by bone. The Miracle City spirit does not monitor this place. Therefore, there's no battle credit for killing any orcs here. It's best not to encounter one, K3305 said while shaking the staff in his hand. Why? Abel asked. Well, an orc who can cross the mountain Budapest was either extremely lucky or crazily powerful, so it's best not to encounter either one, K3308 conversed. Out of nowhere, Harry's bow suddenly appeared in Abel's hand. Then, he shot an arrow towards the tree in front of them. Abel's action startled Head Commander Markham. He immediately removed the shield from the warhorse and protected K3308. Head Commander Broadley also took out his sword and magic shield and prepared to fight. Bang, the sound of a figure fell from the tree 100 miles away. What the hell happened? K3305 asked in shock. It's an orc scout just by himself, Abel answered confidently. Even though Abel said there was only one scout, Head Commander Broadley carefully ordered to the 2 elite knights, just in case, go and have a look. The 2 elite knights, Basil and Joel, were the best scouts in the army. They were ashamed when Abel, who was a wizard, had discovered an orc scout before them. Yes, my lord, Joel and Basil said with a bow. Then they took out their bow and arrow and drove their horse to the front. Soon Joel made a safe gesture. Head Commander Broadley saw it and said, "Everything clear, let's go and have a look." Lord Broadley, it was a kobold, Joel reported. Head Commander Broadley took a look at the kobold who was lying on the ground with an arrow through its head. Then he said to the crowd, "Kobold scouts don't work alone. His team must be nearby. Prepare yourself for the encounter." Abel was very curious and walked up to the kobold. It was said that the kobold was the best scout among the orcs. They were able to track their enemy's direction and movement by scent without having to get too close to them. Unfortunately, it was Abel who the kobold encountered. Even hundreds of meters away were not safe from Abel's attack. In such a deserted place, just a slight sight from the enemy would expose their location to Abel. With the long attack range and high accuracy of the Harry's bow, it was almost impossible to escape from Abel as long as it locks on to the target. What a pity, it could have been a lot of battle credit, Abel murmured. Come on, K3516. With your bow skills, you were like a killing machine on the battlefield. K3308 was unsatisfied with Abel's whispering. However, he knew how much orcs Abel had killed on the battlefield with his bow. K3308 stared at the weird crafted shape of Harry's bow on Abel's hand. The arrows that were shot were too fast to be seen. This bow must be the main reason why Abel was so powerful. Abel quickly kept Harry's bow away since it was a weapon that he rarely wanted to be known by the outsiders. It was because the weapon had many different technologies from this world. Honestly speaking, in a condition where no spells and magic weapons could be used, Harry's bow would be the strongest weapon in the world. Joel, Basil, investigate the area and be careful. Come back immediately once you see the enemies. Never get too close to the orcs, Head Commander said with a deep voice. Yes, my lord. The 2 elite knights bowed in response and drove their horses toward the sides. We should prepare ourselves here. Orcs that could cross the Budapest mountain range must be tough. Never underestimate them, Head Commander Broadley said to his remaining companions. As you command, Head Commander Broadley. K3306 responded. That's it, considering our combat power, we ain't even afraid of an army with hundreds of orcs. K3308 took out a stack of rune cards carelessly, seemingly ready to fight. 10 minutes later, Abel's spirit sensed a trace of emergency. He used his ability as a spirit whisperer and communicated with the trees around him. Then he received an image from a tree at a distance. A group of orcs was chasing after Basil. The orcs were quite fast, and soon they would catch up to Basil. Abel stopped his ability and said to Head Commander Broadley, in this direction, Basil is being chased down by the orcs. We should go and help him. Head Commander Broadley would have doubted Abel if he was anyone else. He was convinced since it came from the mysterious K3516. And there was no reason for Abel to deceive him. The knights come in front and the wizards stay at the back, Head Commander Broadley said loudly. Everyone in the team followed Head Commander Broadley's order. Everyone had agreed. 2 head commanders were at the front, and the 3 wizards were behind them. They quickly rushed towards the direction Abel pointed. Out. After riding for about 1,000 meters, Basil was seen with an arrow in his body. He was lying on the back of his horse and was going to fall off at any moment. Not far behind him, a small group of wolf riders approaching. The gap between a horse and the wolf was shown at that moment. The wolf riders were getting closer and closer as the chase continued. The difference between a horse and a wolf was, the wolf could dodge any obstacles on their way while maintaining its speed. However, a horse would need to slow down slightly to dodge the obstacles and accelerate again. If it wasn't for Abel, who sensed the emergency, Basil might have already been dead. Head Commander Broadly shouted, "Markham, be careful." Then he and his mount became phantoms that rushed into the battle. He was using the skill charge, but its power was essentially different from the other knights. It had greater power and speed. Mana was required for using this skill, so EI seemed more like a secret skill used by head commanders. Head Commander Broadly rushed into the forefront of the wolf riders. Then he swung his sword. The enemy quickly resisted with the spears. However, Head Commander Broadly had gained a double damage boost from the charged skill. His sword cut through the spear and landed on a wolf rider's shoulder. Then, after another swing, the wolf rider was cut into half together with the wolf he rode. There were 5 wolf riders in the squad. Just when Head Commander Broadly killed one of them, the remaining wolf riders immediately charged toward him. One of the wolf riders tried to make a howl behind the squad, but the sound was stopped before it was heard. An arrow from Abel penetrated its throat. It prevented the wolf rider from calling for reinforcements. The remaining wolf riders were no match for Head Commander Broadly. They were killed with just a few swings. "Is Basil okay?" K3305 asked Head Commander Markham. Head Commander Markham answered, "Yeah, he is fine for now. The arrow was not poisoned, we just need to remove the arrow and apply some medicine. Unfortunately, he won't be able to join us for the battle in the next few days. Use this potion." Abel took out a bottle of blue-quality healing potion from the portal bag and gave it to Head Commander Markham. "Good stuff," Head Commander said while accepting the potion from Abel. "There's no need to apply it to the wound. Just drink the potion and remove the arrow," Abel reminded Head Commander Markham. Head Commander Markham hesitated for a moment because logically, the blood wouldn't stop bleeding until they applied the potion onto the wound. However, he had faith in Abel's words. He poured the blue-quality healing potion into Basil's mouth. "Basil, hold on," Head Commander Markham shouted. He pulled out the arrow with a strong force. Just when he thought the blood would bleed, a blue light flashed and sealed the blood from leaking out. Meanwhile, the wound started healing before his eyes. "Just as expected." Basil sobered up and said to Head Commander Markham, "Thanks for your help, Lord Markham." Head Commander Markham stared at the bottle of the healing potion. Then he said to Basil, "You should thank K3516 instead. It was the potion he gave that saved your life." K3308 became very confused. He didn't understand how Abel got his hands on so many rare items. He was a little jealous of Abel. Honestly, if he was the one with the blue-quality healing potion, he would have been reluctant to use it on a warrior he had just met. A potion with such quality and effects could definitely save his own life when it was needed. However, Abel just gave it out with no consideration. "Thank you, Lord Wizard." Basil knew how bad his injuries were. Since the potion was able to heal his injury and regained most of his strength, the potion must have been precious. He quickly stood up and bowed in thanks. "No worries, now tell me what you have found," Abel asked. "Yes, my lords, we should get out of here immediately. There are 100 wolf riders ahead," Basil quickly said as he recalled his mission. 100, Abel, and K3305 stared at K3308. At this moment, K3308 must be deeply regretting what he had said before. "I'm just kidding. It's none of my business," K3308 quickly explained when he realized the crowd's attention. "Let's not make fun of K3308 and talk about what to do next, shall we?" Head Commander Broadly interrupted. "How strong were the 100 Wolf Riders squad you saw?" Head Commander Broadly asked Basil. "Very strong. I was spotted from 100 meters away. In the squad, there were a few bear riders. Basil, as a hunter, had very sharp eyes. With just a glimpse, he could analyze the squad completely. Bear riders, Head Commander Broadley's eyes flashed coldly. He quickly estimated the strength difference between the Wolf Rider squad and his team. He tried to judge the strength of the Wolf Rider squad from the information gained from Basil. Bear riders were a minority race among the orcs, but their strength is unquestionably strong. Every bear rider had terrifying strength and defense, making them the strongest warrior among the orcs. An adult bear rider's strength could even match a head commander's knights. Therefore, encountering a bear rider came as a great surprise to Head Commander Broadley. Wizard K 3516. How many head commanders can you fight with your full strength? Head Commander Broadley knew the strength of his companions very well except for Abel. Although he had fought with Abel once before, he still couldn't know how powerful Abel was. Therefore, he would make his decisions according to Abel's answer. Abel was stunned when he heard the question. This was because Abel was not very familiar with the power system of the knights. Instead, he should have used an elite wizard as an example. Abel had a deep thought. Then he answered, "A head commander knight wouldn't be much threat to me." Head Commander Broadley and Markham was startled by Abel's answer. Even though they heard rumors about Abel defeating a head commander with a light long sword, it became more astonishing when they heard it from the man who did it himself. K 3305 was shocked. He didn't think Abel was bragging. He couldn't help but wonder about the identity of this masked wizard. K 3308 had doubted Abel. The head commander was the strongest knight in the Holy Continent. What Abel said was his strength was at the same level as an intermediate wizard. Head Commander Broadley believed in Abel. There was no way he could doubt a wizard who could kill a Wolf Rider captain and a warlock with an arrow. My suggestion was to fight and crush the 100 Wolf Riders squad, Head Commander Broadley said to his team. I disagree, it is way too risky, Head Commander Markham said while shaking his head. He was worried about the safety of K 3308 if they fight against a squad of hundreds that has bear riders. He wouldn't be able to protect K 3308. Markham, you want to run away from the orcs, Head Commander Broadley said with a cold tone. I would call it a distraction rather than running. We will face a square with hundreds of wolf riders with bear riders. Head Commander Markham quickly explained. There are kobolds and wergens in their squad. Do you seriously think you could distract them? Head Commander Broadley continued. Head Commander Markham didn't say another word. He understood that no matter how hard they tried to escape, they couldn't escape from a squad that had kobolds and wergens unless they returned to the Miracle City immediately. However, considering the speed of the Wolf Riders, there was no way their horse could outrun them. The only possibility was the Wolf Raider squad did not come after them, which was impossible for them because they had killed 5 of their Wolf Riders. P Alphandalpha Nanua 1 SOM. Basil and Joel had a special way to contact each other. Basil took out a small tube from his pocket and blew. A sharp noise spread across the area. A moment later, Joel appeared with his horse. Basil, Joel, do you guys know any suitable place around here? Head Commander Broadley asked the 2 scouts. He did not ask for a place to set up an ambush for their enemy. He knew that it was useless to set up an ambush against a kobold scout. Joel pondered and pointed in the direction where he came back. There was a boulder over there. The orcs won't be able to attack us if we stay on top of the boulder. However, we can't escape either. We have to fight to the death. Abel was back into the spirit whisperer mode. The trees was sending him the information on the orcs. The orcs were tailing us, make haste, Abel said. We don't have much time, let's go over there, Head Commander Broadley said. The boulder was 10 meters high, and 5 or 6 people could stand on it. They could avoid attacks from the orcs' riders, but they would be easily targeted by the orcs' bows. 3 wizards get up there now, quickly use all the defensive spells you have, Head Commander Broadley said. Abel jumped down from his ride. In the meantime, Joel had climbed up the boulder and lowered down a rope. Abel followed K 3308 and K 3305 as they tried to climb up the boulder. The 3 of them didn't have to worry about their mounts. They were smart creatures. They fled the battlefield as soon as they saw that their masters had left. K 3308 took out a shattered ice armor magic scroll to Abel. Use this scroll in the battle, mate. Not gonna waste it anywhere else. Abel ignored K-3308. He threw a magic circle in the middle of the boulder from his space bracelet. In just 10 seconds, a primary defensive magic circle was set up successfully. K-3305 looked around the defensive magic circle. He couldn't help but be amazed by Abel's identity. This kind of primary defensive magic circle was extremely valuable. Not many intermediate wizards would dare to carry it around with them. Abel turned to K-3305 and asked, K-3305, how many passive magic defense items do you have? K-3305 answered Abel with a smile, just one. My family lent it to me in case I had an accident. I have one on me, but I'm going to use it for myself. I can't lend it to you, K-3308 said with the same tone. Abel took out a passive magic defense item from his portal bag. He handed it to K-3305 and said, I'll lend this to you first. He looked at K-3308, who had his eyes wide open in astonishment. There was a bit of pause before either of them said anything. Abel said with a persistent tone, I am just lending it to you, it's not a gift. Remember to give it back to me when the fight is over. K-3308 reached out his hands. I may get one of these myself one day. Hey, do you accept magic stones or coins? If you are okay with it, I'll just buy it off you right now. Instead of letting K-3308 pretend that he could afford this kindness, Abel decided to take the passive defense item back into his pocket. He didn't want to hurt his friend's pride by implying that he couldn't get a passive defensive item on his own. Still, now was not the time to play hero. K-3308 understood that, so when he saw Abel taking the defensive item away, he immediately went to grab it. Another layer of defense would definitely increase his chance to survive. It was life over pride over here. He didn't want to lose his chance of living on the battlefield. Head Commander Bodley saw the defensive magic circle rising from the boulder. He felt a sense of relief. By using the defensive magic circle, the wizards would be able to defend themselves against the orc attacks in the battle. Head Commander Markham, too, felt more at ease. With the defensive magic circle, K-3308 should be fine now. Head Commander Bodley said, Basil and Joel get up there as well. Both elite knights were experts on the battlefield. That being said, they weren't of much use if they were going with a direct assault. Besides, their expertise was in arrow shooting, so the best position for them was to stick with the wizards at all times. When everything settled down, they heard a faint sound had been heard from a short distance away. Markham, are you ready for the battle? Head Commander Bodley smiled at Head Commander Markham. Let's see which one of us gets more kills. Head Commander Markham said. Head Commander Bodley knew that the person who would get the most kills would be the one that was currently standing on the boulder. Hundreds of orcs came into their sight. Most of them were wolf riders, and there were 6 bear riders and 2 kobolds. As the name implied, the bear riders rode on top of bears. They might look somewhat slow, but it'd be very hard to escape from their rush attacks in close range. Once they got close, you'd almost be guaranteed to be forced to take the full force of their battle axes and iron shields. Usually, an orc would rarely use an iron shield due to iron's rarity. They also had very few blacksmiths, so it'd be hard to make shields that they could carry to the battlefield. Instead, they used leather shields. As easy as they were to come by, it was, obviously, much weaker than steel. The shield could block attacks from long ranges, but it was very fragile against melee weapons like swords and axes. Speaking of which, the battle axes in their hands were all forged with iron. Whoever made these weren't very skilled at all. The shape of the blade was rough. The weight was too unbalanced for the hand to hold. Actually, the width of the handle was just too much to have a human hand around it. Still, with all that being said, if one had the muscles to swing it around, the damage it could do would be unthinkable. K-3305, aren't we very far away from Miracle City? Can't the Miracle City spirit still see us? Abel asked K-3305. K-3516, please don't think that Miracle City would be able to save our asses. The Miracle City spirit wouldn't know anything that happened here. K-3305 answered. K-3516, are you afraid of these orcs? K-3308 asked. Abel didn't bother to reply. Good, then I will take out my weapon. Abel took out a huge device from his portal bag. It was the large-sized crossbow Then he continued to take out the armor-piercing arrows. He was afraid of leaking too much information to the Miracle City Spirit. If things got any worse, he was ready to summon Johnson to hold back these orcs. Yet that seemed hardly necessary. He was already pretty confident with the large-sized crossbows. The moment he took them out, he was certain that the orcs were not a threat to him. "No way, how much space does your portal bag have?" K-3308 asked in bewilderment. Abel was using the Kong spiritual beast bag. Since the Wirgens were no longer a threat to him, he could finally use this legendary item out in the open. K-3308 stared at Abel's Kong spirit portal bag. He noticed that he had 2 portal bags hanging on his waist. Moreover, Abel just took out a large-sized city bow from one of them. This meant that there were at least 5 portal spaces of volume. Whatever wealth Abel was hoarding, this was not something that could be bought with money. K-3308 had never expected his portal bag to be only 1/100th of the size of a priest's Kong spirit portal bag. If he knew this before, he might have fainted from jealousy. K-3516, is this crossbow a hassle? K-3305 asked gently. The dwarf's crossbows were military-grade weapons, especially after Abel had killed 2 elite wizards using it. By that point, crossbows had become the most important military resource. Their value had shot up a few times. Every crossbow was tightly regulated by the dwarfs. Any unauthorized movement would be recorded and punished. A crossbow could only be used for a city's defense. This rule was set by the dwarfs with every purchase. "Nope, I've bought it long ago, so it is not regulated," Abel explained with a smile. The dwarfs' regulation was almost non-existent to him. If Abel didn't promise the dwarfs to keep those burst crossbows a secret, he would take them out as well. Those things could automatically install arrows. It was way too convenient. Elite warriors Joey and Basil exchanged gaze, and both of them immediately knew each other's intentions. They should be the ones to operate this crossbow. As a professional archer, this crossbow would definitely be a lot more powerful in their hands than a wizard. However, their status was way too low compared to those 3 wizards. They did not have any right to raise this request. They might end up waiting until the battle was over, so the wizards realized their lack of archery skills. Abel turned the base and pulled open the crossbow. He installed an armor-piercing arrow onto it. By that point, the 100 orcs formation was only 500 meters from them. Abel gently turned the knob, and a giant bang erupted from the crossbow. Under his gaze, the armor-piercing arrow flew towards the orcs in a slim, straight curve. Those 100 orcs began to feel excited when they noticed only 2 head commanders rising their defense on a massive rock. This meant they were about to face a weak team of enemies. If there were intermediate wizards lurking within them, then they would be in for a full-on guerrilla-style battle. No one in their team could stop an intermediate with a full tank of mana. The orcs had fought against humans for countless years, so both parties knew each other quite well. Looking at the current situation with only 2 head commanders, the human had most likely just sent out 4 beginner wizards at most. Unlike humans, the orcs did not have the miracle spirit to calculate war glory for them. They had to bring the human skulls back for the specialized priests to examine their identity and give our war glory accordingly. Today was a rare opportunity for the orcs. As long as they could capture those head commander and beginner wizards alive, the priests would definitely repay them with quite a lot of war glory. Head commanders were the deity's favorite for skeleton-making material, and beginner wizards were their favorite skulls for shaman-making material. The orcs were very confident in themselves since they had 6 bearmans, the most powerful defense weapon of the orc empire. At the moment, all the orcs were drooling over their war glory as of the charge towards this little team of humans. Their formation was disrupted, but none of those orcs cared too much. Those humans were way too weak. It was at this moment, Abel's armor-piercing arrow shot out from the rock and towards a bearman with gray bears below it. That bearman did not expect a crossbow to appear in a battle like this. Since the bearman needed to control the gray bears, it only had its battle axe on its right hand and its shield on its back. It was already too late when it noticed the armor-piercing arrow was flying at it. Although bearmans were also naturally very alert to threats like other orcs, that armor-piercing arrows was way too fast. Without its massive shield, it could only use its battle axe to block. Bearmans were not known for their speed, but even a speedy orc, like wolf riders, might not be able to stop a flying armor-piercing arrow. The arrow directly entered its chest and split its heart into two. Although there was a wolf rider behind that bearman, it could not stop this massive blow. It penetrated that wolf rider as well and landed on a giant tree behind the 100 orcs. Almost immediately, the bearman began to get weak. Its massive body was dragged by the gray bears, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. With its heart split into two, all of its blood was drained. It was not a good day for the two wolf riders at the back. With the massive body of that bearman blocking their view, they would never know what had killed them. Bearmans claimed to be as powerful as head commander, but their bodies were still different at the end of the day. Bearmen did not have a powerful combat Kai core, so there was no combat Kai smoke when they died. This inability to develop a combat Kai core was a weakness. They were blessed with an incredibly powerful body, but it also limited them from developing it through training like the other races. Upon seeing the damage, the wolf rider soon realized what weapons the human had. They yelled and quickly dodge, they have a crossbow. The 5 leftover bearmen quickly took out their giant shields and backed away from the crossbow's range with its gray bears. Head Commander Bodley and Head Commander Markham were stunned by what they just saw. He had nothing prepared, so they quickly looked by at the giant rock behind them. It was a giant crossbow. No need to explain. Both of them knew this was definitely the good work of that mysterious wizard, K-3516. Even a wizard like K-3308 could not move a military-grade weapon like a crossbow. A thing like this would need a massive portal object. This is amazing. 3 down in 1 strike, K-3308 gasped. At that moment, Abel had already pulled on the crossbow and installed another armor-piercing arrow. Onto it, it was ready to fire again. He was extremely irritated by the crossbow's speed. It had to be pulled on and installed with every shot. That was a huge waste of time. But still, he could probably add another shot before the orcs retreated. Joey and Basil exchanged a bitter gaze. It was such a good decision not to raise their request. Even a professional crossbow shooter might not be able to unleash a shot like this, let alone archers like them. 3 killed in 1 strike from 500 meters. The 2 elite warriors knew how hard this was, a lot more than both K-3305 and K-3308. The 100 orcs retreated beyond the range of the crossbow. Every orc who fought against humans would know the range of a crossbow, so by the time Abel had installed the second armor-piercing arrow, they could no longer threaten the orcs. The orcs restructured their formation. They had the bearmans, so they were not totally hopeless against a crossbow. Normally, an arrow could not penetrate their giant shields, so if they should be fine if they take turns to defend. Since the crossbow was operated by 3 wizards and 2 professional archers, those 2 head commanders did not rush out to risk their lives with the orcs as well. The orcs began to attack again after they restructured their team. They just could not let those humans go free, no matter if it was for war glory, revenge, or keeping their goal a secret. Humans and orcs had been enemies for centuries at the end of the day. 3 bearmen stepped forward with their giant shields, guarding the 100 orcs forward. 2 bearmen stayed behind and ready to change spot at any moment. The wolf riders followed. As soon as they could get close to the rock, that crossbow would no longer be a threat. By that point, their powerful close body attacks would show its true strength. Those wizards could not go anywhere as soon as their defense was broken. Although a beginner wizard's spell could be very powerful, the orcs knew their weakness was their magic stores. With 100 orcs, they could demolish those wizards just by stepping over them. K-3516 can arrows penetrate the giant shield of bearmen? K-3308 asked, looking at the oncoming orcs. By that point, K-3308 had gained immense trust in Abel. No need to guess. The giant iron shield can at least counteract 1 armor-piercing arrow. The orcs know this. That's why they had organized the bearmans at the front to protect them. K-3305 lowered his voice and interrupted. Bastards, so this crossbow is hopeless against them, K-3308 said in a fury. Even with the slower bearmans in the front line shouldn't take long to reach them with the speed of orcs. With this distance, Abel could probably only shoot 2 arrows. Both the wizards and the orcs knew this full well. A cold smirk emerged from Abel's mouth. Maybe he would be hopeless against this battle formation. In the past, but now, the way he saw the world was totally different from everyone. Large amount of data began to update in real time, estimating the distance between the orcs and finding a loophole within their formation. K-3516 helped me break their shields, Head Commander Bodley yelled as he dashed forward with his war horse. This act was very dangerous for him, even with the newest magic shield and sword. He was about to face 5 bearmans. His chance of survival would drop dramatically as soon as he entered the enemy's formation. My honor is my life. He unleashed a charge 50 meters from the orcs. As he yelled, his war horse began to speed up and turned to shadow flying towards the bearman's shield. Head Commander Bodley had blocked the sight of both the human and the orcs. All the orcs at that moment was squeezing behind 300 giant shields, so their sight was extremely narrow. At that moment, no one would expect Abel to shoot, because there would be a big chance his arrow would land on Head Commander Bodley if he did. However, Abel did the unexpected. He tilted the crossbow in a slight angle and gently jerked the crossbow the moment he pulled the trigger. Everyone on the rock was in disbelief. The armor-piercing arrow flew out in a swirl passing Head Commander Bodley and the first row of bearmans. It was like the armor-piercing arrow had grown wings. It sped towards the second row of bearmans and penetrated one of their armpits. Afterward, it continued to fly towards the 100 orcs. At that moment, their formation was extremely tight, and this arrow had almost opened up a road of blood among those orcs behind their shields. A bearman dropped dead, and 5 other wolf riders behind it were also penetrated by the arrow in varying degrees. The huge armor-piercing arrow could take a big chunk of meat out of you even if it just brushed along your body. The bearman's heart had been penetrated. It would be a miracle if it could survive. 2 of those 5 wolf riders were also dead in an instant, and the others had a huge hole opened up in their bodies. Even with the strength of an orc, they might not be able to live for long if they weren't treated immediately. But still, who would have time to stop when facing a crossbow? After paying a big price, the orcs realized their enemy had unleashed another armor-piercing arrow. They still had some time before their next strike, so it was the perfect time to accelerate. However, a head commander was rushing right at them. If their bearmen put away their shields, they would be open for attack. As the 100 hesitated, Head Commander Bodley already arrived in front of the bearman's shield. He lifted up his knight's sword and viciously struck down. Bang! Even Abel could hear the bang from a few hundred meters. Head Commander Bodley took 3 steps back with his war horse. At that moment, the legs of his war horse were shaking. If it was not supported by combat kai, maybe the war horse had already become disabled. Although the bearman's giant shields had successfully transferred the force of the impact to the ground, the gray bears below were knocked back for a few steps. Head Commander's big sword could double his power. On top of the charging momentum, all of his power was unleashed in that strike. In the past, he would definitely not do this since it would break his weapon. But now that he knew that his sword was made out of condensed iron, so he no longer cared. He gazed towards that bearman he just struck. There was a deep crack on its shield. The other bearmen began to wave their giant battle axes towards Head Commander Bodley. The massive sweeping sound it made almost shook the entire atmosphere of the place. Head Commander Bodley did not retreat. Knights were prideful. Although there were a lot of formal techniques, none of them were for retreating. Joey, who was standing next to Abel at the time, suddenly yelled, "A curve shot." A curve shot was an extremely advanced archery technique. Only a small amount of people had mastered them. Joey had only ever seen a godly archer do a shot like this in Miracle City once in his life. On top of that, this was a crossbow. How could this wizard have the confidence to unleash a curve shot with a crossbow? Head Commander Bodley was right at the front. He could directly kill him if he had made a mistake. Although K-3305 and K-3308 didn't know what was a curve shot, they knew it was a special technique. All Abel did was gently jerk the crossbow before pulling the trigger, but they knew it was not that easy. Joey wouldn't be so amazed for no reason. Abel didn't care about their reaction as he cranked on the crossbow again. Another armor-piercing arrow was set, ready to shoot. Of course, Head Commander Markham would not let Head Commander Bodley fight alone, so he too also dashed forward and unleashed a charge when he was 50 meters from the orcs. The ice magic sword in his hand brushed along the two metal shields in front of the orcs with a wave of chill. At the same time, the battle axe of a bearman had struck upon the magic shield of Head Commander Bodley. A flash of white light appeared on the magic shield, and a chunk of force was absorbed. But still, most of the force was transferred to the body of Head Commander Bodley through the shield. Luckily, he was already in a defensive position. As long as the shield didn't break, nothing under twice his force could knock him down. Although Head Commander Markham had unleashed a charge, he did not directly attack. Instead, he continued to use the chill force to brush against the bearman's shield. They couldn't underestimate this small technique, since his ice-attributed combat Kai had a powerful slow-down effect. It could delay the movement of the bearman for at least 2 seconds, and those bearmans were already slow in the first place. By this point, the orcs were faced with a huge dilemma. If they kept attacking, they might be able to gang that head commander to death, but they would be exposing their entire team to the crossbow if they did so. "Break out, attack," a wolf rider captain yelled. Just when Head Commander Bodley was looking for that wolf rider captain who made the command, the entire team of orcs scattered like they did not care about the crossbow at all. It was at that moment another arrow speeded through the sky, avoided the two head commanders, and directly penetrated the wolf riders. 3 wolf riders dropped dead. The shot speeded up wolf riders as they kept scattering. Their target was that big rock, and those wizards on that big rock. By that point, they no longer care about those 2 head commanders. They had their slower bearmen to hold them down. This was the best decision the wolves could make. At that moment, those wolf riders' directors had decided that they needed to kill those humans by all means necessary. Where glory no longer mattered, they only had one target, and it was that giant crossbow on the rock. As long as they could get that crossbow, the Orc Empire could break it apart for research and strengthen their own crossbows. Abel shook his head. The wolf riders were a determined bunch. 2 head commanders had been held up, so all the leftover wolf riders could focus on attacking the wizards on the rock. However, they seemed to underestimate Abel. He was a head commander as well. Without hesitation, Abel began to crank on the crossbow again. This might be his last shot. The 2 head commanders had already given their all to create this chance for Abel. The giant crossbow was aiming directly at the wolf riders, and Abel's gaze was fixed on the Wirgin, who was making all the commands. Although that Wirgin might have some magic object to hide his scent, Abel could still clearly analyze that it was a head wolf rider captain. That head wolf rider captain in command had around 10 other powerful wolf rider captains protecting him, and it was constantly changing spots with his mount wolf. However, all of this was laughable to Abel. In his eyes, this head wolf rider captain was basically moving in slow motion. Abel pulled the trigger again, and the armor-piercing arrow flew out. This time, he jerked the crossbow left and right, amazing the 2 elite warriors behind him. Although those 2 elite warriors want to use this chance to learn this technique, they thought it was too much. With the speed of an arrow, there was no way they could unleash a shot as accurately as Abel without a sight analysis ability. With that jerk of the crossbow, the armor-piercing arrow did a strange swirl in the sky. It avoided the 2 wolf rider captains up front and directly arrived in front of the head wolf rider captain. A flash of white light emerged from his body. It was a light shield, but still, that light shield was hopeless against the armor-piercing arrow. It was shattered immediately. The arrow directly landed on the chest of the head wolf rider captain. A bow-size hole was opened up in his chest, and light slowly drifted away from his eyes. After that, head wolf rider captain dropped dead on the floor. A ray of combat Kai smoke shot up in the battlefield, forming a gray light pole of light. It marked the death of a head wolf rider captain. With the death of their leader, all wolf riders' eyes began to turn red. They madly howled and dashed towards the giant rock with their mount wolves. Even the 4 bearmen fighting, the 2 head commanders, began to get insane. They no longer cared about defense as they struck down. With their battle axes in full force, they were no longer trying to waste time like before. At that moment, Abel realized maybe he had just killed some important figure in the wolf clan. It was not in the Wirgin's nature to do this. At that moment, some arrows had landed on their protection circle. Although this protection circle was supported by an intermediate gem, it was a beginner protection circle. It could only handle so many attacks from those wolf riders. There were quite a lot of wolf rider captains in that team of wolf riders. By that point, K-3305 and K-3308 had begun their attacks. The wolf riders had entered the range where the wizards were able to track them down with their power of the will. A wizard who could unleash a spell in confidence was very scary. As long as a wizards had enough time, they could track their enemy down with their power of the will before unleashing a spell. Although this might take longer, the kill was guaranteed. However, those wolf riders no longer care about dying. The two elite warriors had also picked up their bow and arrows, but bow and arrows could not do much to wolf riders. Unless it had hit an important area. They could not stop those wolf riders. Abel put the crossbow back in his Kong spirit portal bag. He knew how long this protection circle could sustain itself, and he knew that he had enough time. He took out a light long sword from his portal bag with his right and took out the leaf magic staff with his left. He then turned to the others on the rock and said, "Stay here." Afterward, he jumped down. At that moment, he already had his gaze fixed on an ownerless Mount Wolf. With his calculations, he should be able to land on its back. However, how could a Mount Wolf let a human sit on its back when it wouldn't even let other orcs sit on its back other than its owner? However, just when that Mount Wolf wanted to shake Abel off its back, a tiny bit of dragon vigor sifted out from Abel. That dragon vigor was not strong. Only beings next to Abel could feel it. That Mount Wolf was the closest thing to Abel, and it had immediately stopped its movement. In the face of a powerful being many ranks above it, that Mount Wolf had no choice but to obey. It was almost like a survival instinct. Abel's analysis ability allowed him to precisely and accurately control his dragon vigor and unleash it accordingly. The others on the rock just saw Abel jump on the back of that Mount Wolf. All of a sudden, that Mount Wolf stood still and began to listen to Abel's command just like a normal mount. K-3305 did not stop his spell, but he was totally stunned. No matter how hard humans tried, only a lucky few could cultivate a Mount Wolf from birth and make them recognize them as their master. That was a full-grown Mount Wolf, and the owner had just been killed. It should be at its most irritated state. How come it would listen to a command from a human? K-3305 had become fully confused about who K-3516 was, but he was sure of one thing. K-3516 had an extremely high status just by looking at the special treatment the miracle spirit had given him. On the other hand, the only thing in K-3308's eyes was the Mount Wolf. If Abel could make a Mount Wolf listen to him so easily, could he do the same as well? Mount Wolf was the most flashy mount in the Holy Continent. It was the so-called #1 mount. His Chocobo was basically rubbish compared to a Mount Wolf. The two elite warriors had become scared. If Abel didn't come out of Miracle City with them, they would have thought Abel was actually a virgin. They had never seen a human who could make a mount listen to him like a master just like that. Abel fire enchanted himself with the leaf magic staff. He would not use combat kai or any knight ability. Even he could no longer stop people from questioning his identity. But Abel didn't care by that point. As long as he didn't expose himself, he couldn't care less about what others think. Abel knew that as soon as he exposed his identity in Miracle City, not only would his normal life be interrupted, but his risks during missions outside of the Miracle Wall would increase dramatically as well. Abel wouldn't believe those elite priests or wizards would keep their promise. As long as they had enough benefits, like killing Grandmaster Blacksmith, they would definitely break their rules for once. On top of that, Abel had deep tension with the Wolf family. As soon as the Wolf family knew he was in Miracle City, they would send out countless mad virgins for attacks just for that Kong spirit portal bag alone. Abel wasn't afraid of coming across as powerful. As long as it wouldn't make people think about his real identity, he couldn't care less. After he fire enchanted himself, he no longer used a fire spell with his leaf magic staff. Instead, he started to unleash the low-rank mass attack lighting spell, Charging Bolt. By that point, his charging bolts had reached rank 15. It could unleash 17 lightings, each with the lighting damage of 11 points. This 11 point of damage could not kill a powerful Wolf Rider captain or a priest with ease. but they would get injuries or get paralyzed a little.